Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. The sun shone brightly, casting its glorious light on the remote Pallet town. The rays reflected off the leaves of the trees and rooftops, giving the landscape a calm yet luminous shine. Pallet town was a small, quiet place located south of Viridian City. It gained recognition primarily because of one resident, Professor Samuel Oak, one of the greatest minds in the Pokemon world. His most notable achievement was the Pokédex, a small supercomputer that contained information on nearly every Pokemon found in every region. Professor Oak rose to fame after winning the Indigo League with his strong and varied Pokemon team. He later became a Pokemon champion before deciding to dedicate his life to being a Pokemon professor. Despite his accomplishments, Pallet Town remained a peaceful and somewhat secluded community, inhabited by kind-hearted residents. In Oak's lab, two dragon-like creatures were causing him some trouble. "Why won't you let me see your egg?" Oak complained. Both Charizard and Dragonite responded with a loud rumble, standing protectively around their nest. "Fine, you can have it your way," Oak said, rubbing his temples in defeat. He then turned to his assistant, Tucker, who was watching the interaction with amusement. Tucker, a young man in his late 20s, wore a white lab coat over a red shirt and blue pants. "Tucker, can you please bring me Delia?" Oak asked. "Yes, Professor." Tucker straightened up and left the room. "You called for me, Sam." A beautiful woman with auburn hair tied in a low ponytail entered the room. She wore a lab coat similar to Tucker's, with a small metal tag that read, "Head Breeder." This was Delia Ketchum, the head breeder at Oak's lab. A breeder is someone who takes care of Pokemon and raises them with love and care. To become a breeder, one must graduate from a Pokemon Doctor's Academy and receive a recognition certificate from a regional professor. "Yes, Delia. I need your help. Charizard has laid an egg for the first time, and I want to examine it for any abnormalities, but she and Dragonite won't let me near it. Can you assist me?" Oak explained. "Sure thing, Professor," Delia replied confidently as she approached the pair of dragons. "I can do this." However, after several attempts to get near the egg, she admitted defeat. "I can't do this. What will we do about the two of you?" Oak sighed. "They haven't allowed me to enter this room for about 6 months. When I was finally granted permission today, I was excited, but it seems my excitement was for nothing." Delia chuckled. "We'll try again tomorrow, Sam. It's getting late. I need to head home. Ash's class should be ending soon." "Ash. That little ball of sunshine. Bring him tomorrow. It's been a while since I last saw him. He must be missing me and my lab or the Pokemon, to be more specific," Oak said with a chuckle. "I will bring Ash tomorrow. He must be dying to play with all the Pokemon in the coral." Delia laughed at the thought of her son's excited face. "But for now, I have to leave." "See you, Professor," she said as she packed her things. "Goodbye, Delia. Be careful on your way home," Oak replied with a fatherly tone. The sound of the alarm and a loud voice from downstairs woke a small boy. "Ash dear, get out of bed right now, or I am not taking you to Professor Oak's lab," Delia shouted. Ash jolted awake, toppling out of bed. He looked to be around 5 years old, with messy black hair and a small zigzag mark on each cheek. "I am awake, Mom," Ash grumbled, rubbing the sore spot on his head from the fall. "You better be, young man, otherwise, I am not taking you to see all the cool Pokemon," Delia exclaimed as she entered the room. Though she was a loving mother, she did not tolerate tardiness. "Now get up and have breakfast. We'll go to the coral in an hour," Delia informed him with a smile. "Okay, Mom," Ash said, making his way to the kitchen and grinning back at her. "Welcome, Ash and Delia." Professor Oak greeted them with a warm smile. Delia returned his smile, and Ash let out an excited squeal before running to hug him. "Professor! Professor! Let me see Charizard and Dragonite, please." Ash exclaimed, jumping up and down with enthusiasm. Oak chuckled and motioned for them to follow him to his living room. Prof, did you get any further with yesterday's episode? Delia asked, switching into her breeder mode. Sadly, no, Oak admitted with a sigh. What episode, Mom? Are you guys watching a movie? Ash asked innocently, making the two adults laugh. No, Ash. We're having a grown-up talk. You won't understand, Oak explained. You always say that. Grown-up talk. Okay, fine, Ash pouted but quickly added with enthusiasm, so can I see Charizard and Dragonite now? Oak laughed at his duality before giving in. Alright, follow me, he said, leading Ash and Delia to the room where Charizard's nest was located. As they walked through the corridors, Oak and Delia discussed strategies to approach the two dragons. They weren't aggressive, but they were protective of their nest. Finally, they reached the room, and Ash excitedly skipped toward the nest while the adults weren't looking. Hi Charizard. Hi Dragonite. Ash exclaimed loudly as he approached the two dragons. Oak and Delia noticed Ash moving closer to the protective creatures and panicked. Despite their gentle nature, they were still nesting parents, and caution was necessary. Ash. Get back here. Both Oak and Delia shouted in unison, but Ash had already reached the nest. Instead of guarding their egg, the two Pokemon simply stepped aside, allowing the boy to approach. Delia and Oak stood frozen, watching in disbelief. After a moment, Oak whispered, "What just happened?" Suddenly, a bright white light emitted from the egg. Ash stared at the glowing egg, astonished. What is this? What is happening? He asked Charizard, who responded with a reassuring smile. Dragonite then picked up the egg and handed it to Ash. He cradled the egg close, instinctively rubbing it gently and murmuring soothing words. The egg glowed even brighter, and after a few moments, it began to morph into an unrecognizable shape. One end transformed into a tail, while the opposite end formed a head, and two small hands emerged below it. The transformation completed, and the egg was replaced by a small Charmander. The little creature blinked twice, opening its blue eyes and tilting its head as it stared at Ash. Char. Ha. Can you please repeat what you just said, Professor? Delia asked, her expression one of shock. She and Professor Oak were in his lab, discussing Charmander, who had hatched about a month earlier. I said, Charmander is abnormal, Oak explained, rubbing his temples. But how is that possible? What caused it? Delia frowned, trying to think of an answer. Over the past month, Charmander and Ash had become inseparable, always by each other's side. The only times they were apart were when Ash went to school. Delia found herself in a difficult position, wondering how to break the news about Charmander's uniqueness to Ash without hurting him. But I'll add this abnormality might prove beneficial or disastrous based on how he grows up, Oak continued, his expression thoughtful. Evolution. Are you saying Charmander has a problem that will affect his evolution? Delia asked, confused. She was a breeder, not a Pokemon professor, and struggled to keep up with Oak's explanations. No, Charmander doesn't have any evolutionary problems, as far as I can tell, Oak clarified, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Whatever issue he has may or may not affect his evolution. Professor, you're confusing me. Can you explain this in simpler terms? Delia sighed. Oak was never good at getting to the point. As you know, Charmander's parents are not from the same species, Oak explained. Delia nodded, understanding. When two different species breed, the offspring typically takes on the dominant genes. The recessive genes develop as egg moves. Wait. Are you telling me that Charmander's genetic functions are different from his kind? Delia asked, finally grasping Oak's point. Exactly. I don't know what caused it, but Charmander seems to inherit both his father's and mother's genes equally, making him a unique hybrid, Oak said, excitement evident in his voice. Charmander is a medical miracle of being more special than shinies. The first of his kind. Delia considered this. But normally, Charmanders evolve into Charmeleon or beyond, and their draconic nature grows. If we consider their normal nature, Charmander might become a full dragon type by the time it evolves into Charizard, contrary to their usual fire-flying typing. You're catching on well, Delia. I came to that conclusion myself, but since Charmander isn't a typical specimen, it's hard to predict. We won't know anything until he evolves, Oak admitted. You're right. But what about Ash? Delia frowned, knowing her son would never willingly part with Charmander for an experiment. No worries, we won't separate Charmander from Ash. Charmander belongs to him, Oak shrugged. Taking him away would be considered Pokemon theft, he joked, trying to reassure her. What do you mean by, Charmander belongs to Ash? Delia asked, puzzled. From the moment Charizard and Dragonite gave Charmander's egg to Ash, he became its owner. Even if we tried to take Charmander away, I can't imagine what Charizard and Dragonite would do. It's best to let their bond continue as it is, Oak explained firmly. Delia understood. Dragonite had handed the egg to Ash, and they had all been surprised by that moment. It had been a month since then, and they still didn't know why it had happened. Perhaps it was one of the many mysteries of Pokemon that humans could never fully comprehend. Do you realize something else, Delia? Oak asked, looking directly at her. What more, Professor? She replied, curious. Charmander is a dragon, one of the most delicate creatures in their early stages. What I mean to say is, Charmander's draconic half will take much more time to mature and will also be more vulnerable to injuries at this stage. Professor Oak explained with a serious look. This is where you come in. I want you to take proper care of Charmander until he matures enough. I am giving you this responsibility because you are used to handling dragon types. I trust that you won't make any mistakes while raising Charmander. He will probably be mature enough once he is 2 years old. Can I trust you with this responsibility? He asked with a sense of authority. Of course, Professor. You can count on me. And when Ash is old enough to be a trainer, you want him to start with Charmander as his starter, right? Delia questioned, giving him a knowing smile. Oak simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of town, 5-year-old Ash Ketchum and his partner Charmander were having a conversation while their eyes were glued to the television. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the Indigo League. Countless trainers fought their way through the various gyms located around the region, and now, all of them are here to demonstrate their strength. May we all give a round of applause to these wondrous trainers who have worked hard to reach this stadium, a male voice announced from the television. You see, Charmander. After some years, the two of us will be standing there. Ash exclaimed, pointing at the crowd of trainers visible on the screen. After I get my license at the age of 10, the two of us, along with our Pokemon team, will take this world by storm. Ash said with a determined look, which was mirrored by Charmander. Charmander replied enthusiastically. Ash paused, as if he just realized something. Charmander. I have a question, he said, resting his hand on his chin. Charmander tilted his head. You see, when I turn 10, will you be willing to come with me on my journey? Ash asked, looking at Charmander with hope. Charmander gave an enthusiastic nod in return, his eyes sparkling. Ash brightened up at this. All right. Let's train Tio become the strongest, he cheered, hugging Charmander tightly. Char. Charmander happily cheered, returning the hug. This moment might seem like typical childish behavior to anyone else, but only the two of them knew how special it was, igniting a new and stronger flame of determination in both of their hearts. The mechanical sound of the alarm clock came to life as the minute hand struck 12 while the hour hand rested on 5. This startling sound woke Ash Ketchum from his sleep. Why must this alarm hate me, he thought as he slowly got up from his bed. Ash turned on the light in the room and covered his eyes, adjusting to the brightness. Once his eyes got used to it, Ash looked up at the calendar in his room and perked up. The calendar showed the date, May 22nd, today was his 10th birthday, the day he would finally get his trainer license. At the age of 10, any kid who wanted to be a Pokemon trainer would receive their official trainer license from Nurse Joy of their city. Some lucky kids even got there. Pokemon from the regional professor. Once registered as a trainer, they could receive their starter Pokemon from the one who sponsored them. This is where the regional professors came in. While Nurse Joy could award a trainer with any Pokemon the league provided, most commonly Nidoran, Growlithe, or Rhyhorn, those who received their license from the regional professor were offered the privilege of choosing one of the best Pokemon their region had to offer, except for pseudo-legendaries and legendaries, of course. Any trainer getting a Pokemon from the regional professor of Kanto, namely Samuel Oak, could choose between the Water-type Squirtle, the Grass-type Bulbasaur, and the Fire-type Charmander. Squirtless are a good choice for a starter, given their calm and collected nature. The fact that their final stage, Blastoise, is one of the strongest water types in Kanto also increases its popularity. Though Squirtle is cool and strong, one cannot ignore Bulbasaur, the grass-type starter of Kanto. Its final evolution, Venusaur, is a formidable Pokemon that can win battles if utilized properly. Lastly, there's Charmander, the dragon-like creature with an attitude and power that backs up its appearance. Its final form, Charizard, is desired by trainers even from outside Kanto. The strongest trainers in the world, including Samuel Oak, Lance, and Cynthia, all had a Charizard on their team. 5 whole years. I have waited 5 whole years for this day, Ash mentally chanted, a glint in his eyes. He had prepared for this day with full dedication. He and Charmander, or Charmeleon to be exact, had trained together. Charmander had evolved exactly 3 years and 8 months after hatching while training with Ash and his father, Dragonite. Ash was surprised when it happened, but he was happy nonetheless, knowing his partner was becoming stronger. After passing his baby stage, Charmander started receiving formal training from his parents, mastering everything from simple embers to powerful dragon pulses. He trained hard, with his mother focusing on his fire abilities and his father on his draconic side. Over time, he had grown significantly strong, surpassing the typical Charmeleon. Ash had also improved over the years, mentally more than physically. His mother, Delia Ketchum, ensured that he was ready for any challenges he would face in the Pokemon world. Through her guidance, he learned the basics of survival, how to set up a tent, read maps, and more. Apart from learning how to survive in the wilderness, Ash also learned a lot about Pokemon. Although he didn't know the entire history of Kanto Pokemon, he could proudly claim that he knew all the Pokemon found in Kanto and their types. However, his knowledge was limited to their names and types. After all, how could a mere 10-year-old memorize all the information about every Pokemon in just 5 years? Ash's mom made sure her son didn't enter the Pokemon world unprepared, unlike many children his age. She was a responsible mother and ensured that Ash learned the basics of battling, from type advantages to the importance of preparing himself and his team before any battle. Ash smiled at the memories of all the times he had to wake up early to prepare for his journey. He couldn't be prouder of himself and Charmeleon, they had worked hard together. He quickly changed into his outfit and went to the kitchen, where his mother was preparing breakfast. "Ashie, I see you are awake. Good morning." Delia greeted her beloved son with a warm smile. "Yes, Mom. Good morning." Ash replied with a smile of his own. "Excited for your big day?" Delia asked lovingly. "You bet I am." Ash exclaimed, pumping his fist into the air. "Just you wait, Mom. Charmeleon and I are going to rock the world," he proclaimed with excitement. "Yes, you will, son. I believe in you," Delia said, continuing with her cooking, though a hint of sadness crossed her face. Delia Ketchum was strong, years of experience had made her resilient. However, the feeling of losing someone was something she had already endured when Ash's dad left on a journey right after Ash's birth and never returned. She had learned to accept her fate, but now, with her son preparing to leave, she felt a deep sense of loss. She maintained a strong front, wanting Ash to believe she was happy for him, determined not to let her emotions hold him back from pursuing his dreams. Delia adopted a mask of happiness, knowing she could grieve for her son later. But Ash saw through her facade. "Hey, Mom," Ash said, appearing from behind her. "Don't be sad. I will call you every day, you don't have to worry about me." He offered her a reassuring look. "What do you mean, Ash?" Delia asked, trying to keep her brave face. "You know exactly what I mean. Don't try to fool me, Mom." "I'll miss you too," Ash said, hugging her tightly. "Oh, Ashie!" Delia cried, returning the embrace. "Promise me you'll call every day, Ashie," she said between sobs. "Mom, I promise I'll call you daily," Ash assured her, vowing to keep that promise. After what felt like an eternity, the mother and son finally let go of each other. Delia then served Ash his breakfast, likely his last meal at home for a year. After savoring his meal, Ash said his final goodbyes and headed to Professor Oak's lab to get Charmeleon and begin his journey. On the way to the lab, Ash took in every detail of Pallet, knowing he wouldn't see his beloved town for a while. He smiled sadly, thinking, "I'll miss you, Pallet. Thank you for taking care of me during my early days." Finally, Ash reached Oak's lab and made his way to Professor Oak's workspace. He found Samuel sipping coffee while reading a newspaper in his chair. "Hey, Prof. I'm here," Ash announced cheerfully. Professor Oak was a bit surprised by Ash's early arrival. It was only 6:30 a.m., 4 hours before the scheduled time for the starter distribution. He quickly recovered and smiled fondly, knowing Ash would arrive early. My, you arrived a little early," Oak teased. Ash looked sheepish. Hee. "Well, you see, I got a bit excited and decided to start my journey as early as possible," he admitted with a big grin. "I won't say I'm surprised," Oak chuckled warmly. "So I take it you came to get Charmeleon, right?" "Of course, Professor. I'm too excited, I can't wait to start my journey and challenge all the gyms," Ash exclaimed, bouncing on his feet. Oak chuckled and retrieved a pokeball from a machine behind him. When children get their trainer license, it's the duty of their sponsor to give them a fresh starter to begin their journey. "Initially, I intended for you to start with Charmander, but the two of you compelled me to change my decision," Oak explained, examining the pokeball. "Huh? I don't get it, Professor Oak. What do you mean?" Ash asked, confused. "What I mean is, my boy, I didn't expect Charmander to grow as strong as he is right now, let alone evolve. So, I can't let you have Charmeleon as your starter," Oak clarified. Ash's expression shifted to one of shock and betrayal. "But that's not fair. Charmeleon and I are best friends. Please, Professor, I don't think I can start my journey without Charmeleon," he pleaded. "Hold it right there, Ash. Let me finish," Oak said with a chuckle, causing Ash to look even more confused. "When I said I can't let Charmeleon be your starter, I didn't say anything about him not joining your journey, did I?" Oak said with a sly smirk. "You see, this Pokeball I'm holding contains a very special Pokemon. I got it from a very special person. Tell me this, my boy. Can I trust you to take utmost care of this Pokemon?" Professor Oak asked as he let Ash examine the Pokeball in his hand. "I'll trust your judgment for now and let Ash keep this Pokemon," Oak thought to himself. "What Pokemon is it, Professor?" Ash asked excitedly, looking at the Pokeball. "Why don't you see for yourself?" Oak replied, pressing the release button of the Pokeball. A beam of red light shot out, materializing into a small, blue, dog-like creature with a black torso and legs, a blue tail, and a yellow collar. The Pokemon muttered, tilting its head. "This Pokemon here is Riolu. Here, use this Pokédex to scan him," Oak said, handing Ash a red and white gadget along with a few Pokeball. Ash's face lit up with shock and awe. Okay, Professor, Ash agreed, taking the Pokédex and Pokeball. He had seen a Pokédex before, so he knew the basics of operating it. After switching it on, Ash pointed it towards Riolu. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. A fighting type. Riolu can understand how people and Pokémon feel by observing a kind of wave called aura. It has a flexible body with enough power to cross 3 mountains and 2 canyons in one night, the mechanical voice of the device announced. Wow! You're incredible, Riolu! Ash exclaimed, kneeling in front of Riolu. Hearing the praise, Riolu blushed lightly. Ash then extended his hands slowly, asking for permission to pet him. Seeing the approaching hands, Riolu closed his eyes and allowed Ash to pet him. Ash gently ran his palm up and down Riolu's black mask-like face. Hey Riolu, wanna be my starter? Ash asked, pausing his petting. Riolu looked up at Ash and stared into his eyes for a few seconds. Slowly, Riolu nodded its small head while happily responding in its native language. All right. Ash shouted excitedly, scooping Riolu into his arms and spinning around. Riolu. Riolu barked happily as Ash swung him around. It seems the two of you are getting along well, Professor Oak chuckled, watching Ash make friends with any Pokémon he encountered. You bet we are, Professor. Ash replied, laughing with pure joy and excitement. Okay. Now, let me tell you a few things before you go on your journey. The Pokédex you are carrying is a special one, I programmed it myself for you. Normally, a Pokédex can only scan Pokémon from a specific region and can also be used as your identification. But your Pokédex contains information on almost all the Pokémon in the world. Understood? Really, Professor? You did this for me? Ash asked, marveling at the Pokédex. Yes, Oak replied with a smile. He had considered making a second Pokédex for his grandson but decided against it, thinking that his grandson already had a big enough ego. Wow! Thank you so much, Professor. I don't even know what to say, Ash said with an emotional smile. Think nothing of it, my son. Just repay me by making me proud, Oak said fondly. You can also use your Pokédex as your identification. Whenever Nurse Joy or anyone asks for your identity, you can show your Pokédex, Oak explained, and Ash nodded. Now about Riolu. The Lucario line are very special Pokémon, able to control their aura. But Riolu here is much more special than any other Pokémon of his kind. To demonstrate it, Professor Oak said, typing on his computer. Ash watched with full concentration. Done. Ash, my boy, will you please scan Riolu again? Oak requested, to which Ash nodded. He brought his Pokédex up and started scanning Riolu again. Riolu, the emanation Pokémon. A fighting type. Riolu can understand how people and Pokémon feel by observing a kind of wave called aura. It has a flexible body with enough power to cross 3 mountains and 2 canyons in one night. This Riolu is male and has the ability Inner Focus. This Riolu knows the moves Endure, Quick Attack, Force Palm, and Aura Sphere. Wow, Professor Oak, the Pokédex is very cool. It can tell the moves, gender, and ability of Pokémon too, Ash praised. Thank you, Ash. But back to the topic, the reason I said that your Riolu is special is that he knows the move Aura Sphere. Normally, the Riolu species are only supposed to learn Aura Sphere upon evolution, but it seems Riolu learned it without evolving. Special indeed, and the two of you are destined to be together, Oak explained, keeping the last part to himself. Wow, you heard that, Riolu. You are special, Ash praised, making Riolu blush again. Haha. I would wish for you to stay longer, but I have a lot of work to do. So, good luck with your journey. May you succeed in life, I know you will. For now, farewell. I'll miss you, Oak said, hugging Ash tightly, which he returned wholeheartedly. Now. Go and meet up with Charmeleon and start your cool adventure, Oak said, releasing the hug while chuckling. "Okay, Professor Oak. Bye. I'll meet you soon," Ash said, running out of the room to meet up with Charmeleon. After meeting up with Charmeleon, he explained the situation with Riolu. Charmeleon happily greeted Riolu and quickly befriended him. Ash then caught Charmeleon in one of the Pokeball he received from Professor Oak and attached Charmeleon's Pokeball to a necklace around his neck, planning to keep a special place for Charmeleon near his heart. Once outside, Ash saw his mother along with a huge crowd chanting his name. Ash. 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 Seeing this, Ash developed a small blush. Only his mother would do the most unexpected things. He chuckled and ran to her. "Mom, what is all this?" Ash asked Delia. "This is your farewell crowd. They are all here to bid you goodbye," Delia informed him, laughing. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Ash's name louder, encouraging him to be the greatest and make Pallet proud. Ash smiled from ear to ear and shouted back, "I won't disappoint you." He then turned his attention to his mom and hugged her tightly. "Mom, I'll miss you." "I'll miss you too, Ashie," Delia said, returning the hug. She controlled her emotions and asked Ash, "So? You got your starter?" A small smirk appeared on her lips as she mentioned the starter, eyeing Riolu who was hiding behind Ash's legs. "You knew, Mom?" Ash asked, surprised. "Of course I did. I am Professor Oak's assistant, remember?" Delia mock scowled, reminding Ash. Ash slapped his face in realization and introduced Riolu to his mother. After a few more minutes of conversation, Ash decided it was time to leave. The crowd had dispersed, leaving the duo of mother and son alone. "So, this is it, huh?" Ash said, looking down. "Oh, Ash. Please don't be sad. You are going out on your journey. Be a little happy. Remember what you told me this morning? You can call me whenever you want. You will be away from Pallet but not from my heart. Be brave, my boy, and rock the world. Won't you?" Delia said, impersonating her son. Ash chuckled at his mother. "Okay, Mom. Now, bye. I'll miss you," he said, hugging her again. "Now hurry up and go. Don't delay your journey any further. I have packed all the necessary things in your backpack. If you need anything, just call me. I'll always be there," Delia said. "Bye, Ash." Ash nodded and started walking towards the exit of Pallet Town. As he neared the exit, he heard his mother shout, "And don't forget to change your you-know-what daily." Today was the first day of Ash's journey, and he was trekking slowly through the grassy land, watching the Pidgeys flying and playing around. To his right was Charmeleon, following him proudly while wagging its tail. To Ash's left was Riolu, keeping up with him while remaining alert, always aware of their surroundings. Ash had shared his dream of becoming a Pokemon Master with Riolu, who was determined to protect his trainer. After walking for a few minutes, Ash decided to take a break for lunch that his mom had prepared. He found a nice spot under a tree with proper shade and sat down on the ground, removing his bag and going through its contents. He took out food from the Pokemon food container and fed Charmeleon and Riolu. For himself, he enjoyed the sandwich his mother had packed, savoring each bite as he knew it would be a while before he tasted her cooking again. After finishing their lunch, they rested for a while. A few minutes later, Ash stood up and said, "All right. Let's do some training." "Char-ri," came the enthusiastic replies from his Pokemon. Ash smiled, feeling excited about the journey ahead. "Okay. First, Charmeleon, I haven't scanned you with my Pokédex yet, so let me do that," Ash said, pulling out his Pokédex and pointing it at Charmeleon. The Pokédex described Charmeleon as a bipedal, reptilian Pokemon known for its fierce nature and ability to unleash powerful flames. It was a strong fighter, often using its claws, but would relax once it had one. This Charmeleon was male and had the ability Blaze, knowing a variety of moves. As the Pokédex finished its description, Ash and Riolu were left wide-eyed. Ash was surprised by Charmeleon's strength, knowing he had trained with his father, but this was impressive. Riolu felt a surge of respect for Charmeleon at that moment, silently nodding in admiration. Ash quickly regained his composure and said, "That's an impressive move set you have, Charmeleon." Charmeleon smiled happily. "But there is still room for improvement. Let's teach you some more moves. You have plenty of fire and dragon-type moves, so I want you to start learning some fighting-type moves. How about Focus Punch?" Ash suggested, and Charmeleon nodded in agreement. To learn Focus Punch, you need to focus your aura into your fist and move it as a punch. Do you think you can do it? Ash asked, and Charmeleon laughed confidently. It's not as simple as it sounds, Charmeleon. You'll understand once you start training. Never take anything lightly, Ash warned seriously. Charmeleon nodded, adopting a more serious demeanor. Hey Charmeleon, don't worry. Everyone gets a bit cocky sometimes. Just focus on your training. Ash reassured him, and Riolu chimed in with encouragement. Okay, to learn Focus Punch, your punch needs to be strong. Let's start with the basics. You see that boulder over there? Go and start punching it, and keep at it until you think your fist can't take it anymore. Take a short break before continuing, Ash instructed, and Charmeleon headed off to begin training. With Charmeleon focused on his training, Ash turned to Riolu. Okay Riolu, since we just met, I don't know much about your skills. I'd like you to demonstrate all your moves one by one. Will it be okay? Ash asked, and Riolu nodded enthusiastically with a smile. Okay, first of all, I want to see your quick attack. Run circles around this field and then hit that tree over there, Ash commanded. Riolu complied, a white glow enveloping him as he sped around the field, showcasing his impressive speed. After completing the circuit, he charged toward the tree Ash had pointed out. Upon impact, he returned to Ash, looking proud. Impressive. Your quick attack is top-notch. Now, let's try Force Palm. Hit the same tree with your Force Palm, Ash instructed. Riolu, ever obedient, ran toward the tree with a glowing palm. He moved his palm forward, and the impact left a noticeable dent in the trunk. Riolu examined his work with satisfaction before returning to Ash. Impressive. Your Force Palm is just as good as your quick attack. Now, since we can't really study your endurance, let's move on to the Aura Sphere. Use Aura Sphere on that tree, we're really putting it to the test today. Ash joked, eliciting a playful snort from Riolu. Hey! My jokes aren't that bad. Ash defended himself. Riolu turned and focused, forming a blue sphere of energy above his palm. Once he felt ready, he released the sphere toward the tree. The attack made contact, resulting in a significant hole in the trunk. Ash whistled at the damage. All your attacks are impressive. It seems we don't need to work on your current moves. Let's focus on learning new ones, pal. Ash praised, and Riolu blushed, nodding in gratitude. Ash smiled and pulled out his Pokédex to check the moves Riolu could learn. These moves sound cool. How about trying to learn Metal Claw, he suggested, and Riolu nodded eagerly. To learn Metal Claw, you'll need stronger claws. See that boulder over there? Scratch it repeatedly with your claws. When they're strong enough, they'll gain a metallic sheen, or so the Pokédex says, Ash instructed. Riolu began his exercise as directed. While Riolu trained, Ash walked over to Charmeleon to assess his progress. Charmeleon was punching the boulder, but so far, there were no visible results. Ash offered a few pointers before returning to check on Riolu, who was also struggling with the move. He consulted the Pokédex for tips on how Riolu could strengthen his claws. After several hours of training, Ash decided it was time to wrap up for the day. Guys, come back, he called, and slowly, Charmeleon and Riolu returned to him. That's enough training for today. Let's continue our journey and aim to reach Viridian City by tonight. His Pokemon nodded in agreement. Ash handed each of them a bottle of water, which they drank eagerly, having worked hard during their training session. Once they finished, the Pokemon returned the empty bottles to Ash, who stored them in his backpack. Okay, for now, return. Rest well, Ash said, recalling them to their Pokeball. He then set off toward Viridian Forest. As he walked, Ash began to feel the fatigue from the day's journey. Man, traveling is much harder than it looks, he muttered to himself. Hey! Wait up, a female voice called from behind. Ash turned to see a girl with shoulder-length black hair, wearing a red t-shirt and jeans. Can I help you? Ash asked as she approached. Are you a new trainer? She inquired. Yes, I am. My name is Ash Ketchum, and I started my journey today, he replied with a polite grin. Oh cool. My name is Mikasa. How about a battle? She challenged. Really? Sure. How does a 2-on-2 sound? Ash responded enthusiastically. Alright, let's do it. Mikasa mirrored his excitement. The two trainers created a small gap between them, forming a makeshift ring for the Pokemon battle. Ash recalled Professor Oak's advice about confidence in battles and decided to release his Pokemon first. Riolu. I choose you. Ash exclaimed, releasing Riolu from his Pokeball. Mikasa looked surprised but quickly composed herself. Go. Pidgey. Mikasa called, tossing her Pokeball into the ring. You can attack first. Ash shouted confidently. Oh, confident much? Okay, Pidgey, use quick attack. Mikasa commanded, and Pidgey dove in with a streak of white behind her. Ash watched closely and issued a command. Riolu, dodge and then use Force Palm. Riolu swiftly jumped to the side, avoiding the attack, and charged at Pidgey with a glowing palm. Mikasa smirked. Pidgey, you know what to do. As Riolu moved his palm forward, aiming for Pidgey's back, she spun gracefully and dodged the attack. Riolu was left wide open, and Pidgey took advantage, launching a powerful gust attack that sent Riolu stumbling backward until he hit a tree and fell to one knee. Riolu. You alright, buddy? Ash asked, concern etched on his face. He hadn't anticipated Pidgey dodging the attack, and Riolu had paid the price. He knew he needed to be more cautious. Riolu nodded slowly, getting back on his feet, tired but still ready to continue. Alright. Riolu. Charge in with quick attack. Ash commanded as Riolu got up on his feet. Riolu nodded and ran towards Pidgey, a trail of white following behind him. Pidgey. Flight. Mikasa commanded, and Pidgey flew into the air, evading Riolu's reach. Riolu stood on the ground, unsure of how to bring Pidgey down. Ash, noticing this, began formulating a plan. Alright. That'll do, he thought with a smile. Pidgey. Quick attack. Mikasa ordered, and Pidgey followed suit. As Pidgey descended, Ash shouted, Riolu, force palm towards the ground. Riolu obeyed, and as his palm touched the ground, dust erupted, enveloping both himself and Pidgey. Now Riolu. Use your aura to sense Pidgey's location and use Aura Sphere full power. Ash commanded. Understanding his trainer's strategy, Riolu closed his eyes and focused on sensing Pidgey. Once he locked onto its position, he powered up a strong Aura Sphere and sent it flying. Mikasa frowned, realizing that her Pidgey lacked the ability to counter this attack effectively. Pidgey, use Gust, she called out, but it was too late. The Aura Sphere struck Pidgey, sending her flying towards Mikasa. Pidgey, are you alright? She asked, but there was no response. Pidgey had fainted. Mikasa returned Pidgey with a sigh, mouthing a small thank you as she placed her in the Pokeball. Ash. That was a great round. Your Riolu is strong. I didn't expect that unorthodox strategy of yours. Mikasa praised, causing Ash to blush. Hee hee. Thank you. Your Pidgey is strong too, Ash replied, rubbing his head with a grin. But fun time is over. It's time for the real match. Go. Nidoran. Mikasa called, releasing a purple rabbit-like creature with dark spots and a small horn on its head. Wow! A Nidoran! Ash exclaimed, pulling out his Pokédex to scan the Pokémon. Nidoran, female, is a poison-type Pokémon. The female has smaller horns than their male counterpart. Small and very docile, it protects itself with its small, poisonous horn when attacked, the Pokédex explained. Cool. Ash said, putting his Pokédex away. He returned Riolu for a well-deserved rest and brought out Charmeleon's Pokeball. Come on out, Charmeleon, he shouted, and the mighty dragon emerged. This match is going to be tough. Nidoran, go in with Peck. Mikasa commanded, but the match ended quickly in Ash's favor. A simple dragon rush was enough to secure the victory. Mikasa was left shocked at the result, her starter Nidoran had been defeated. Shaking off her surprise, she approached Ash to congratulate him. Even Ash was taken aback by how much damage Charmeleon's attack had done. He realized he needed to be cautious about letting Charmeleon fight weaker Pokémon, he didn't want to hurt them. Charmeleon returned to Ash proudly, giving him a thumbs up. Great job, buddy. You are amazing, one attack. One attack was all it took. Ash praised, making Charmeleon blush. Char. Charmeleon squeaked, rubbing his head against Ash's legs. Ash smiled and patted Charmeleon's horn. Well, you have a strong Pokémon for someone who just started their journey today. Mikasa said as she approached them. Hee hee. Thanks. Charmeleon hatched from an egg and has been with me since before my journey began. Ash explained. Oh. That explains it. Anyway, great match. Your Charmeleon is impressive. Riolu's not bad either. Both of them are well trained. Mikasa complimented. Well, I can't take credit for their training, they did it all themselves. I just got them today. So, what are your plans? The Pokemon League? Ash asked Mikasa. Yes. I was planning on challenging the gyms. Mikasa replied. Oh cool. I am also planning to take part in the league. Let's meet there, Ash said with a smile. Yeah. And next time, I'll win. Mikasa declared with a smirk. I'll be waiting for the rematch, Ash replied, returning her smirk. Are you heading towards Viridian? Ash asked Mikasa. Oh no. I am training in the woods for a while, I need to make my Pokemon stronger. Okay. Good luck with your training, Ash wished her. Thank you. Let's meet during the league, Mikasa replied. You bet, Ash said enthusiastically. For now, goodbye. He waved as he walked towards his destination Viridian City. The sun glowed in a pale orange above the mountains framing the west end of Viridian City, casting a warm light across the sky. This is why I wanted to start this journey, Ash thought, gazing at the setting sun with a small smile. He wanted to catch Pokemon and battle to become number one, but his reasons were more complex. He wanted to enjoy his journey, exploring the world beyond Pokemon battles, the plains, the mountains, the deserts, he wanted to experience it all. As Ash reflected on his aspirations, the sun slowly disappeared behind the towering mountains. With a sigh, he continued his way towards Viridian City, finally reaching the end of the forest. He could see the beautiful Viridian City from where he stood. Viridian City was a small city. It was the home to the Viridian Gym, the strongest gym in Kanto, and Ash aimed to challenge this gym in the future. He had heard rumors that the gym leaders wouldn't battle anyone who didn't have at least 7 gym badges. So, Ash planned to challenge this gym for his final badge. After marveling at the city for a few minutes, Ash decided to head for the Pokemon Center where he could sign up for the league. He took out a small map from his bag and followed its direction towards the Pokemon Center. After walking for a few minutes, Ash finally reached the Pokemon Center. It was a large spherical building with a P symbol engraved on the top. The Pokemon Center is a place where trainers can heal their sick Pokemon for free. Pokemon Centers also provide trainers with a free room for them to stay, but this facility is only available for 3 days, any longer than that, and trainers must pay for their rooms. Pokemon Centers are run by a professional nurse, Nurse Joy, who is part of a unique clan where every member looks and acts the same. Scientists have tried to discover why every Nurse Joy resembles the others, but they have not succeeded. As Ash approached the center, the door opened automatically. He thought to himself about the convenience of automatic doors. Inside, he noticed nothing unusual, just some trainers lounging around and chatting, along with a few Pokemon. He finally found what he was searching for, the main desk. Ash walked towards the main desk and called out to Nurse Joy. "Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to heal my Pokemon, please," he said politely. Nurse Joy smiled and handed him a tray. "Please place your Pokeball in this tray. I'll heal them immediately. I'll call you when I'm done healing your Pokemon. You can use the video phones over there while I heal them," she said, pointing to the video phones on her right. "Okay, Nurse Joy. Thank you." Ash replied and made his way towards the phones. After reaching them, Ash sat in one of the chairs facing the phone. He dialed a number, and the phone began to ring. After a few seconds, a click signaled that the recipient had picked up. "Hello. Ketchum Residence. May I know who is calling?" a female voice asked from the other side. "It's me, Mom," Ash exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, the screen lit up, revealing Delia. "Oh boy. You reached Viridian already?" she asked, looking surprised. "Yes, Mom. I have reached Viridian." The mother and son continued talking for a few more minutes before Ash decided to call Professor Oak, promising to call his mom again when he reached the next city. "Ash, my boy. So you've reached Viridian, it seems. Did you catch any Pokemon along the way?" Professor Oak inquired as he looked at Ash. "Yes, Professor. I've reached Viridian. And no, I didn't catch any Pokemon today," Ash answered honestly. "Oh, that's a surprise. When you first left my office today, I thought you'd catch every Pokemon you saw," Professor Oak chuckled. "Hee hee. I don't think I'll do that. I have already made a list of all the Pokemon I'll catch. I won't be going around throwing Pokeball at everything I see," Ash said with a small smirk, one that was more challenging than cocky. "But hey, I called to ask you something," Ash informed, his expression turning serious. "Oh. What is it that you want to ask?" Professor Oak replied, looking curious. "Well, you see, I wanted to start my journey in a different way. Every trainer starts their journey from Pewter, then Cerulean, and so on. You understand what I mean?" Ash explained. "You want to be different?" Oak asked with a small smile, to which Ash nodded. "I have to say, my boy, I am very proud of this decision of yours. Many try to take the easy route and ultimately fail in the league. You don't want the same to happen to you and your Pokemon. Very well, I have an idea. You can start your journey from Cinnabar Island. I won't say that your journey will be easy if you take that route, but I trust that you'll be fine," Professor Oak said with a proud smile. Ash always had a way of making him proud, and today was no exception. Sigh. Only if Gary had the same mindset, Oak thought with a frown. Hearing this, Ash smiled, but then realization hit him. "But Professor, how can I get to Cinnabar Island now? I don't have any means of transport to go there," Ash asked, looking concerned. "Do not worry, my boy. I will send you my Alakazam tomorrow, he can teleport you to the island. After that, I trust that you can handle the rest, Oak explained, and Ash nodded with a smile. Thank you, Professor. You are great. Ash exclaimed with a big grin. Ash Ketchum, you are requested to come to the main desk to collect your Pokemon, Nurse Joy's voice came from the intercom. Professor, I'll go now, Nurse Joy has finished healing my Pokemon, Ash informed Oak. Okay, my boy. Now, I'll send Alakazam tomorrow. At 10 o'clock, be ready by then. Okay, Professor. Bye. Ash said and ended the call. He stood up and made his way towards the front desk to collect his Pokemon from Nurse Joy. Just as he was about to go to his room, a loud crash echoed through the building as the roof collapsed. Prepare for trouble, a female voice called from the rubble. Make it double, another male voice chimed in. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all peoples within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. The two voices recited their lines in unison, like a well-rehearsed poem. Jessie, the female revealed herself, jumping out and landing gracefully. She was dressed in a striking outfit, her long red hair cascading down her back. After she revealed herself, a male figure emerged from the rubble beside her. He was wearing an outfit similar to Jessie and had long blue hair that was parted in the middle. James, he said with a smirk. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light, the female declared with finality. Surrender now or prepare to fight. James followed his partner. Meowth. That's right, a small brown cat-like creature said while jumping ahead of the two humans. It was a small feline Pokemon, with 4 whiskers framing its face and a gold Koban coin embedded on its forehead. A talking Meowth? Ash questioned, surprised. Oh yeah. I can talk all right, the Meowth replied with a smug look. Ash quickly shook off his shock and focused on the enemy. Team Rocket. The worst criminal organization in all of Kanto. I have to be careful. Why are you here? Nurse Joy asked with a frown, knowing Team Rocket was never up to any good. Oh ho ho. We are just here to steal all the sweet Pokemon this center has to offer, Jessie announced with a smirk mirrored by James. But the only Pokemon here are sick. You can't steal them, Nurse Joy tried to reason with Team Rocket. Ahahaha. You think we'll leave them just because they are sick? There must be some rare Pokemon here waiting for us to capture, James said with a wicked smile, making his partners laugh. Ash had heard enough. He wasn't going to let anyone steal his or anyone else's Pokemon. Shut up, fools. You have to go through me to steal these Pokemon. Ash declared, standing protectively in front of Nurse Joy. No, boy. Don't risk your life. Get back here. Nurse Joy pleaded, grabbing Ash's shoulder. Ash turned to her, commanding, Nurse Joy. Is there any way to transport the Pokemon here to safety? If there is, go and do whatever you can while I hold them back. Reluctantly, Nurse Joy agreed and ran toward the storage room. Ash then turned to face Team Rocket. He tried to reach for his Pokeball, but fear held him back. Calm down. Calm down, calm down. Ash thought, trying to steady his nerves. Despite promising Nurse Joy he would be brave, he struggled to find the courage to keep that promise. Ha ha ha, look. The little hero can't even move his hands. Jessie mocked with a smirk, pretending to cry. Come on, kid. Didn't you say you'd stop us? Meowth taunted Ash. Guys, don't do this to him, he's just a child. What if he runs home to his mother? James laughed, looking at Ash, who had his head down. Hearing their words, Ash felt weak and undeserving of being a Pokemon trainer. Slowly, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Just as he was about to give up, the Pokeball around his neck snapped open, and Charmeleon emerged. Charmeleon grunted and pointed towards Ash's heart. Confused, Ash frowned. Team Rocket frowned too, ready to command their Pokémon to attack, but Charmeleon simply turned toward them and grunted again, releasing a smokescreen that blocked their view. Charmeleon turned back to Ash, took his hand, and placed it over his own. He gently growled and pointed towards Ash's heart again. Ash's eyes widened as he realized what Charmeleon was trying to convey. He was never alone. He remembered why he kept Charmeleon's Pokeball close to his heart, because he never wanted to feel alone. Charmeleon would always be there for him, no matter what. He recalled the day Charmeleon hatched from his egg as a small Charmander. He remembered their playful times together and how his mother would scold them for their antics. But one memory stood out, their promise made while watching the Pokémon League on television. "Charmander. I have a question," he said, resting his hand on his chin. "You see, when I turn 10, will you come with me on my journey?" Ash asked, looking at Charmander with hope. Charmander nodded enthusiastically, eyes sparkling. Ash brightened up. "All right. Let's train to become the strongest," he cheered, hugging Charmander tightly. "Char char char." Charmander happily cheered in return. "You're gonna regret this." Meowth promised, coughing. The smokescreen Charmeleon had created was clearing, and Jessie and James were furious. They released their Pokémon, shouting, "Ekans! Coughing! Crush this twerp!" "Charmeleon, get ready," Ash said, releasing Riolu from his Pokeball. Riolu emerged, looking confused. "Riolu, they are thieves. I need your help to fight them off," Ash explained. Riolu barked in support, adopting a serious stance. "Ho ho ho. Seems like this kid has some rare Pokémon," Jessie smirked, echoed by James. "Let's show them who Team Rocket is. Ekans, poison sting that annoying lizard," Jessie commanded. "Coughing, tackle the dog," James added. "Charmeleon, intercept those poison stings with Ember. Riolu, dodge the tackle and then use Force Palm. After it's down, use Aura Sphere to finish it," Ash commanded. The two Pokémon followed his orders. Charmeleon fired multiple fire bubbles at the incoming poison sting, while Riolu dodged Coughing's attack and struck back with Force Palm. "Charmeleon, show them your firepower. Use Flamethrower," Ash commanded calmly. Charmeleon stopped his Ember and unleashed a strong flamethrower towards Ekans, overpowering the poison sting and engulfing Ekans in flames. Charmeleon halted his attack, satisfied with the result. Ekans lay unconscious on the floor, covered in burn marks. Meanwhile, Riolu dominated his fight, dodging Coughing's tackle and hitting its exposed back with Force Palm, sending it skidding across the floor. Afterward, Riolu prepared an Aura Sphere and launched it at the fallen Pokémon, causing an explosion that sent Coughing flying back toward its trainers. Now, Jessie, James, and Meowth were scared. This kid wasn't ordinary, his Pokémon were formidable. They quickly recalled their Pokémon and were about to leave the center when Ash had another idea. He commanded Riolu to take down the thieves, and Riolu happily obliged. After knocking them down, Ash took a rope from his bag and tied them together. He took a moment to calm his racing heart inside, wondering if this was how his first day would end. Turning to his Pokémon, he praised them with a smile, "You guys did great. And thanks, Charmeleon." He hugged his two friends tightly, feeling grateful for their support. They shared a warm moment before breaking apart. "Return for now. I'll inform Nurse Joy that the thieves are captured." After receiving affirmative replies, Ash returned them to their Pokeball. Just then, he heard the sound of police sirens approaching. He chuckled to himself, "Man, they are way too early." "Halt!" a female officer called out as she entered the center on her bike. She had blue hair and wore a matching uniform with a cap, white gloves, and black shoes, completing her look with light makeup. "Officer Jenny. The thieves are caught," Ash informed her, pointing towards Jessie and James. Huh? Who caught them? Jenny asked, examining the scene. She then turned her gaze to Ash, questioning him with a hint of distrust. Did you catch them? She asked. Ash frowned at her doubt. He had fought hard against the thieves and was now too tired to argue. Yes, officer. If you had come a bit earlier, you might have caught them yourself, he replied, a bit rudely. Jenny sighed, realizing her mistake. Sorry for doubting you. Thanks for your help. I'll take it from here. You should go rest, you need it. Okay. And please tell Nurse Joy that everything is taken care of, Ash said as he made his way to the room he had received from Nurse Joy. Once inside, he flopped down onto his bed, reflecting on the day's events. He had traveled all day, won his first trainer battle, reached Viridian, fought 2 members of an international thief organization, and then had to answer to an officer. It had been a tiring day, and tomorrow he would be traveling to Cinnabar, so he needed to be ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. With those thoughts, he let sleep take over. The next morning, Ash groaned as he stretched. It was 5 o'clock, and he was slowly waking up in a room that felt different from the one he had known for the past 10 years. Oh yeah. I started my journey yesterday, he exclaimed excitedly as he got out of bed. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the Pokemon Center's main desk, where he noticed a crowd gathered. Suddenly, it hit him, Team Rocket had tried to steal from the center the day before, and he had stopped them. Guilt washed over him as he recalled how he had snapped at Jenny. He needed to apologize. But first, he approached Nurse Joy with a smile. Good morning, Nurse Joy. Good morning, Ash. Are you alright? You did amazing yesterday. Without you, all the Pokemon in the center would have been stolen. Thank you, she said with a small bow. It's alright, Nurse Joy. I just did what I thought was right, Ash replied modestly. But I still want to thank you for your bravery. Nurse Joy insisted with a smile. Okay, so what happened after all the commotion yesterday? Ash asked, curious about the aftermath. After you fought the Rockets, I transferred all the Pokemon to the center in Pewter City and contacted Officer Jenny about the situation, Nurse Joy explained. When Jenny arrived, you had already defeated the Rockets and tied them up. She sent you to rest after that. Got it. So, nothing much happened after that? Ash asked. Just that Jenny took the thieves to the police station. Before you leave the city, she wanted to meet you in her office, Nurse Joy informed him. Okay, I'll meet her after breakfast, Ash said before heading to the cafeteria to eat. After filling his stomach and signing up for the Pokemon League, he checked out from the center and made his way to the police station. As he walked a few blocks, he finally spotted the traditional blue and white building with the Pokemon League symbol on top. He entered and noticed various officers around, some guarding the area, others filling out reports, and a few simply relaxing. He found Officer Jenny's office and headed toward it when someone stopped him in his tracks. Hey, kid. That's the office of the head officer of this department. A tall figure informs Ash, dressed in the regular attire of an officer with blonde hair. Sorry, but I was told by Officer Jenny to visit her today, Ash explains politely. Are you Ash Ketchum? The officer questions, to which Ash nods. Very well. You may enter the office, the officer replies, returning to his work. Feeling a bit awkward, Ash makes his way to the office and knocks on the door. Enter, comes a voice from inside. As Ash walks in, he sees Jenny busy with paperwork. She quickly recognizes him. Ash Ketchum, come, take a seat, she says, motioning for him to sit down. Ash takes a seat and nervously begins, Sorry about yesterday. I was tired and said things without thinking. Nah. It's fine, you don't have to apologize. I know you young folks, full of passion yet sometimes lacking restraint. But try to work on your temper, it can lead to various issues. Jenny advises, shrugging off his apology. Yes, Officer Jenny, I promise I will work on my temper, Ash replies seriously. Shoo. No need to be so formal. Lighten up. Officer Jenny says, waving her hands. Ash relaxes a bit at her words. Thank you. He says, rubbing his head sheepishly. Now, let's get to the reason I called you here today, Officer Jenny says, adopting a serious expression. Okay, Officer Jenny, Ash responds, looking at her with determination. He wanted to show his maturity. This is about yesterday's incident. You fought and defeated 2 of Team Rocket's members, Jenny begins, and Ash nods. I heard what you did. While I don't support your actions, I respect your bravery. Without you, every Pokemon in the center could have been captured. Viridian City is in your debt. Ash blushes at the praise. Anyone would have done it if they were in my place. It's not a big deal, he modestly replies. That's what makes it even better. You did something great but brush it off as just another thing. I like that attitude. However, we are getting sidetracked. You defeated members of Team Rocket, and now you'll be on their radar. That's the main reason I called you here, Jenny explains, and Ash's expression turns worried. Team Rocket was Kanto's biggest criminal organization, and he never wanted to attract their attention. You should be careful from now on. Hopefully, the thieves you captured were only grunts, so Team Rocket might not focus too much on you. But we can't be sure, so take care of yourself, Jenny warns with a serious tone. Okay, Officer Jenny. I'll be more careful now. Do you need anything else from me? Ash asks. No, I just wanted to warn you about the dangers of your actions. You can go now, I'm sure you can't wait to continue your journey, Officer Jenny says with a smirk. Okay, Officer Jenny. I'll take my leave now. Ash replies, walking out of the office and heading back to the Pokemon Mart to resupply. After reaching the mart, Ash enters and gathers the items he needs, a set of extra Pokeball, rations for himself and his Pokemon for about a week, and a few emergency potions. Leaving the mart, he starts walking towards the Pokemon Center to meet Alakazam. Halfway there, a yellow blur crosses his path. If it is what I think it is. Ash thinks, running in the direction of the blur. He continues into a dark alley, searching for the source of the blur. Where did it go? Ah! Ash groans, wandering through the alleys. He sees several Rattatas and Meowths staring at him curiously. Man, where did it go? He mentally sighs. Choo! A squeal catches his attention, and a bolt of lightning strikes the ground in front of him. Ah! Ash shouts, jumping back in shock. He looks up to see a small rodent Pokemon crouching in front of him. The Pokemon is yellow with black stripes across its back, red dots on its cheeks, pointy ears, and a long tail resembling a thunderbolt. Alright. Let's battle, Pikachu. Ash challenges, throwing Riolu's Pokeball. Pikachu growls in response. Ash decides to take the first step. Riolu, use Quick Attack to get in close. Riolu rushes at Pikachu, leaving a white trail behind him. As Riolu nears, Pikachu swiftly dodges and counters with its own Quick Attack. For a moment, they engage in a Quick Attack showdown. Observing the fight, Ash realizes Pikachu is faster. Riolu, return. This isn't going anywhere. As Riolu returns, Pikachu intervenes and unleashes a powerful Thundershock. Riolu is caught off guard and takes the full force of the attack, collapsing to its knees, breathing heavily. Concerned, Ash grinds his teeth, trying to think of a strategy. Riolu, can you get up? He asks. Riolu nods, pushing itself back onto its feet and giving Ash an assuring look, which makes Ash smile. He can't help but feel a growing bond with his Pokemon. Charmeleon has always been his closest friend, but with Riolu, he feels a unique connection after just one day. He feels safe and protected around Riolu. Like no power on Earth could harm him when Riolu was around, Ash felt safe with Charmeleon because of the bond they shared. With Riolu, it was instinct, a gut feeling that assured him Riolu would protect him from any external threat. Determined not to let a small battle break their bond, Ash shouted at Riolu, "Riolu, let's take this home and catch Pikachu. You in with me?" Riolu smirked and gave a sign to go. "Riolu, quick attack, just like before," Ash commanded. Without hesitation, Riolu set off, trusting that Ash would keep him safe. Their bond had already become unbreakable in just one day. Another round of quick attack began, and Pikachu quickly dominated the speed battle. Ash thought, the little guy knows he is fast and is taking full advantage of it. I need a strategy to counter Pikachu. Riolu, use Endure, Ash commanded. Riolu stood firm as Pikachu charged in with a powerful quick attack. Take the hit, and when Pikachu stops, use Force Palm and finish it with Aura Sphere. Riolu smirked at the command. Pikachu hit Riolu, pushing him back, but he held his ground. As Pikachu prepared to return, Riolu unleashed a Force Palm, striking Pikachu and causing it to squeal. Seizing the moment, Riolu fired an Aura Sphere at Pikachu. The Aura Sphere exploded on contact, sending Pikachu flying into a wall. Ash seized the opportunity and threw an empty Pokeball. It rocked back and forth before finally signaling a successful capture. Ash picked up the Pokeball, staring at it in disbelief. "Alright, I caught my first Pokemon." Riolu joined in on the celebration. "Let's check out our new friend, Riolu," Ash said, calming down. He took out his Pokédex and pointed it at Pikachu's Pokeball. Pikachu, the electric-type Pokemon. Pikachu can generate powerful electricity and has cheek sacs that are soft and stretchy. When it strikes with its bolt-shaped tail, it delivers a surge of electricity equivalent to a lightning strike. This Pikachu is male and possesses the ability Lightning Rod. It knows the moves Growl, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, and Swift. Pretty decent for a wild Pokemon, right Riolu? Ash said, and Riolu nodded tiredly. Ash knelt down to Riolu's level and said, "You did great, buddy. I'm very proud of you. Take a long rest." He hugged Riolu before returning him to his Pokeball. Afterward, Ash walked back to the Pokemon Center to heal Riolu and his newly caught Pikachu. Once healed, he went to the training ground and released Riolu and Charmeleon. "Hey guys, I called you out for a reason. Riolu already knows this. A few minutes ago, we battled a Pikachu and caught it," Ash explained to Charmeleon, who nodded in understanding. Charmeleon smirked and communicated something in his native language. Yeah, I will make you fight next," Ash chuckled. "Alright, I'll release Pikachu now. Be prepared, guys," Ash said, and his Pokemon got ready. He took out Pikachu's Pokeball and released him. The Pokeball opened, releasing a red light that materialized into Pikachu. "Pika Pika?" Pikachu questioned, slowly realizing where he was. "Hey there, Pikachu. We fought yesterday, and I caught you. Remember?" Ash asked with a smile, trying to earn Pikachu's trust. Pikachu nodded slowly, pointing an accusing finger at Ash while tapping its foot. "So, do you accept me as your trainer?" Ash asked hopefully, with Riolu and Charmeleon watching with anticipation. Pikachu studied Ash for a few moments. He had always wanted a trainer, one who was kind and strong. Looking at Ash, he felt that he fit the bill and slowly nodded his head. "Alright, thanks a lot, Pikachu," Ash exclaimed, picking Pikachu up and swinging him around. Pikachu did not appreciate that. "Pikachu," he squealed, releasing a thunder shock. "Ah!" Ash shouted as he fell to the ground. Riolu and Charmeleon rushed to Ash's side. Worry evident in their voices. Charmeleon growled while rubbing Ash's side. "Lulu." Riolu barked, standing protectively between Ash and Pikachu. Pikachu looked at Ash with regret in his eyes. "I am fine. Guys. Ash managed to say as he sat up. That was quite a shock, Pikachu, he remarked, rubbing his head. Riolu and Charmeleon sighed in relief. Pika Pika. Pikachu said, which Ash interpreted as, I'm sorry. Pikachu regretted shocking Ash, and it was clear on his face. Don't worry, Pikachu. It's alright. I shouldn't have picked you up anyway, Ash reassured him, berating himself. So you don't like being picked up, huh? Ash asked, looking at Pikachu. Pika Pika, Pikachu shook his head, rubbing his cheeks against Ash's legs. Oh, you were just shocked. Ash realized. Pika. Pikachu exclaimed with a smile, jumping onto Ash's shoulder and hugging his face. Riolu decided to join in, cuddling into Ash's arm. Not to be left out, Charmeleon also joined the group hug. The three of them stayed in that position for a few moments before Ash said, Hey guys, I have to tell you something. He broke the hug, and the three Pokemon looked at him with curiosity. I know you're new to this team, but Pikachu, I have something very important to share, Ash said, and all his Pokemon stiffened in anticipation. Well, let's see. All of you might already know that we are on a journey right now, Ash said, and his Pokemon nodded in agreement. Okay then. You probably know that I will catch new Pokemon and our team will expand as we travel across the world. So, I want to give the three of you some very important duties. Do you think you can handle them? Ash looked at his Pokemon with challenging eyes, and the three Pokemon responded with determined expressions. That's what I wanted to hear, Ash continued. Since the three of you are my first Pokemon, Charmeleon, you've been with me for a long time, Riolu, you are my starter, and Pikachu, you are the first Pokemon I captured. The Pokemon nodded in acknowledgement. Charmeleon, since you've been with me the longest and are the strongest in my team currently, I want you to be the elder brother of the team. You need to be a role model for the Pokemon I'll capture. I know that in the future, I might catch at least one Pokemon that will disobey me. I will try my best to earn their trust, and at the same time, you should be there to guide them if necessary. Am I clear? Ash explained, and Charmeleon nodded proudly, making Ash smile. Riolu, since you are my starter and the smartest of the team, I want you to take command when I can't. You will be the leader of the team whenever it's necessary. Are you ready to take on that responsibility? Ash asked, and Riolu nodded obediently. That's what I want to hear. Ash said with a smile before turning to Pikachu. Pikachu, I know you are new to this team, but do you think you are ready for the responsibility I will be giving you? Ash questioned with a serious look. Pikachu returned the look with determination. Okay. I want you to be the support of our team. You should be there for your teammates when they need it. I don't mean you should just cheer them on, I want you to connect with them on an emotional level. I will always try to forge an unbreakable bond with our teammates, but sometimes, the language barrier might make it difficult for me to connect. When that happens, I want you to step up and take responsibility. Do you think you can handle that? Ash asked, and Pikachu proudly bumped his chest with his hand. That's great, guys. I love you all. Ash exclaimed with a proud smile, which his Pokemon returned. Now, let's head back. Let me tell you how our journey will go and what Pokemon I have in mind to catch. Ash said, sharing his plans and the types of Pokemon he wanted to capture, and it seemed like Pikachu was one of those Pokemon. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the lobby, Ash Ketchum, you have a guest. Come to the front desk. And our journey will start from now. For now. Return, Ash said, returning his Pokemon. Riolu and Charmeleon returned happily, but Pikachu dodged the beam of light. Huh? What happened, Pikachu? Ash asked, confused. Pikachu pointed at the Pokeball with a scared expression. Oh. You don't like Pokeballs? Ash questioned with understanding, and Pikachu nodded. No problem. You can ride on my shoulder, Ash said, and Pikachu happily agreed. Come on. Let's go then. With that, Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder, and Ash started walking to the lobby. As Ash entered the lobby, he saw Professor Oak's infamous Alakazam standing proudly in front of the front desk. Ash ran up to him and greeted him, but Alakazam simply nodded. "You ready, Tiny?" Alakazam's voice echoed in his head. "Yes, Alakazam," Ash replied, bidding Nurse Joy goodbye. After saying goodbye, Alakazam raised his spoons, and in an instant, Ash, Alakazam, and Pikachu vanished into thin air. Cinnabar Island, one of the most famous tourist spots in all of Kanto, was known for its beautiful beaches and stunning ocean views. The island was home to one of the strongest gyms in Kanto, led by Blaine, the Fire-type master. Many trainers hesitated to challenge the Cinnabar gym due to its difficulty, but Ash Ketchum was determined not to let challenges deter him. Having just arrived on the island thanks to Alakazam's teleportation, Ash and Pikachu checked into the Pokemon Center, a mandatory step for trainers entering a new city for security reasons. "Let's go battle Blaine, Pikachu," Ash said with a smile, excitement evident on his face. "Pika Pika." Pikachu replied, equally enthusiastic. "Let's head to the gym then," Ash said, pulling out his tour book and mapping his way. After a short walk, Ash finally found the gym, a large building designed like a miniature volcano. He knocked on the door and waited patiently for a reply. The door opened to reveal an old man with shoulder-length gray hair and brown eyes, wearing an orange Hawaiian shirt and a green necklace. "Hello, kid. You here for a gym battle?" the old man asked, a hint of eagerness in his voice. "Yes, sir." "Are you the gym leader, Blaine?" Ash inquired. "Oh yeah. Come on in, kid. It's been a while since I've had a gym battle," Blaine said, leading Ash inside the gym toward the battlefield. As they walked, Blaine decided to ask, "So, what's your name?" Blaine asked. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ash Ketchum," Ash replied with a sheepish grin. "Ash Ketchum, Great, come on, the battlefield is right ahead," Blaine said, hurrying Ash to their destination. Ash couldn't help but think that Blaine seemed a little too excited. "Right here." Come on," Blaine said enthusiastically, showing Ash the classic rectangular field. Ash observed it critically. He had seen such rings on TV and was eager to battle here. "Okay. How many badges have you obtained?" Blaine asked as he shifted into his gym leader mode. I none." Ash admitted, embarrassed, which left Blaine momentarily speechless. "Huh. Then why are you here, kid? You don't know. This gym is one of the strongest in Kanto. You really think you can battle here?" Blaine questioned, disappointment evident on his face. He had been looking forward to a good battle, especially since his beloved island had become more of a tourist spot than a gym town. "Hold up. Just because I don't have any badges doesn't mean I am weak," Ash snapped, determination shining in his eyes, silencing Blaine for a moment. After a pause, Blaine sighed. "Fine. Let's battle. It will be a 3-on-3 match. Substitutions are allowed for you, but I can't substitute. You get me?" "Fine with me," Ash replied confidently. Blaine nodded and threw out a poke ball, calling, "Go, Vulpix." A small, orange Pokemon with 5 tails appeared. Ash adopted a serious look. "Go. Pikachu," he shouted, and Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder and ran into the ring. "Challenger gets the first move," Blaine said, nodding to Ash. "Okay. Pikachu, growl." Ash commanded, trying to lower Vulpix's stats, which seemed to work. "Vulpix, use Will-O-Wisp." Blaine ordered, and Vulpix fired ethereal flames at Pikachu. "Pikachu, use Quick Attack to dodge it." Ash instructed, and Pikachu elegantly dodged the flames while rushing toward Vulpix. "Vulpix, use Protect." Blaine called, and a green barrier formed in front of Vulpix. Pikachu crashed into it and was thrown back. Vulpix, Ember while Pikachu is down. Blaine commanded, and Vulpix unleashed multiple fireballs at Pikachu. The impact left Pikachu panting and exhausted, but he managed to get back on his feet with great effort. Ash gritted his teeth, watching Pikachu struggle. It doesn't look like Pikachu can take any more of those flames. One more shot, and he's down, he thought, frowning. So this is what a gym battle feels like. I have to be more careful from now on. He realized that gym battles were much different from other battles and prepared for the toughest match of his life. Blaine shook his head and recalled Vulpix into its Pokeball, leaving Ash confused. Huh? Ash muttered. Why did you recall Vulpix? Ash asked. I did what I must. Tell me, Ash Ketchum, how many days have passed since you got your starter? Blaine questioned. I got my starter yesterday, Ash replied truthfully. And here you are trying to fight a gym leader on your second day? Blaine continued. Ash's expression shifted from understanding to guilt. He realized he hadn't prepared for this gym battle and felt he had let everyone down, including his Pokemon. I won't lie, when you first came to my gym, I was excited to battle. But you disappointed me, Ash Ketchum. I used a Pokemon I captured just today, yet you weren't able to compete against it, Blaine said firmly. I'll give you one more chance, only one chance. After you get your 6th badge, come meet me in my gym. Until then, don't expect a battle from me. With that, Blaine walked away, leaving Ash standing alone. Ash frowned deeply, reflecting on his situation. How could I let this happen? Did I get too cocky? I didn't even train my Pokemon for one day, and I already decided to challenge one of the strongest gyms in Kanto. Why? He began walking out of the gym, Pikachu following silently behind him. As Ash walked toward the Pokemon Center, he felt sad and hopeless, his gaze fixed on the ground. He took a deep breath and looked toward the beach. Is it worth it? He asked himself. Why am I doing this? He questioned his beliefs and ambitions, while Pikachu mirrored his somber mood. None of them spoke as Ash changed his destination and walked toward the beach instead of the center. Once he reached the shore, he took off his shoes and let his bare feet touch the sand. Walking along the shore, Ash pondered, why do I want to become a Pokemon master? There are many other goals I could aim for, but why this one? He felt pathetic for challenging a gym on just his second day with only 3 Pokemon. With a sigh, he sat on the sandy beach, hugging his knees and resting his chin on them. Pikachu looked at his trainer and decided to accompany him, sitting down beside him. Ash sighed, feeling the weight of his recent gym challenge. He lamented, I should have known better than to just challenge a gym out of the blue. I should have prepared beforehand. After all these years of studying, I still feel like a loser. He covered his eyes, and a few tears slipped down his cheeks. Seeing Ash upset, Pikachu hurried to his side and began rubbing Ash's shoulder, mumbling something soothing in his native language. Thanks, Pikachu. Ash said, looking at his loyal friend. Pikachu responded with a cheerful, Pika Pika. Ash took a deep breath and gazed at the ocean one last time. There's no use in brooding, right? Let's head to the Pokemon Center and see what we can do, he declared, standing up. He gathered his belongings and started walking toward the Pokemon Center, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Determined, Ash thought to himself, that's right. There's no point in brooding now. I'll challenge Blaine again after training. Next time, we will be prepared. He turned to Pikachu and asked, can you please forgive me for being a bad trainer? Pikachu patted Ash on the head and replied, Pika. Thanks, buddy. Ash exclaimed. Let's make a quick stop at the Pokemon Center and start our training. He ran toward the center, leaving his sadness behind. Inside, Professor Oak's voice came through the video phone as Ash spoke with his mother and Oak. Since it was Delia's working hour, she was in the lab while Ash called. I think training for 2 weeks before challenging Blaine again is a good idea, Delia suggested. Professor Oak added, "What you experienced was a rookie mistake. Every trainer makes such mistakes at least once. What matters is that you've decided to work hard instead of giving up." "Okay, Professor Oak. I'll do my best not to make that mistake again. Thank you for your advice." "Bye, Mom." "Bye, Professor. I'll call again when I get the chance," Ash said, ending the call. "Let's start the training." Ash thought, filled with determination. "Just watch out for me, Blaine. I'm coming for your badge." He stepped out of the center and released Riolu and Charmeleon from their Pokeball. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder to join his fellow partners. "Listen, guys. I challenged the gym this morning, but I failed," Ash admitted with a frown. Riolu and Charmeleon exchanged understanding glances, realizing why they were there instead of in battle. "I want to apologize for not being a better trainer. But now, we're going to train hard for the next 2 weeks or even longer to prepare for a rematch. Are you ready?" Ash asked, his determination shining through. His Pokemon responded with enthusiastic roars. "Okay then. Let's start our training. We'll train on the remote side of the beach so we don't disturb the tourists. Let's head out." And so, the real journey of Ash and his companions began the journey to greatness. "Are you guys ready?" Ash exclaimed, determination in his eyes as he stood before the doors of his first gym. Charmeleon stood to his right, its tail flame burning brightly, while Riolu stood proudly beside him. Pikachu perched on his shoulder, all of them sharing the same determined look, ready for the challenges ahead. After 2 weeks of intense training, resting only for food and sleep, Ash believed they were finally ready to challenge Blaine again for the badge. "Let's get in," he said, pushing the door open and entering the gym with his Pokemon following closely. As Ash approached the spot where he had battled last time, he saw Blaine tending to a Rhyhorn. Blaine noticed him and said, "Ash Ketchum. I see you're back. I advised you to come here only after your 6th badge. No, I'll battle you now. I, Ash Ketchum, challenge you again for the Volcano badge," Ash declared with determination. Whatever you wish. I don't accept challenges 3 times. If you don't win this time, you should forget about the Volcano badge." Blaine replied, returning the Rhyhorn he had been grooming. "Nah, I plan on winning this time," Ash said confidently. "Enough talk. The battle will be a 3-on, whoever loses all 3 Pokemon loses. No time limit. Understood?" Blaine explained the rules. "Crystal." Ash replied. "The gym leader will choose first," Blaine said, tossing a Pokeball into the ring. A strong-looking Ninetales emerged, its 9 tails swaying gracefully. "Wow. It looks strong," Ash remarked, signaling Pikachu to enter the ring. Blaine assured him, "Don't worry, Ash. This Ninetales isn't my strongest. Challenger gets to attack first," Blaine announced. "Okay. Pikachu, quick attack." Ash commanded, and Pikachu dashed forward. Ninetales, meet it head-on with Fire Spin. Blaine countered. "Pikachu, stop and use Thunder Shock." Ash quickly instructed. Pikachu unleashed a powerful electric attack, striking Ninetales, which cried out but quickly shook off the hit. The Vulpix line isn't known for durability. I'll just have to keep hitting them. Ash thought. Pikachu, don't give Ninetales time to recover. Use quick attack. Ninetales, use Safeguard, Blaine ordered, and a green barrier formed in front of Ninetales. Pikachu collided with the barrier, recoiling in pain. Are you alright, buddy? Ash asked, concerned. Pikachu quickly recovered and gave a thumbs up to show he was fine. Great. Use Swift. Pikachu nodded and leaped into the air. In the air, Pikachu performed a somersault and launched a flurry of tiny stars at Ninetales. Ninetales, burn it down with Ember. Blaine commanded, countering Pikachu's attack. Pikachu, quick attack to get in close. Ash instructed, and Pikachu obeyed. Now use full-powered Thunder Shock. Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunder Shock at Ninetales. Counter. Blaine said calmly. Ash's realization came too late. Pikachu's attack reached Ninetales, but instead of harming it, the attack was reversed back to Pikachu. The lightning struck Pikachu, but he stood firm, showing no signs of pain. Nice find, Ash. A Pikachu with lightning rod is very rare, Blaine praised. Thanks, Ash replied with a grin. Ninetales. Use flamethrower. Ash and Pikachu had no time to react, and Pikachu was hit, crying out and stumbling backward. Pikachu. Are you alright? Ash asked worriedly from the trainer box. Riolu and Charmeleon expressed their concern in their own ways. Pika. Pikachu said tiredly as he slowly got back on his feet. Can you continue? Ash asked with a frown. Pika. Pikachu nodded affirmatively. Okay. Let's try out our new moves. Quick attack to get in close, Ash commanded. You're trying the same strategy repeatedly, Ash. It won't work. Let me show you. Ninetales, use Fire Spin, Blaine said with a scowl. Ash ignored him and focused on Pikachu. Just as Pikachu and Ninetales were about to collide, Ash called out, Pikachu, Iron Tail into the ground. Pikachu's tail took on a metallic sheen as he slammed it into the ground, creating a small tremor. Ninetales lost its composure, and its fire dissipated. Now use Thunderbolt. Full power. Ash commanded. Pika. Choo. Pikachu shouted, launching the attack and causing Ninetales to cry out in pain. Oh no. Ninetales, Blaine exclaimed. That's great. Keep it up, Pikachu. Ash and his Pokemon encouraged. Pikachu maintained the attack for a few more seconds before stopping, panting heavily. Ni. Ninetales whined before collapsing, unconscious. Great. You did awesome, Pikachu. Ash rushed into the ring and hugged his Pokemon. Pika, Pikachu replied tiredly. Ash returned him to the trainer box to rest while Riolu and Charmeleon congratulated him. That was a nice strategy, Ash. Using Iron Tail into the ground to make Ninetales lose composure and then using Thunderbolt to finish it. Clever. But the true match is just starting. Blaine said, returning his Ninetales. Bring it on, Ash replied with a smirk. Go, Rhyhorn. Blaine exclaimed, throwing a Pokeball into the ring. A powerful Rhyhorn emerged and bellowed mightily. Riolu, to the battlefront. Ash commanded, and Riolu dashed into the ring. Aura Sphere. Riolu fired a moderate-looking Aura Sphere at Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn, dodge and then use Bulldoze, Blaine countered. Riolu, endure. Ash instructed. Now get in close with quick attack. As Riolu approached, Ash finished, use Force Palm. But Blaine had other plans. Rhyhorn. Rock Blast. Small chunks of rock floated around Rhyhorn and shot toward Riolu. Riolu, dodge to the side. Riolu jumped aside, evading the incoming attacks. Rhyhorn. Earthquake, Blaine commanded. Rhyhorn stomped the ground with such force that cracks formed around its feet. Riolu, jump up high. Ash urged. Riolu leaped to avoid the earthquake. Rhyhorn. Horn attack when Riolu nears the ground, Blaine ordered calmly. As Riolu fell, Rhyhorn charged with a glowing horn, ready to strike. Riolu. Iron Tail. Riolu executed a perfect flip, hitting the top of Rhyhorn's head with a glowing tail, causing it to cry out in pain. Rhyhorn. Get a hold of yourself, Blaine said, regaining control of his Pokemon. Riolu. Aura Sphere. Riolu fired at Rhyhorn. Earthquake, Rhyhorn repeated its earlier attack. Jump up, Riolu. Ash commanded. Riolu leaped to dodge. Rhyhorn, flamethrower. Rhyhorn unleashed flames toward Riolu. What? Ash exclaimed, quickly thinking of a counter, but it was too late, and Riolu took the full force of the attack. As Riolu fell, Ash called out worriedly, "Are you alright, buddy?" Riolu replied weakly. Rhyhorn. Finish it. Horn attack. Rhyhorn charged at Riolu, striking him with its horn and knocking him out immediately. Riolu. Ash shouted in concern, rushing to his side. Seeing that Riolu could no longer battle, Ash recalled him. Ash. I wonder where you got that Riolu from. But it's strong. I've never seen a Riolu with Aura Sphere. It's only a matter of time before that Riolu becomes a powerhouse. Train him well, Blaine advised. Thanks, Blaine, Ash smiled. Ash turned to Charmeleon. Ready, buddy? He asked critically. Charmeleon responded with a puff of smoke. Okay. I choose Charmeleon, Ash declared as Charmeleon entered the ring. Blaine decided to attack first. Rhyhorn. Horn attack. Ash waited for Rhyhorn to get close and commanded, catch his horn, Charmeleon. Charmeleon grunted and caught Rhyhorn's horn, halting its charge. What? Blaine questioned in shock. Fire a point-blank flamethrower. Ash commanded, and Charmeleon unleashed the attack, knocking Rhyhorn out with a single blow. Blaine stood in disbelief. He knocked out Rhyhorn in one attack. Rhyhorn was already weak from the previous match, but... This is incredible. I don't think I can beat this Charmeleon with a regular Pokemon. Ash. Blaine called while recalling his Rhyhorn. That Charmeleon of yours is a force to be reckoned with. To knock out my Rhyhorn with one attack. Normally, I don't use the Pokemon I'm about to send out in other battles. But you've proven your worth. I'll show you my strongest Pokemon. Go. Magmar. Blaine announced, releasing the Spitfire Pokemon. Charmeleon. Get ready, this match will be unlike any you've fought. Ash warned. Charmeleon nodded, sensing the powerful aura radiating from Magmar. He was nervous but determined not to let Ash down. Charmeleon. Flamethrower, Ash commanded, while Blaine issued the same order. The two attacks collided, creating a cloud of smoke. Magmar. Fire Blast, Blaine instructed. Intercept with Dragon Pulse, Ash commanded. The two attacks clashed again, but the aftermath was more intense than before, sending rocks flying and raising dust, making it difficult to see. Charmeleon. Search for the shadow of Magmar and Flamethrower, Ash commanded. Charmeleon fired a flamethrower at Magmar's shadow, hitting him unexpectedly, though it did not seem to affect him much. But the force of the flamethrower cleared the area, and now the ring was clear once again. Blaine commanded Magmar to use Fire Punch, and Magmar charged towards Charmeleon with a burning fist. Ash quickly countered, instructing Charmeleon to intercept with Dragon Claw. The two attacks met halfway, cancelling each other out once more. Quick, Charmeleon, use Dragon Pulse. Ash urged. Fire Blast, Magmar. Charmeleon didn't have enough time to surprise Magmar, and their attacks collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. Both Charmeleon and Magmar were sent flying back from the force of the impact. Char. Charmeleon grunted as he got back on his feet and dusted himself off. Charmeleon, use Smoke Screen. Charmeleon released a cloud of smoke that filled the arena. Charmeleon, cancel your attack. Use Metal Claw to pick up a chunk of rock from the ground and throw it at Magmar. Do it repeatedly. Ash commanded. Magmar was caught off guard by the flying rocks and was hit by the first one. Magmar, hit whatever comes next with Flamethrower. Blaine ordered, and Magmar prepared for the attack. After numerous attempts from Charmeleon and blocks from Magmar, the smoke screen finally dissipated. Blaine decided it was time to finish the match. Magmar, use your most powerful attack. Overheat. A red flame-like aura surrounded Magmar as he unleashed a powerful flame. Oh! Ash said as the attack struck Charmeleon full force, knocking him backward. Charmeleon, are you alright, buddy? Ash asked, but received no reply. Charmeleon lay on the ground in pain. Slowly, he got back on his feet and began to glow red, similar to how Magmar had glowed. The flame in his tail grew larger, almost the size of Charmeleon himself. Oh great! You learned Rage Attack, Charmeleon. Okay, Charmeleon, Rage. Full power. Ash commanded as Charmeleon began to gather a fireball in his mouth. At the same time, Magmar powered up another Overheat. Rage. Overheat, both Ash and Blaine shouted simultaneously. The two attacks collided in the center, forming a massive sphere of fire at the point of impact. Neither was willing to give in, and both Pokémon poured all their energy into the attack. The fireball grew larger for a few moments before it exploded. The explosion engulfed the entire ring, covering both Charmeleon and Magmar in the blast. Charmeleon! Ash shouted in concern as he shielded his eyes from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, both Charmeleon and Magmar were panting and glaring at each other, neither moving from their spots. After a tense moment, Magmar smirked and gave Charmeleon a thumbs up before collapsing. Seeing this, Ash jumped up and shouted, "Oh yeah! My first badge!" He rushed to Charmeleon and hugged him tightly. Charmeleon returned the embrace with equal enthusiasm. I have to say, this was one of the best battles I've had in a long time, Blaine remarked as he approached Ash. Congrats, kid. You won the Volcano badge. He handed the badge to Ash. Be proud, kid. No one has been able to win my badge as their first badge. You're the first person to succeed in doing this, Blaine praised Ash. Thanks, Blaine. Ash replied, marveling at his badge. He reached into his pocket, took out a badge case, and placed the badge inside. I hope we can battle again someday. Definitely. Magmar and I will be fully ready for that day, Blaine smirked. All of your Pokémon have the potential to become great. Especially that Charmeleon of yours, it managed to defeat my Magmar, a feat not even a mighty Charizard has accomplished. I can see him becoming a true powerhouse. Don't disappoint me in the league, kid. I will not, Blaine. Thanks for the match, Ash said, bowing slightly before bidding farewell and heading to the Pokémon Center to get his Pokémon treated. Hello, Oak's laboratory. The voice of Professor Oak came from the video phone. Ash had just finished his battle with Blaine and was currently at the Pokémon Center. He had given his Pokémon to Nurse Joy for a checkup and decided to call Professor Oak to share the news. Hello, Professor Oak. It's me, Ash, he exclaimed excitedly. The video phone displayed Professor Oak's face. Oh Ash, what a pleasant surprise. You normally don't call at this time of day, Professor Oak said, looking surprised. Yeah, Professor. I called to let you know that I won my first badge. Ash showed his badge to the professor. The Volcano badge, he exclaimed with excitement. Oh my. Wait. Let me call Delia too. She might want to hear the news, Professor Oak said, calling Delia over. Hey Mom, I've won the Volcano badge. Ash informed her with a grin. Really? I'm so happy for you, Ash. I knew you could do it. Delia exclaimed proudly. But I have to say, I never expected you to beat Blaine this early. Blaine is considered the second strongest gym leader in Kanto, and for you to defeat him this early in your journey. It's nothing short of a miracle, Delia praised, making Ash blush and scratch his head. I agree with your mother, Ash. You did a wonderful job. Beating Blaine is tough even for veterans, but you did it as a rookie. You never cease to make me proud, Oak added with a big grin. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Professor. Ash replied with a smile. So, what's your plan from now? Professor Oak asked. Oh yeah, that's the reason I called, Ash began. I'm thinking of going to Fuchsia City now to challenge the gym there. That's a good step, Delia pondered. Since you're going to Fuchsia, I take it you'll visit the Safari Zone too? Yeah, I want to test my luck and see if I can capture a Scyther in the Safari Zone, Ash answered. A Scyther isn't bad. In fact, they're very good. Their speed and agility can come in handy in a battle, Delia informed him. I agree with Delia. I caught my Dragonite as a Dratini from the Safari Zone, Oak started. Maybe you'll be lucky and find one yourself. Wow. A Dratini. I won't keep my hopes too high for it, Ash admitted with a shake of his head. Yeah, but who knows? You might just get lucky. But if you're going to search for a Dratini, look in the deepest part of the zone. You might find one there, Delia informed Ash. Okay, Mom, I'll do just that. Anyway, I'm heading out now. It was fun talking with you. I'll call when I reach Fuchsia, Ash said, bidding farewell. Bye, sweetie, Delia replied, and Professor Oak nodded in agreement. Ash turned off the video phone and walked into his rented room to rest. He had been training with his Pokemon for 2 weeks straight and was completely drained. Rest was essential to restore his energy. The next day, Ash and Pikachu made their way to the counter. Look, Pikachu, there's the counter, Ash said, running toward it. Upon reaching, he called out to the receptionist, Hey. I would like to get a ticket for Fuchsia. A cruise will be leaving tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Shall I book your ticket? The receptionist asked. Okay, Ash replied. The cost will be 3,000 Poke Dollars, she informed him, and Ash paid for the ticket. After completing the formalities, he left the counter and wandered around the beach, finding a suitable spot to rest. He released his other Pokemon and sat down on the sand. Hey, guys, Ash greeted them, and his Pokemon greeted him back. We've been training non-stop for the past weeks, and our efforts paid off. We won the Volcano Badge yesterday. Thanks for winning it for me, he expressed his gratitude, but his Pokemon began to complain. Pika! Pikachu exclaimed, nudging Ash's hat sideways. Charmeleon pointed at Ash, and Riolu. Riolu also gestured toward him. They were trying to say that Ash was also responsible for the victory. Understanding their sentiment, Ash smiled and looked up at the sky. Guys, let's take a break today. We haven't enjoyed the beach yet. No training today, only fun. Ash declared, standing up. His Pokemon got excited at the news and were about to run off when Ash remembered, and we'll be moving to Fuchsia City tomorrow by sea. After a tiring travel, Ash had just disembarked from the cruise and was leaving the port with Pikachu on his shoulder. It was a small port, calm and quiet. He had heard that they had landed near a forest south of Fuchsia. The city was 2 weeks away on foot, and he tightened his backpack, preparing for a long walk. Although he hadn't walked long distances since Viridian Forest, he was in no hurry and decided to take his time. As he neared the exit, he spotted a poster on the wall. Approaching it, he read about a Pokemon tournament being held in a small village to the north. The prize money was 10,000 Poke Dollars, which sounded fun to him, and he had nothing to lose. The village was a 2-day walk away, so he decided to head there with the goal of winning the tournament. 2 days later, Ash arrived at the tournament location. He approached the counter where a young woman in her early 20s greeted him. Hey, I would like to participate in the tournament, he said. Her mood brightened as she pulled out a pen and paper. Do you know the rules of the tournament? She asked politely. I don't. Can you please tell me? Ash replied. The tournament will be a single Pokemon tournament, meaning you can only use one Pokemon throughout, she explained. Got it. Do I need to register my Pokemon too? He asked. Yes, sir, she confirmed. Ash thought about which Pokemon to register. Pikachu and Riolu were too inexperienced for such a tournament, leaving Charmeleon as his best option. He glanced at Pikachu, who looked at him with a confused expression. Hey, Pikachu, you won't mind if I register Charmeleon, right? Ash asked. Pika. Pikachu happily exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, which made Ash smile. You're the best, Pikachu, thanks, he said, entering Charmeleon's name for the tournament. The tournament will be held 2 days from today. You can use this time to train your Pokemon or rest from your travels. Thank you, sir, the receptionist said politely. Ash nodded and left, searching for a suitable place to train. 2 days later, Ash stood against his first opponent in the tournament. It wasn't very big, with only 8 trainers participating, which he didn't mind. He was in the trainer's box while Charmeleon stood inside the ring. The ring was small but adequate, and only a few spectators were present. His opponent was a boy named Cole Peterson from Pewter City, who had a Rhydon ready to battle. Ash took out his Pokédex, which provided information about Rhydon, noting that it was the evolved form of Rhyhorn. He knew he had to be careful. Welcome to the first battle of this tournament. I am your host, Rock Stone. The first match will be between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Cole Peterson from Pewter City. Ash Ketchum is using Charmeleon against Cole Peterson's Rhydon. Who will win? Let's find out. Let the tournament begin. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena, capturing everyone's attention. I glanced to my right, where the referee was explaining the rules. Cole and I nodded in acknowledgement, and the match commenced. Rhydon, Earthquake. Cole commanded. And Cole starts the match with a powerful Earthquake, the announcer exclaimed. Charmeleon, jump up and use Dragon Pulse. I instructed. Charmeleon leaped high into the air, firing a Dragon Pulse at Rhydon. Rhydon, counter with Flamethrower. Cole called out. Rhydon's Flamethrower was no match for Charmeleon's Dragon Pulse, which struck Rhydon directly, leaving it dazed. You see that? Rhydon's Flamethrower did not stand a chance against Charmeleon's Dragon Pulse. Rush in and use Metal Claw repeatedly. I commanded. Charmeleon nodded and dashed toward the dazed Rhydon, scratching it with metallic claws. I noticed Cole's worried expression and decided to intervene. Hey Cole, forfeit. You lost the moment I was declared your opponent. Save your Rhydon from further harm. I urged him. It pained me to pressure Cole, but I remembered Professor Oak's advice to use every advantage during a battle, even if it meant being tough on the trainer. It was a harsh strategy, but effective. Cole hesitated, and I saw an opportunity. Charmeleon, end it with Dragon Claw. With that, the match concluded. I watched as Cole returned his Rhydon, a sad look on his face, before he exited the stadium. I felt a pang of sympathy, but it was a tournament, after all. I called Charmeleon back to my side and we walked out of the arena. Pikachu and I congratulated him on his victory, and I offered Charmeleon a bottle of water, which he gratefully accepted. Are you ready for another 2 rounds, buddy? I asked, and he gave me a thumbs up, signaling his readiness. Great. Let's watch the next matches, I said as we made our way to the bleachers. As we observed the remaining matches, I realized that despite the smaller number of participants, most were veterans battling with fully evolved Pokemon. Charmeleon was shaking with excitement, and I couldn't help but smile. I believed in Charmeleon, our bond was strong, and I felt confident that he would help me win this tournament. I could sense that he was ready for evolution, needing just one final push to break through. Nay, Charmeleon. Ready for our next battle? I asked, and he responded with a determined smirk. Let's go then. I said, giving him a fist pump, which he returned. Pikachu cheered us on with a thumbs up. Minutes later, I found myself in the trainer box again, with Charmeleon in the ring. My opponent was a trainer named Harry Xavier, who had a Pidgeot. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final round of the semi-finals. Let's give a big round of applause to Ash Ketchum and Harry Xavier, the announcer declared. Ash Ketchum won his last battle effortlessly. Can he do it again, or will Harry Xavier advance to the finals? I focused on the match, knowing I needed to conserve Charmeleon's energy for the finals. The referee went over the rules, and I was ready to finish this match quickly. Charmeleon, Ember. I commanded. Harry ordered Pidgeot to take to the air, dodging Charmeleon's Ember attack with ease. Frustrated, I shouted, Charmeleon, Flamethrower. But Pidgeot continued to evade using Quick Attack. I needed to find a way to counter its speed. Charmeleon, use Scary Face. I commanded, and Charmeleon executed the move, successfully intimidating Pidgeot into stillness. I had to act fast. Charmeleon, Dragon Dance. I instructed. Charmeleon began to glow with a green, draconic aura, and I could see the concern on Harry's face. Charmeleon, end this. Dragon Pulse. I commanded, and with that, we won the semifinals. Now, I stood face to face with Jax Everett from the Johto region in the finals. I had to overcome this last challenge to win the tournament against her Typhlosion. Welcome to the finals. Let's give a warm applause to our finalists, Ash Ketchum and Jax Everett, the announcer proclaimed. This match will be legendary. Let the final match begin. Hey Ash. Let's give this crowd a battle of a lifetime, Jax shouted, and I smirked in response. The referee signaled the start of the battle. Charmeleon. Ready? I asked, and he gave me a thumbs up. Charmeleon, smoke screen. Charmeleon released a cloud of smoke, enveloping the ring. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. I commanded, noticing the small signs of fire amidst the smoke. Typhlosion, use Rollout. Jax shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. I smirked, thinking that Jax's loud commands could be a disadvantage, as they often gave opponents a heads up about their next move. Charmeleon, don't let Typhlosion roll out for long. Destroy the battlefield to disrupt its movement. Use Metal Claw and cut the ground. I ordered, confident that Charmeleon would follow my commands. A few seconds later, the dust cleared, revealing Charmeleon and Typhlosion glaring at each other. The battlefield was in disarray, the ground torn apart. Charmeleon was panting slightly, but Typhlosion appeared unscathed. Typhlosion, use Flame Charge. Jax commanded. Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage. I called out. The two Pokemon clashed in the center, and Charmeleon emerged victorious, knocking Typhlosion back. This made me realize that Typhlosion lacked the speed of Harry's Pidgeot and the raw strength of Blaine's Magmar. It was weaker than Charmeleon. Alright, Charmeleon. Flamethrower. I felt a surge of confidence. Typhlosion, protect. A green shield appeared in front of Typhlosion, blocking the flamethrower. Typhlosion, use Sunny Day. I raised an eyebrow, wondering what Jax was planning. Sunny Day would also boost Charmeleon's power. I shrugged it off as a rookie mistake and commanded Charmeleon to use Flamethrower again. I saw Jax's lips move, and then Typhlosion began charging a fireball. My eyes widened as I tried to command Charmeleon to dodge, but it was too late. The overheat, powered by Sunny Day, hit Charmeleon directly, causing a massive explosion. Worry creased my face as I called out, Charmeleon. Are you alright? Can you hear me? Char. Charmeleon growled in response. As the dust settled, I saw him lying flat on the ground, while Typhlosion prepared another overheat. I glanced back at Charmeleon, who was struggling to rise. Hey buddy, you don't need to battle anymore. I'll call off this match. Referee, I started, but Charmeleon growled defiantly, a red hue enveloping him. Blaze. Charmeleon's ability is activated. I took a deep breath, focusing on the battle once more. No more getting cocky. Charmeleon. Rage. I commanded, and the flames in Charmeleon's tail grew larger. The two attacks met head-on, Typhlosion's Sunny Day enhanced overheat versus Charmeleon's blaze-boosted rage. The clash was one-sided, Charmeleon's rage completely overpowered Typhlosion's attack. It was like comparing a candlelight to a fireball. Typhlosion stood no chance, and Charmeleon's attack knocked it out, declaring Ash and Charmeleon the winners. It was a sunny day with no clouds in the sky, creating warm weather. Several bird Pokemon flew overhead, some playing, others sparring, just a typical day. Ash trekked slowly across the rocky plains of Grandpa Canyon, Pikachu resting on his shoulder. Riolu and Charmeleon were inside their Pokeball. Ash wore a thoughtful expression, pondering, I don't know what's happening. But I feel different. It had been 4 days since he left the tournament village, and as he traveled through Grandpa Canyon, something felt off. I can sense a Pokemon's presence before I even see it, he thought, frowning at the strange phenomenon. Just yesterday, he had detected a nearby Pokemon simply by concentrating. What is happening to me, he questioned. Pika. Pikachu called, snapping Ash from his thoughts. Huh. Ash responded, realizing he had spaced out for a moment. Let's keep moving, Pikachu. Do you need water? He offered a bottle from his bag, which Pikachu accepted eagerly. After Pikachu drank, Ash took a sip himself. Ah. Satisfying, he murmured, feeling refreshed. Looking at his Pokédex, he noted the time, 11:07. We still have time before lunch. Let's walk a bit more and then take a break. Ash suggested, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. As they continued, Ash suddenly felt a strange pull from the ground beneath them. Ah, Pika-ah, they shouted as the ground crumbled away, pulling them down. Ash quickly hugged Pikachu close as they fell. Come here, Pikachu. I'll protect you, he said, trying to shield his friend. Pikachu, worried, jumped back to Ash's shoulder. Pikika. Choo. Pikachu unleashed a powerful thunderbolt towards the ground, hoping to slow their descent, but it had no effect. Pika-pea. Choo, he tried again, increasing the power, but still, they continued to fall. Tears streamed down both Ash's and Pikachu's faces, but Pikachu continued to unleash thunderbolt attacks. Ash quickly devised a way to protect Pikachu and returned him to his Pokeball without a word, not wanting Pikachu to face danger alongside him. Sorry, Pikachu, he murmured as he took out Charmeleon and Riolu's Pokeballs, setting a timer for their release in half an hour. I wouldn't want my Pokemon to be trapped inside their Pokeballs forever, he added with a sad chuckle. Is this how I end? As Ash reflected on his life, memories of his mother, Professor Oak, Charmeleon, Pikachu, and Riolu flooded his mind. He didn't want to die so young. Looking down, he realized he was nearing the ground and closed his eyes, preparing for the worst. Goodbye, everyone. I hope you live a wonderful life, he shouted, bracing for impact. But it never came. When Ash opened his eyes slowly, he noticed he had stopped falling. A barrier had appeared just above him. Huh. It looks like Protect, he thought, and suddenly the barrier shattered, causing him to land on the ground. Ouch. But it could have been much worse, he said with a dark chuckle. I'm not dead, right? He questioned, checking himself. What just happened? Where did that barrier come from? How did I survive? Wait. I'm getting that feeling again, Ash muttered. I'm surrounded. By Pokemon, he thought, trying to look around, but the surroundings were unclear. Everyone. Come out, he commanded, releasing all his Pokemon. Pika. Pikachu exclaimed, rushing to hug Ash. Pikachu. I'm safe, Ash reassured him, returning the embrace. Charmeleon called out, and Riolu nodded. Charmeleon ignited his tail flame, illuminating the area, revealing a vast cave with an unseeable ceiling. However, they were surrounded by Pokemon Ash didn't recognize. Huh? What are these Pokemon? He wondered, pulling out his Pokédex to examine them. Oh wow! They're extinct Pokemon, Ash said excitedly. Guys! We need to catch at least one specimen from all these Pokemon. Get ready. His excitement quickly faded as he noticed the sheer number of opponents, hundreds, if not thousands, surrounding them. Ah! Guys! Do you think we can survive this? He asked with an awkward laugh, receiving funny looks from his Pokemon. Quickly adopting a serious expression, he declared, "We fight." And thus, the battle began. Attacks flew from both sides, with the extinct Pokemon gaining the upper hand. Ash's Pokemon managed to defeat some of their opponents, and he quickly grabbed some Pokeballs. I didn't plan to catch any of these, I'll just give them to Professor Oak for study. I don't need them anyway, I'm not sure I can survive this, he thought darkly, tossing the Pokeballs at the downed Pokemon. Ash successfully caught 2 Omanite, 3 Omastar, 1 Kabuto, and 5 Kabutops. Guys! Buy me some time, he instructed his Pokemon as he began transporting the newly captured Pokemon to Professor Oak. I'm ready. Let's fight seriously now, he said, standing up. I know I might die here. But I don't feel worried. In fact. Why do I feel like I won't die? Ash pondered, quickly pushing those thoughts aside to focus. Charmeleon, Flamethrower. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Riolu, Aura Sphere. The combined attack pushed back some of the opposing Pokemon. Get ready for another round, Ash warned, but then something strange happened. All the Pokemon began to flee. That attack scared them? Ash questioned, a strange but happy expression on his face. Pika. Pikachu urged him to be quiet. Huh? Something's off. Ash thought, scanning the area. That's when he felt it, a presence larger than anything he had ever encountered. He sensed its anger, power, rage, and hunger. Whatever it is. It's not good, Ash concluded, sweat trickling down his brow. It's coming, guys. Ash whispered, and just then, it attacked, targeting him. Oh no. Ash raised his arm to shield himself, and a blue shield formed in front of him. Huh? It's happening again. Am I producing it? Guys, quick. Use your most powerful attacks. Ash commanded. They complied, with Pikachu firing his Thunderbolt, Charmeleon unleashing Dragon Pulse, and Riolu launching the largest Aura Sphere he could muster. The combined assault seemed to affect the creature, causing it to retreat. Ash panted, dropping to his knees, with his Pokemon quickly by his side. Guys! That was an Aerodactyl. It's a prehistoric Pokemon, I learned about it in class, he informed them, and they nodded. He sensed it again. Guys! It's coming back. Get ready, he warned. The Aerodactyl charged directly at Ash, but this time he lacked the energy or time to create a barrier and was swept away by the creature. Not good, Ash muttered as he lost consciousness, taken by the Aerodactyl. His Pokemon called out to him in worry, trying to reach him, but to no avail. Pikachu and Riolu attempted their attacks, but nothing seemed to work. The Aerodactyl hovered above them, howling in triumph. Charmeleon stood frozen in shock. Char, he muttered, glaring at the Aerodactyl with determination. Give back Ash. I'm warning you. Give him back right now, Charmeleon whispered to himself, his voice low and fierce. I'm warning you. Give him back. Now, he continued, his anger building. When I reach you, I'll make sure to burn you alive. You'll pay for this. With that, Charmeleon began to glow. A pair of wings sprouted from his back, and he grew in size. His body transformed, his claws sharpened, and his tail became larger. The horn on his head split into two. Moments later, the evolution was complete, and a powerful Charizard stood in place of Charmeleon. Meanwhile, Riolu growled fiercely at the Aerodactyl. "Give back my master right now, you monster," he demanded, his aura flaring as he too began to glow. The glow surrounding Riolu began to shift. His fur changed from blue to white, while his mask-like face, ears, coat, and legs remained black. "Hey! I'll take that down. You and Pikachu handle the rest," Charizard instructed, and both Pikachu and Riolu nodded in agreement. "Come here." Charizard shouted as he flew toward Aerodactyl, tackling it with full force and pushing it backward. He then used Metal Claw on its legs, freeing the unconscious Ash from its grasp. Seeing Ash in such a state fueled Charizard's anger. He carefully picked Ash up with one hand while his other hand began to glow. "Take this!" Charizard shouted, using his Metal Claw to tear a portion of Aerodactyl's wings. He followed up by damaging the other wing as well. Aerodactyl started to lose its balance and fell toward the ground with a cry. "Where do you think you're going?" Charizard shouted, firing a flamethrower at Aerodactyl, causing it to cry out in pain and descend even faster, where Riolu and Pikachu awaited. "Let's teach this monster a lesson for hurting our friend," Pikachu said determinedly, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt directly into Aerodactyl's mouth. "Right back at you!" Riolu shouted, using Rock Smash repeatedly on Aerodactyl until it began to lose consciousness. "That'll teach it a lesson," Charizard muttered as he descended, still holding Ash carefully. "What do you suggest we do?" "We can't leave it here," Pikachu asked. "Catch it," Charizard replied. "Riolu, grab a Pokeball from Ash's bag and catch it," Charizard instructed. "Okay." Riolu agreed and complied. "And give me that Pokédex too, I'll transfer it to Oak," Charizard added. "You know how to use it?" Pikachu asked skeptically. "Yeah, I saw Oak using it a few times," Charizard said simply, transferring Aerodactyl to the lab. "How's Ash?" Riolu asked as he approached Ash. "He's fine, just exhausted. We need to get him to a center to rest," Charizard informed. "Let's hurry then," Pikachu said, jumping onto Charizard's shoulder. "You don't intend to drop me, right?" Charizard asked with a sweat drop. "Of course I do," Pikachu replied playfully, smacking Charizard's head. "Troublesome bossy rat," Charizard said, picking up Ash's backpack. "Riolu, hop on. Let's fly to Fuchsia City." "You do know where Fuchsia is, right?" Riolu questioned. "No, but I'll keep flying until I see a big city," Charizard replied, and Riolu nodded. "Let's move then." Charizard took off from the canyon toward Fuchsia City, with Pikachu and Riolu in tow. "By the way, what's up with that white color scheme? Trying to act cool like me?" "Orange would have been better," Charizard teased with a smirk. Meanwhile, at Oak's lab, the mechanical voice announced, Ash Ketchum caught a Pokemon. Delia, who had just returned with Oak from a lunch break, looked surprised. "Huh? Ash caught a Pokemon," she said. "I wonder what it is," Oak mused excitedly. The machine chimed again, Ash Ketchum transferred a Pokemon. Oak rushed toward the machine, his excitement palpable. "Professor, don't run," Delia called, following him at a slower pace. As Oak examined the records of the Pokemon Ash had captured, he exclaimed, "My goodness. 12 Pokemon. I never expected Ash to catch such a large number." "Wait." He left a note. He read aloud, "I'll call when I reach Fuchsia City. I've sent some very special Pokemon. After you get them, please change the license from mine to yours. I captured them only for your research. I'm not interested in training any of these Pokemon." Delia pressed the button for mass release, and as the Pokemon were released, both their mouths dropped open in shock. "What? What did your son capture?" Oak muttered, while Delia was speechless. "This Aerodactyl needs immediate treatment. It must have given Ash a lot of trouble if he did such a number on him," Oak said, placing Aerodactyl into the healing chamber. You know. We might be getting a Nobel Prize soon, Oak exclaimed excitedly. Ash is the first person to capture a live prehistoric Pokemon. Delia remained too stunned to respond. It had been about a day and a half since Ash was taken to the Pokemon Center by Charizard. Ash wasn't injured, he was just tired from using too much of his aura. Nurse Joy said he needed rest after traveling. As Ash looked out of the hospital window, he thought about how shocked he was to learn that Charmeleon had evolved to save him. He got off the bed and stretched, feeling fully energized. Turning to his right, he saw Pikachu sleeping on the couch and smiled softly as he sat next to him, gently petting him. He felt grateful for his Pokemon friends Charizard, Pikachu, and Riolu. He couldn't be happier to have such loyal companions. He remembered that Professor Oak would return Charizard after a checkup. Charizard might have become the full dragon he always dreamed of, Ash thought with a smile. Wrapping a cover around Pikachu, Ash left the Pokemon Center, telling Nurse Joy he was going out for fresh air. He headed to the training field and released Riolu. "Hey, Riolu," Ash greeted him, and Riolu responded cheerfully. "How are you feeling, buddy?" Ash asked. Riolu smiled back. "I didn't mention it before, but do you know how I created that shield when Aerodactyl attacked me?" Ash inquired, and Riolu nodded. "Huh? What do you mean?" Ash asked, curious. Riolu demonstrated by forming an aura sphere. "Aura?" Ash asked, and Riolu nodded again. "You mean I can control aura? Like an aura guardian?" Ash confirmed, and Riolu nodded once more. "I heard stories from my mom about aura guardians and how powerful they were. I never thought I would have the potential to become one," Ash thought excitedly. Riolu said, extending his arm toward Ash and motioning for him to do the same. "Huh?" Ash said, extending his arm. "What's hap?" He didn't finish his sentence as Riolu began to glow. The Pokemon grew in size, reaching Ash's height. His ears became sharper, and 2 metal pins appeared on both his forearms. His body became more muscular, with white fur except for his chest, face mask, and legs, which were cream-colored. "Lu." The newly evolved Lucario murmured. "What did you just evolve?" Ash asked, astonished. Lucario nodded. "Yes, Master." "What? Did you just speak?" Ash exclaimed. "I seem to have no trouble speaking your human language, Master," Lucario replied. Ash was taken aback. "Is it normal for Lucario to speak?" he asked, but Lucario shook his head. "No. In my homeland, no Lucarios were capable of speech. There is one Aura Guardian named Riley, his Lucario is the only one I know that can speak. That Lucario is my father," Lucario explained. Ash nodded, processing the information. "So. It runs in the family," he chuckled, but Lucario remained serious. "Sometimes laugh when I joke," Ash suggested, scratching his head. "I'll try, Master," Lucario replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Why you?" Ash said playfully, tackling Lucario to the ground and tickling him. "You do know that I am not affected by such antics." "But I know that you are," Lucario said, returning the favor. Sorry. Please stop." "Ahaha. Not there," Ash begged, and Lucario finally relented. "So. You can speak human language normally." "Let's keep this a secret for a while," Ash said, and Lucario nodded. "Yes, Master." "Stop calling me Master," Ash groaned. "Okay, Master," Lucario replied with a smirk. "Ah. You're calling me Master just to annoy me, right?" Ash sighed. "That's not my intention, Master," Lucario said, still smirking. "Smart Alec," Ash muttered, lightly tapping Lucario's head. "How did you evolve so suddenly just by touching my hand?" "Normally, Riolu evolve when they share a strong bond with their trainers. But for aura trainers like you, if a Riolu receives even a little bit of aura from their partner, they can evolve into Lucario immediately, Lucario explained. But doesn't that mean you evolved too early? Ash frowned, but Lucario shook his head. No. I can learn whatever I want as a Lucario faster than as a Riolu. I can feel it, I am much stronger and smarter now than I was before. My growth will be faster in this form. That's why I decided to evolve, Lucario clarified, and Ash nodded. Okay. If everything is good, there's no reason to dwell on it. Let's go and take Charizard back from Professor Oak. He might be finished by now, Ash said, walking into the center with his newly evolved Aura Pokemon. Ash went to his room first and woke up Pikachu, telling him they were bringing back Charizard from the lab. Pikachu happily followed him. After reaching the video phone, Ash called the professor, who picked up immediately. Hello, Professor, are you finished studying Charizard? Ash asked, and Professor Oak smiled. Yes, Ash. I am done. Our suspicions were correct, your Charizard is a dragon type. He doesn't have the normal fire-flying type of his species. Instead, he has a dragon fire typing. He is fully normal too, I didn't find any irregularities, Oak informed him. Ash also shared the news about Lucario's evolution, choosing to omit the fact that he could use Aura to avoid raising too many questions. After that, he retrieved Charizard and left the center again. He released all his Pokemon and began speaking. Guys, as you all know, we reached Fuchsia earlier than planned. So we have a lot of time on our hands now. Let's use that time to train and get used to your new forms and powers. I also want to train my Aura a little during that time. I am confident that Lucario will teach me, Lucario nodded. Okay, so. Let's move out to camp outside the city. We'll train and return in 2 weeks or maybe more. Master, I want to test out my new form against the Fuchsia Gym. I want to fight all the Pokemon of the leader alone if Pikachu and Charizard agree, Lucario said, looking at his teammates, who nodded. Thanks. Okay, Master. Will you allow me to battle Fuchsia alone? Lucario asked. Okay, sure. As you wish, Ash replied. Let's move out to start training, he exclaimed, and his Pokemon called out their names in response, fully ready to begin their training. Oh, and yeah. Charizard, you'll get to fight only in the Viridian Gym. You're too powerful for the other gyms, Ash added, causing Charizard to whine. It's been 2 weeks since they started training, and today Lucario and Ash were going to challenge the Fuchsia Gym. During the past week, all of them had worked hard, especially Pikachu, who didn't want to be overtaken by his teammates. Pikachu trained with more vigor and learned several new moves. Pikachu wasn't the only one training, all of them worked harder than before. Charizard and Lucario had to adapt to their new bodies. The power that came with Charizard's new form was overwhelming, so they focused on helping him control it to avoid unintentionally hurting other Pokemon. Ash also made progress with his aura. He could sense his surroundings at will, but he couldn't produce the shield he used against Aerodactyl, no matter how hard he tried. He hoped that someday he could do it without any difficulty. Looking to his left, Ash saw Lucario staring critically at the large Japanese-style mansion, the Fuchsia City Gym. It was located outside the city, and Ash had flown on Charizard to reach it faster. He returned Lucario for now and walked inside the gym, with Pikachu perched on his shoulder. Fuchsia Gym, the home to my second badge, Ash thought with a grin as he entered. Something felt off, his instincts were telling him one thing while his aura was indicating another. Concentrating, he sensed 2 figures. The first was a girl, identified by her feminine aura, standing alone in the middle of a room. The other figure in the room was a guy, standing next to the girl. Curious, I decided to approach them, wondering if one of them might be the gym leader. Following my instincts, I quickly reached the girl's room and was met with her shocked expression. She was dressed like a pink ninja, complete with traditional ninja attire, a combat suit, kunai holsters, and even a sword. How? We placed traps all around the room, she exclaimed, clearly surprised. It became clear that they had set traps to catch inexperienced trainers, which made sense, they would want to face only capable challengers. Oh, that's why I felt uneasy as soon as I stepped in, I replied, which only added to her astonishment. Hey! Are you the gym leader? Or is it the one in the room behind you? I asked, frowning slightly. A man dressed similarly to the girl, but in a purple suit, stepped forward. I am surprised you knew I was here, he said. I nodded, yeah. I take it you're the leader of this gym? He confirmed with a nod. Yes, my name is Koga, and this is my daughter Janine. We are ninjas, he introduced himself. I responded, Ash Ketchum, and extended my hand for a shake. Oh, so you're the talented young man Blaine told me about. It's no wonder you got through my traps without any trouble, Koga remarked, and I was a bit taken aback but quickly brushed it off. Gym leaders discuss these things, huh? This match will be 2-on, do you accept? Koga asked, and I nodded. Very well. We shall fight in our training ground outside of the estate. Follow me. I followed him silently as we exited the mansion and arrived at a large training field, even bigger than the one used in the tournament. I approached the trainer box and nodded to Koga, who returned the gesture. My daughter will be the referee, he informed me, and I acknowledged him. Janine began reading out the rules of the match while I observed Koga closely. Koga is rumored to be weaker than Blaine, but I shouldn't underestimate him. I made that mistake before, and I won't do it again. I recalled my previous battles and how overconfidence had led to my downfall. The gym leader will choose first, Janine announced, and Koga released a powerful-looking Venomoth. I took out Lucario's Pokeball from my pocket. May the aura guide you, Lucario, I said as I released him. The sight of a white Lucario surprised Koga, but he quickly masked his reaction. Lucario, use Aura Sphere. Don't give him time, I commanded, and Lucario sprang into action. Venomoth dodged the attack and released colorful powder from its wings. Lucario, use Quick Attack to dodge, I instructed, and Lucario swiftly moved to the other side of the ring. Aura Sphere again, I commanded, but Venomoth moved with blinding speed and avoided the attack. It charged at Lucario, tackling him and sending him stumbling. The greenish powder from its wings filled the air. Lucario, that stun spore. Get out of there. I shouted, but it was too late, Lucario was already affected by the powder, leaving him paralyzed. Frustrated, I tried to think of a way to counter the paralysis as Venomoth charged up a hyper beam. Lucario, get out of the way. I cried out, but Lucario couldn't escape in time and was hit by the powerful attack. To my surprise, he managed to shake it off and stood up, dusting himself off. I smirked at Koga's reaction, a small hyper beam couldn't take down Lucario. Moreover, the effect of stun spore had lessened due to the hyper beam. Lucario, Venomoth will need time to recharge after that. Finish it now with your strongest blaze kick. I commanded, recalling the move we had unlocked during training. Lucario charged at Venomoth with a burning leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing to the ground. I thought Venomoth was out for the count, but it got back up after a few seconds, its eyes glowing momentarily before dimming. Lucario, end this with blaze kick. I commanded again, but something was off, there was no flame on his leg. I remembered Venomoth's glowing eyes. Blaze kick had been disabled. I cursed under my breath and told Lucario to halt his charge. Koga recalled Venomoth with a frown. I forfeit Venomoth. It is no condition to fight anymore, he announced to Janine, who nodded. The gym leader has forfeited his Pokemon. Release your next Pokemon, she declared, and Koga sent out a Crobat. Seeing the fully evolved Pokemon made me frown, but I quickly focused. Crobat was Koga's strongest Pokemon, and I had to be cautious. Lucario and I had already defeated one Pokemon, we just needed to take down this one to earn the badge. Lucario, use quick attack with force palm, I commanded, and he sprang into action. As he approached Crobat, it began to divide into multiple copies of itself. Double team, I thought. Follow your aura, Lucario. Find the real one and fire Aura Sphere, I advised, and he nodded, concentrating. Lucario opened his eyes and fired the Aura Sphere at Crobat, making a direct hit. To our shock, Crobat shrugged off the attack and retaliated with an instant Hyper Beam, knocking Lucario back a few steps. Crobat then flew at Lucario, striking him with an X-Scissor. I gritted my teeth and asked, "Hey Lucario, can you stand up?" He nodded, slowly struggling to his feet. We were cornered by this overwhelmingly strong Crobat. I quickly ran several strategies through my mind and finally settled on a solid plan. As Crobat prepared for another X-Scissor, I commanded Lucario to use Endure. Crobat struck with X-Scissor, but Lucario endured the attack. Great. Now grab Crobat. I instructed, and he seized it. Taking a deep breath, I said, dislocate one of its lower wings. It pained me to suggest such a strategy, but it had to be done. And Lucario executed the move flawlessly, instilling confidence in me. I noticed Koga's worried expression as he sighed. I'm sorry, but this had to be done. I commanded, Lucario, slam it into the ground. Lucario followed my orders, and Crobat was slammed down, sliding back slightly. It attempted to fly, but the injury to its wings prevented it from soaring high. Koga gritted his teeth and raised his hands in defeat. I surrender, he said, returning Crobat to its Pokeball and nodding at me. Ash Ketchum wins the match, Janine announced, taking the Pokeball from Koga's hands and walking away. Koga approached me with a smile. That was a clever strategy you used just now. I must say, that's a brilliant way to win a match. He nodded in respect. I smiled back and asked, thanks. So, are these kinds of moves allowed in Pokemon matches? Koga looked at me in surprise. You mean to say you used that without checking if it was legal? He asked. Yeah. I replied, rubbing my head sheepishly. He sighed and explained, yes, it is allowed. We permit Pokemon to use moves like fire against each other. Simple strategies like that are usually overlooked. I nodded, absorbing his words. Don't hesitate to use this kind of strategy again in the future. To secure a win, do whatever it takes, he advised. I will, Koga, I said, bowing to him. He nodded and pulled a badge from his pocket. Here. The soul badge to mark your victory over the Fuchsia Gym. Congratulations, young Ash Ketchum. A day had passed since Ash won his battle against Koga, and he was now headed towards the Safari Zone. He looked around at the trees surrounding him, feeling the presence of Pokemon playing in the fields, which made him smile. Nothing could beat the calmness that nature brought. Pikachu was sleeping on his backpack, snoring occasionally. Ash glanced back at Pikachu and decided to let him rest a little longer. The morning breeze was cool, and Ash enjoyed every step he took. There was something special about mornings that filled him with satisfaction, the fresh air calmed his mind. Such nice weather, Ash thought as he continued walking. The Safari Zone had been created a few years back for trainers to catch Pokemon without any hassle. Trainers received 30 Pokeballs each time they checked into the zone, allowing them to catch whatever Pokemon they could with those balls. However, using Pokemon to battle wild ones was strictly prohibited. Ash continued walking for a few more hours, relishing the atmosphere. As the sun rose higher, he began to feel warm and removed his jacket. After another half hour of trekking, he spotted the Safari Zone cabin. Excitedly, he approached and called out to the keeper. An officer Jenny was seated in the office, busy with paperwork. Ash walked up to her and asked, "Hey. Are you the warden of the Safari Zone?" "Yes, of course, sweetie." "Do you want access to the zone?" she replied with a warm smile. "Yeah. I need access to it, he confirmed with a nod. Okay. It'll be 5,000 poke dollars for entry. You can pay by cash or credit, she said. Ash handed her his Pokédex for the transaction. After a few moments, she returned it to him. All done. Here are your 30 Safari Ball. If you need more, just ask me for extras, but they'll cost you 1,000 poke dollars each, she informed him. I'll get moving then, Ash said, stepping out of the cabin. My first target is a Scyther, he thought with determination. He began exploring the Safari Zone, searching for bug-type Pokemon. After a few hours, he had only encountered Butterfree, Nidoran, Paras, and Rhyhorn. He even spotted a Pinsir but decided to leave it alone. Where are you, Scyther? Ash wondered as he continued walking. Pikachu stirred behind him, yawning as he woke up. Oh, you're awake, buddy. Ash asked, and Pikachu happily responded, Pika. Great. We are in the Safari Zone now. I want you to keep an eye out for a Scyther, Ash instructed, and Pikachu nodded, focusing intently. After searching for a few more hours without success, Ash sighed, man, Scyther seems impossible to find. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Let's take a break, Ash suggested, taking a short nap to refresh himself. After a few minutes, Ash stood up and motioned for Pikachu to follow. Let's move out again. They resumed their search for a while before Ash decided to change tactics. Forget Scyther. Let's look for other Pokemon, he said, shifting his focus. Just when he felt like giving up, he noticed tiny footprints on the ground. Curious, he took out his Pokédex to scan the footprints, which identified them as belonging to an EV. Now intrigued, Ash said, Hey, Pikachu, can you follow this trail? Pikachu nodded, and together they began searching for the EV. They soon found one, peacefully asleep on the ground. Great. Now's my chance. Ash thought, quietly throwing a Pokeball at it. The ball hit its mark and sucked the Pokemon inside, wiggling briefly before confirming the capture. All right. I caught an EV. Ash exclaimed with excitement. Let's head back, Pikachu, he said with a smile, starting his journey back to the cabin. He had caught a rare Pokemon and was eager to continue his adventure. It took about an hour to return to the cabin. The warden was surprised that Ash had caught only one Pokemon, but he shrugged it off, explaining that he hadn't planned on catching many. The warden nodded and transferred the EV to Ash's license. Thanks, officer. I'll take my leave now, Ash said, beginning to walk out of the cabin when suddenly an alarm went off. He turned to see the warden speaking to another officer with a worried expression. Don't worry. I'll be there soon, Ash heard her say into the walkie-talkie. What happened, officer? He questioned. It seems a Dragonite just evolved in the area and is causing chaos. We need to stop it quickly, she informed him. Ash nodded, understanding the urgency. Can I come with you? He asked. No, it'll be too dangerous, she replied, and Ash accepted her answer. Do you want me to come? He asked again, this time revealing his volcano and soul badges. She looked at them for a moment before responding, my ranger jeep is parked just outside the cabin. Let's move quickly. Just tell me the location, I'll fly there, Ash said. Officer Jenny nodded and provided the location of the Dragonite. But why are you helping us? She questioned. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. I'll catch that Dragonite as a thank you for stopping the rampage, Ash said with a smirk, releasing Charizard. Without waiting for a response, he hopped onto Charizard's back and commanded him to fly toward the Dragonite's location. Charizard, we're going to face your species, Ash said with a grin, which Charizard returned with a roar as they sped through the sky. It's our first battle since your evolution. Are you ready? Ash asked, and Charizard nodded. Let's get ourselves a Dragonite on board, Ash declared confidently. Meanwhile, at another location, a ranger shouted, stand back. Attack all at once. They were trying to control the rampaging Dragonite, but it was too powerful. The Dragonite, angry after losing its mother due to human actions, unleashed its fury on those trying to subdue it, using powerful moves that devastated the area. When the humans fell back, the Dragonite prepared to unleash a final attack. Just then, a stream of fire struck it, pushing it back. The Dragonite turned to see a boy riding a Charizard. Ash had arrived just in time to see the injured humans. He dismounted Charizard and commanded him to engage the Dragonite while he checked on the others. To his relief, everyone was alive. Ash then noticed a Dratini floating in the lake. Worried, he swam over and checked its pulse, relieved that it was still alive. As he placed his hand on the Dratini, it began to glow green, healing it. "Wow, what's this?" he murmured. After a few moments, the Dratini was fully healed but still asleep. Ash fed it some berries before taking out an empty Pokeball and capturing it easily. Looking up, he saw Charizard and Dragonite still battling. Charizard seemed to be gaining the upper hand. "Charizard, end this quickly. Use Dragon Dance," Ash commanded. Charizard glowed with energy and then unleashed a Dragon Pulse, overwhelming the tired Dragonite and knocking it down. Seizing the opportunity, Ash threw a Pokeball at the fallen Dragonite and captured it successfully. From not finding a Scyther to catching two pseudo-legendaries, what luck! Ash thought, beaming with joy. Charizard landed beside him, looking proud. "Yeah, you finally defeated a pseudo-legendary," Ash praised, hugging Charizard's neck. Charizard returned the affection before taking off into the sky again, flying in circles before landing and releasing Ash. They heard sirens approaching and saw Officer Jenny coming toward them. "Hey, Officer Jenny," Ash greeted her. She nodded. "I see you stopped the rampage and caught the Dragonite," she asked. "Yes, Officer," Ash replied. "Under different circumstances, I wouldn't have allowed this, but since you helped my team, I'll let it slide this time," she said seriously. "Okay, Officer Jenny," Ash said, starting to walk away. "Now that the commotion is over, I'll be on my way." With that, he disappeared from sight. A few hours later, Ash found a grassy field to rest after his travels. Nothing beats a nice long stretch to relieve travel stress, he thought, enjoying the moment. He had been on the move for days, and it was beginning to take its toll. After stretching, he closed his eyes for a short nap. Pikachu, sitting beside him, also closed his eyes. After a few minutes, Ash opened his eyes and said, "Hey, Pikachu, let's meet our new members." Pikachu perked up at the mention of new friends. "Let's bring out Charizard and Lucario too," Ash exclaimed, releasing his two trusted companions. "Hey guys, I'm going to introduce our new captures now." Ash gathered his friends, excited to introduce them to their new team member. "So I wanted you guys to be here," he said, and they nodded, sharing in his enthusiasm. "Let's release Eevee first," he muttered, releasing Eevee from its Pokeball. The little Pokemon looked around, confused, until its eyes landed on Ash, and realization dawned. "Hey there, little guy. I'm Ash Ketchum. And I caught you," he exclaimed. Eevee shook off its surprise and gazed at Ash for a moment before giving him a nice smile. It chirped, nuzzling against his leg. Ash smiled and picked Eevee up, placing it on his lap and gently petting it as it cuddled closer. "Let me introduce you to your team. This is Pikachu, that's Charizard, and over there is Lucario," Ash said, gesturing to each Pokemon. They greeted Eevee, who smiled and nodded in response. "Let me scan you for a moment, Eevee," Ash said, taking out his Pokédex and pointing it at her. The mechanical voice announced, "Eevee, the evolution Pokémon. It is a normal-type Pokémon. Eevee evolves into multiple Pokémon depending on the method of evolution. This Eevee is female and knows the moves Growl, Tackle, Sand Attack, Bite, and Double Kick. Its ability is Run Away." Ash nodded, closing the Pokédex. "Wonderful moves you've got there," he praised, making Eevee blush slightly. I'll set a proper training schedule for you in a few minutes. He glanced at his other Pokemon. But first, I'll release Dragonite and Dragonair. Be ready, guys. He hugged Eevee protectively, and his Pokemon nodded in understanding. Okay. Do you want to return to your Pokeball, Eevee? I'll release you as soon as I'm done talking with the others, Ash said, and Eevee nodded. Alright, I'll release you once I'm finished. With that, Ash recalled Eevee and set the Pokeball aside. I'll release Dragonair first, he announced, and his Pokemon prepared themselves. Charizard was ready, Lucario had his aura under control, and Pikachu's cheeks sparked with energy. Ash released Dragonair from her Pokeball. She appeared healthy and beautiful, clearly benefiting from Ash's care. With elegance, she looked up and cried out in a melodious tone. Hey, Dragonair, Ash called, catching her attention. She scrutinized him for a moment before nodding, making a strange noise. Ash looked to Lucario for translation. She's thanking you for healing her. She said she was barely conscious when you helped her, and she appreciates you saving her life, Lucario explained, surprising Dragonair. She gazed at Lucario, confused, and he added, I can speak human language through aura. This seemed to clarify things for her, and she nodded. Dragonair then looked at Ash with concern before making the same strange noise. Lucario translated, she's asking about her son. I assume she means the Dragonite you caught. Ash nodded in understanding. Oh. Don't worry, Dragonair, I have Dragonite right here. He showed her Dragonites. Pokeball, and her expression brightened. Let me release him. Be careful, everyone, Ash warned, and they nodded. As he released Dragonite, it bellowed loudly, glaring at Ash with fierce eyes. Calm down, Dragonite. I'm Ash Ketchum, your new trainer. If you don't want any trouble, I suggest you calm down, Ash said firmly, but Dragonite remained agitated. Dragonair approached her son with a sympathetic gaze, trying to calm him. Ash looked to Lucario for help. Dragonair is telling Dragonite that you saved her before she passed. She's trying to soothe his anger, and it seems to be working, Lucario explained. Charizard chimed in, causing Lucario to sweat drop. Charizard says that even if Dragonair can't calm him, he knows several ways to handle Dragonite. Pikachu jumped onto Charizard's shoulder, giving a thumbs up, prompting Ash to chuckle nervously. Guys. We're trying to befriend Dragonite, not threaten him, he said with a laugh, but Charizard and Pikachu huffed in response. Ignoring them, Ash approached Dragonite. Hey, Dragonite. I've captured you, and you're now my Pokemon. I don't believe in releasing Pokemon, so if you disobey me, I'll make sure you understand the consequences. Understood? Ash warned, meeting Dragonite's calculating gaze. Dragonite had always wanted to travel the world but sought a strong trainer to help him grow. After assessing Ash, he slowly nodded. Ash smiled and extended his arm for a handshake. Dragonite hesitated before reaching out, but then unexpectedly pulled Ash into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face. He's thanking you for saving his mother. He was very worried when she was hurt. He pledges his loyalty to you and wants to be your partner, Lucario translated, and Ash laughed joyfully. Ash hugged Dragonite and reassured him, saying, Hey. Don't worry, I did what I could. You don't have to thank me. We are partners the moment you entered my Pokeball. Welcome to the family. Dragonair, watching the scene with a smile, made a few sounds directed at Lucario, who nodded in response. Master will understand. Do not worry, Lucario told her, making her nod back. Ash then turned to his other Pokemon. Guys, welcome Dragonite and Dragonair to the family. As Ash spoke, Pikachu and Lucario immediately began conversing with the two newcomers, while Charizard remained silent. He approached Dragonite and locked eyes with him. They held this intense gaze for a few moments before they bumped their fists together. Ash smiled at the display. Master. Dragonair wants to tell you something, Lucario said as he walked toward Ash. What is it? Ash asked, looking at Dragonair. She's saying she doesn't like to battle, Lucario translated, and Ash adopted an understanding expression. Oh. Is that true, Dragonair? He questioned, and she nodded. After a moment, Ash smiled at her. No worries, you can stay with my mom if that's the case. She is a breeder and has experience with dragon Pokemon. I'm sure you'll love her, he assured her. Dragonair looked very happy upon hearing this and began nuzzling Ash, making him giggle. She's thanking you, Ash. She didn't expect you to understand her feelings after seeing you talk to Dragonite. She thought you would force her to fight, Lucario explained, causing Ash's eyes to widen. No, that's not the case. If I have a Pokemon that doesn't obey me, I will do whatever it takes to earn their trust. But if my Pokemon have wishes like this, I will happily fulfill them. If you don't like battling, I won't force you to battle, Ash clarified while gently rubbing her head. Yeah. That's what I told her, Lucario added with a nod. Ash nodded in agreement and called his Pokemon together. He released Eevee and hugged her close to his chest, addressing his Pokemon. Some of you might not know this, but I am currently traveling across. Ash and Pikachu were strolling along a path when Pikachu suddenly sniffed the air, his tail wiggling with excitement. Pika, he exclaimed, darting into the forest. Hey! Wait up, Pikachu! Ash called, running after him. A few moments later, Pikachu stopped in front of a large tree with a hollowed bottom. Ash tilted his head and approached Pikachu. Hey, Pika! Why did you bring me here? He asked, noticing something unusual. There was an Eevee tied to the tree. Huh? An Eevee? Ash murmured, walking closer. Is it abandoned? He wondered, frowning as he picked up the Eevee, which squealed at him. He noticed a belt around its neck and examined it. Huh? A belt. Maybe it isn't abandoned. Ash muttered, reading the badge attached to it. Stone Town, it read. Stone Town. Ash thought, pulling out his guidebook to search for it. A town known for evolutionary stones. Let's take Eevee back to its owner, he decided, picking up Eevee and heading towards Stone Town. He looked at the badge again and saw an address written on it, then began walking in that direction. Upon entering the town, Ash searched for the house and finally found it in the middle of the town next to a mountain. Wow! It's a mansion, he thought in awe. The house was 4 stories tall and painted white, surrounded by a large garden. A fountain at the edge was filled with water and grass Pokemon playing. Several people gathered in the garden were evolving their Pokemon using stones. Is this some sort of evolving festival? Ash wondered. 3 teens appeared to be the hosts of the party. One wore yellow and had yellow hair, another wore blue with blue hair, and the last wore red with red hair. What are they wearing? Ash thought, feeling a bit startled. Just as he was about to walk away, the red-haired guy spotted him. Hey, Eevee! There you are, he called, drawing the attention of the other 2, who rushed over. Hey Eevee, where did you run off to? The red-haired guy asked, taking Eevee from Ash's hands. Is this Eevee yours? Ash inquired, and the guy nodded. Yeah. He belongs to our younger brother, he explained. We organized this party to evolve Eevee, and he ran away suddenly. Thank you for bringing him back, the yellow-haired guy added, and Ash nodded. No problem. I see you have a Pikachu with you. Did you know? With a Thunderstone, you can evolve your Pikachu into a Raichu, the blue-haired guy informed Ash, who nodded. Yeah. In fact, I have an Eevee too, Ash replied, sparking their interest. Oh. So. What are you planning to evolve your Eevee into? The blue-haired guy asked. I don't know. But I guess I'll evolve it into a Vaporeon when the time comes, Ash said, and the blue-haired guy's eyes widened. I am Ash Ketchum, he introduced himself, bowing slightly. Oh, sorry. We didn't introduce ourselves. My name is Rainer, the blue-haired guy said. Pyro, the red-haired guy added. Nice to meet you, I'm Sparky, the yellow-haired guy said. Nice to meet you. Ash replied with a nod, and they nodded back. Just then, a little boy ran up to them. Who brought back Eevee? He asked, snatching Eevee from Pyro's arms. Ash here brought back the Eevee, Mikey, Sparky explained, and Mikey nodded sadly. Decide what you'll evolve your Eevee into quickly and let us know. We'll be waiting for your decision, Sparky said, looking at Ash. We would have loved to stay and chat, but can you please excuse us now? We have something to attend to, Sparky said as he walked away with his brothers. Ash nodded and looked at Mikey, who was walking towards a bench. Mikey sat down sadly and began petting Eevee with a frown. Something is bothering this kid, Ash thought as he approached and sat next to him. Hey there, Mikey. Is something bothering you? Ash asked, tilting his head. Yeah. I don't want to evolve my Eevee, Mikey replied, and Ash nodded. Oh. So that's why you left Eevee inside the tree? Ash questioned, and Mikey nodded. I kept him there so I could bring him back after the party is over. But you brought him back, Mikey said with a sigh. Oh, I see. You don't want to evolve your Eevee into Vaporeon, Jolteon, or Flareon, right? Ash asked, and Mikey nodded again. Yeah. Mikey said with a frown. You know, there are many other Pokemon Eevee can evolve into, Ash said, gathering Mikey's attention. What? Mikey asked. I don't know much, but I studied that there are several other evolutions, dark types, psychic types, fairy, ice, and even grass types, Ash explained. Oh. Can you tell me how to evolve Eevee into those? Mikey asked with hopeful eyes. No. Sadly, I can't. I don't have much knowledge in that area, Ash said with a sigh. But you'll figure it out once you start your journey. Ash stood up from his place. Hey, Ash, he heard his name being called and saw Rainer running towards him. Before, you said you wanted to evolve your Eevee into a Vaporeon, right? Here, take this water stone as a token of gratitude for bringing Eevee back. Rainer handed the water stone to Ash, who gladly accepted it and put it inside his bag. Hey Rainer. No need to rush, Sparky scolded as he walked towards them with Pyro. So, Mikey, what's your decision? Which Pokemon do you want to evolve your Eevee into? Pyro asked with a smile. Vaporeon. Once inside the water, it dissolves and becomes invisible, Rainer said, trying to persuade his brother to evolve his Eevee into a Vaporeon. Jolteon. One of the best electric types, Sparky added with a smirk. Or Flareon, the strongest evolution, Pyro chimed in. None of them. Mikey said with a frown. I don't want to evolve my Eevee into any of these Pokemon. I'll evolve it into some other Pokemon that matches me and my Eevee. Mikey said with determination. Huh. There's no evolution other than these three, Pyro said with a frown. There are. Ash interjected, gathering the brothers' attention. And what proof do you have to support your claim? Sparky questioned, and Ash sighed, taking out his Pokédex to show them the picture of Umbreon. This is the dark-type evolution of Eevee, Ash informed, and their eyes widened in realization. There are other evolutions, the brothers asked, and Ash nodded. Yeah. Ash replied, putting his Pokédex away. Yeah. I want to evolve Eevee into one of the others, Mikey said with finality, and his brothers smiled at him. That's completely your choice, little brother, Sparky said, and his brothers nodded in agreement. Wait. You mean you're not angry at me for not choosing an evolution you prefer? Mikey asked, and his brothers chuckled. You're our brother. We won't be angry at you for such a trivial reason, Rainer said, hugging Mikey and making him laugh. Ash watched the scene with a small smile and turned to Sparky. I guess I'll take my leave now. I have to cover as much ground as I can before the sun sets, Ash said, and Sparky nodded. Thanks, Ash. You helped my brother find his way. I can't be more grateful. Here, take this Thunder Stone. You'll need it to evolve your Pikachu in the future, Sparky said, handing the stone to Ash. Ash looked at Pikachu, who was sitting on his shoulder. Pikachu noticed him and smiled, making Ash smile back. Thanks for the gift, Sparky. I'll use this responsibly, Ash said, putting the Thunder Stone inside his bag. Sparky smiled and led Ash outside. I'll take my leave now then. Goodbye, Ash said as he started walking away. See ya, Sparky replied, walking back into the party. Pokemon P1 Grand Prix. Ash hummed as he looked at a large building adorned with sculptures of fighting Pokemon. This tournament could be a good warm-up for Lucario. Ash thought and decided to ask Lucario if he wanted to enter the tournament. Pikapi! Pikachu exclaimed, and Ash nodded. Yeah. Lucario won't say no. Ash laughed and began walking towards the forest where no one could see him, releasing Lucario. Hey, Lucario, there's this tournament for fighting-type Pokemon that will be held 2 days from today. So, do you want to give it a shot? Ash asked Lucario, who seemed excited. Definitely. I won't disappoint, Lucario replied with enthusiasm. Ash smiled at him. Let's do it then. We have 2 days to train for the tournament. Let's get ready, he said, starting to punch the air with determination. Thank goodness it's just us, otherwise, think about the embarrassment your actions would cause, Lucario whispered to Pikachu, who nodded with a deadpan expression. Okay. Let's start training. Since this is a fighting-type tournament, you won't be allowed to use special moves, Ash instructed, and Lucario nodded. Let's focus on your fighting-type moves for now, Ash said, commanding Lucario to practice all the moves he had learned over the past month. I can't believe it's already been a month since my journey started, Ash thought with a smile. Ash took out his other Pokeball and released them. The only Pokemon missing was Dragonair, who he had sent to his mother for company. He looked over his Pokemon and nodded at them. Training time, guys. We'll be training here for 2 days. Prepare yourselves for a rough session, Ash said, and all his Pokemon nodded. He gave them their training schedule for the day and had them start their training. Ash walked towards a tree and sat down to meditate. I can still only sense what's around me. I have to figure out how I managed to create that shield and the green aura that healed Dragonair, Ash thought, getting lost in his meditation. -2 days later. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the P1 Grand Prix. Today, various trainers and their Pokemon faced off against each other, and the tension in the air was palpable as everyone prepared for the P1 Grand Prix. The MC gathered the crowd's attention, announcing the start of the event. Ash sat in the trainer's lounge, assessing the strength of his competitors. He felt a sense of pride as he looked at Lucario, who was drawing curious glances from those who had never seen a Lucario before. Ash motioned for Lucario to come forward, determined to make history. We're going to defeat every Pokemon here with just 1 attack each, he declared. Lucario nodded with a confident smirk, and they shared a fist bump before heading to the stage. When called up, Ash commanded, Lucario, force palm. With a single strike, they eliminated the Primeape. Brick Break took down the Geodude, and with Seismic Toss, they triumphed over Hitmonchan, winning the P1 Grand Prix trophy. The crowd erupted in applause as the MC praised Ash and Lucario for their remarkable performance. Ash received a handsome reward of 50,000 Pokedollars, while Lucario was awarded the P1 belt. Despite a fleeting sense of guilt for the ease of their victory, Ash quickly dismissed it, proud of Lucario's strength. A few days later, Lucario sensed a dark aura nearby, suggesting an otherworldly presence. Ash agreed, noting the unease in the air. Pikachu, curious, perked up at the unusual sensation. Ash released Charizard and Dragonite, and they took to the skies, flying toward the source of the disturbance. The source isn't nearby, it feels like it's calling from far away, Lucario explained. Ash felt the pull too and urged Charizard to fly faster. After hours of travel, they arrived at a tourist-filled island and continued toward their destination. Lucario pointed out a rock statue, sensing something unusual. Ash landed near it, and suddenly, a woman dressed in white emerged, shouting incomprehensible words. Ash stepped back, fear evident on his face, but Lucario reassured him that the soul wouldn't harm them. Charizard wrapped its wings protectively around Ash, while Pikachu sparked its cheeks, and Dragonite stood guard. Ash felt comforted by his Pokémon's support. Lucario confronted the woman, demanding to know who she was. She laughed, questioning their audacity to interrupt her long wait. Lucario smirked and suggested Ash scan her with his Pokédex. The results shocked Ash. The woman was actually a Ghastly. A Ghastly? He exclaimed, and the creature laughed, revealing its true form. No one has uncovered my secret and lived to tell about it. You'll have to face the consequences, Ghastly threatened with a grin. Lucario, unimpressed, fired an aura sphere at Ghastly, knocking it out in one swift move. Master, catch it. Lucario urged, and Ash quickly threw a Pokeball. After a few moments of suspense, the balls settled, indicating a successful capture. That was anticlimactic, Ash remarked, while his Pokémon shared similar sentiments. Lucario noted Ghastly's potential, even if it hadn't been realized yet. Ash, pleased with his new capture, clipped Ghastly's ball to his belt. Lucario sensed the faint pull still emanating from the statue. Suddenly, the woman from earlier emerged again, expressing her gratitude for capturing Ghastly and asking Ash to help him reach his potential. Ash, taken aback by her beauty, stuttered his agreement. She thanked Lucario as well, acknowledging his unique presence. The woman then began to share her tale of love, revealing she had been waiting for her lover for 1,000 years. Ash listened in awe, realizing the depth of her commitment. So you'll wait another 1,000 years? He asked, astonished. Yes, she replied, and Ash nodded, moved by her story. You don't want to go to the afterlife? Ash asked. No. I am content with waiting here, the woman replied, and they nodded in understanding. You know that if a master or a guardian hears about you, they'll come here to perform a soul burial on you, right? Lucario informed her, and the woman nodded. There is only one Aura Guardian in the world right now, Riley in Sinnoh. There's no other Aura Guardian out there, Ash added, and the woman's eyes brightened at the news. Less chance of my discovery then, she said, and Ash nodded. Why did you call for our help? Ash questioned. So that you can capture Ghastly. Ghastly's been with me for several years, trying to keep my name alive, the woman explained. Ash nodded in understanding. But I wanted him to travel around the world and not be restricted to this place, she continued. I would have loved to stay and chat, but I have to go now. May you meet your lover soon, Ash said, and the woman nodded before disappearing into the statue. Hey guys, let's fly directly to Celadon, Ash commanded, and his Pokémon nodded. They flew away from the island, and Ash looked back with one thought in mind: I'll return to give you a proper soul burial after the leagues. Land near that Pokémon Center. Ash instructed Charizard, who complied and began descending. Dragonite followed suit. Thanks, Charizard and Dragonite, Ash said as he returned them to their Pokeball upon landing. Lucario, you too, take a rest, Ash said, returning Lucario to his Pokeball. He looked towards the sky and spotted Pikachu. It's already late, let's rest in the Pokémon Center for tonight and challenge the gym tomorrow. I'm not too eager to battle this gym. I heard rumors that the gym leader is a woman who doesn't accept challenges from trainers who insult her perfumes. I dislike battling trainers like that, Ash sighed, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. I'll be using EV and U for battling. Ghastly is new, so I haven't had a chance to train him. That leaves you and EV to battle Erica, Ash informed, eliciting an excited squeal from Pikachu. Ash smiled and scratched Pikachu's ear, making him sigh in pleasure. "Let's head inside and check in," he declared, walking towards the nurse's office. After registering, Ash decided to call his mother, hoping she had returned home from Professor Oak's office. Ketchum residence. "May I know who is calling?" Delia's voice came through the line. "Hey Mom, it's me, Ash," he replied, and the video phone lit up to show Delia's face. "You've reached Celadon. That's fast," she said, waving at Pikachu, who waved back. "Yeah, Mom, I just got here," Ash informed her. "How are you? Did you get the Dragonair that I sent?" Ash asked, and Delia nodded. "I am perfectly fine. And yes, I got your Dragonair. She is such a darling. I love her," Delia gushed, and Ash smiled. "I'm glad you like her, Mom. Dragonair doesn't like battling, so I thought she could stay with you and keep you company," Ash explained, and she nodded. "That's very thoughtful of you, Ashie. I'm proud that you care for your Pokemon's feelings," Delia said with a smile. "Thanks, Mom. I'll challenge the Celadon gym tomorrow. I want to leave this place as soon as I can," Ash said, and Delia nodded. "Yeah, I still remember the time when I told you about the Celadon gym. You were definitely upset with the gym leader," Delia giggled. Ash rolled his eyes and joined in the laughter a moment later. "I miss you, Mom," he thought but didn't voice it. "You should call Professor Oak. He has something to tell you," Delia suggested with a wink, making Ash tilt his head in confusion. "Okay, I'll call him. See you later," Ash said before ending the call. "What does Professor Oak want to tell me?" he wondered, and Pikachu shrugged. "Let's call him," Ash said, dialing the number. "Hello, Oak's residence," Professor Oak's voice came through. "Hello, Professor, it's me, Ash," he said, and the screen lit up to show Oak. "You have something to tell me?" Ash asked, and Oak nodded. "Those prehistoric Pokemon you caught, right?" Professor Oak began, and Ash nodded. "I experimented on them and found some interesting results, but let's set that aside. My experiments earned me quite a fortune," Oak continued, and Ash listened intently. "Since you were the one who brought me all those Pokemon, I decided to give you 15% of the earnings from the experiments," Oak declared, and Ash's eyes widened. "Professor, you don't have to. I just caught those Pokemon for you to study." You really don't have to," Ash stammered, but Oak smiled mischievously. "I'll transfer the money to your account. Bye," Professor Oak said before swiftly cutting the call. Ash stared at Pikachu, whose sweat dropped in response. Ash received a notification on his Pokédex and decided to check it. Transaction. 2,032,299 Pokedollars credited to your account, the Pokédex displayed, and Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" He stammered, deciding to call Professor Oak again, but he didn't pick up. "I guess I'll take it then," Ash sighed, putting his Pokédex away. "Pikachu, let's buy a bicycle tomorrow after battling the gym. Traveling by bike will be much faster and give us more time to explore," Ash said, and Pikachu nodded excitedly. "Let's go to our room and sleep. We'll challenge the gym early tomorrow and get out of this place as soon as we can." "I'm getting a weird feeling," Ash added, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. The next day, Ash said, "Okay, so we go in and praise their perfumes. Then we can get to battle." Pikachu nodded, and Ash walked into a perfume store that also served as the Celadon gym. He stepped inside, taking in the air with a delighted expression. Yuck. These smells are gross, Ash thought, trying to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Wow. These perfumes smell really great, Ash said while walking around with Pikachu, who nodded in agreement. In reality, the scent was not to their liking, but they had to pretend to enjoy it to get a chance to battle the gym leader. A girl dressed in a traditional kimono approached them, having overheard Ash. "I see you like our perfumes," she remarked. "Yeah. They are great," Ash replied, nodding, and Pikachu followed suit. The girl then asked, "Are you here to buy our perfume?" Ash shook his head. "I came here to challenge the gym leader." "I was just admiring the wonderful smells," he explained. She nodded in understanding. "Are you the gym leader?" Ash inquired, but she shook her head. "Let me take you to her," she offered, gesturing for him to follow. "Thanks!" Ash exclaimed, and he followed her. They walked for a few minutes until they reached an indoor garden filled with various flowers and grass Pokemon roaming around. Eventually, they arrived at a ring where a woman was sitting on a bench. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Ash and the girl, who greeted her before leaving. "My name is Erica. Do you want to battle me?" she asked. Ash nodded and extended his hand for a shake. "Ash Ketchum. I challenge you to a battle," he introduced himself. "Very well. Let's battle. I hope you know the rules," she said, to which Ash nodded. "For the sake of formalities, I'll tell you the rules. It will be a 3 versus 3 match. If you knock out all my Pokemon, you'll win the match," Erica informed him. Ash also moved to the trainer box. Gym leader releases first. "Go. Tangela." Erica called, and a small Pokemon resembling a mass of vines appeared. Ash took out a Pokeball from his belt. "Go. Eevee," he commanded, throwing the ball onto the field. Eevee emerged, ready for battle. "Eevee, use quick attack." Ash instructed. Eevee dashed toward Tangela, but Tangela countered with Vine Whip. "Eevee, get in close and use double kick." Ash called out. Eevee attempted to kick Tangela, but it dodged by jumping back. "Eevee, sand attack and then bite." Ash continued. Eevee executed the moves, blinding Tangela momentarily before delivering a bite. "Eevee, end it. Use tackle." Ash commanded. Eevee jumped back and charged forward, but Tangela caught her with Vine Whip before the tackle could connect. Tangela then began to slam Eevee onto the ground repeatedly until Eevee lost consciousness. Ash watched with a serious expression, feeling anger towards Tangela for hurting his Pokemon. He stepped into the ring and hugged Eevee. "You did well, rest for now," he reassured her before returning her to her Pokeball. Ash then called for Pikachu to enter the ring. "I want that Tangela defeated," he said, and Pikachu nodded, sparks dancing from his cheeks. "Pika!" Pikachu exclaimed as he entered the ring, signaling Erica to start the match. Tangela launched a Vine Whip at Pikachu, but he dodged effortlessly and unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt without needing Ash's command. The attack tore through the ground and headed straight for Tangela, who could only watch as it approached. When the dust settled, Tangela lay on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Pikachu growled at Erica, indicating he was ready for her next Pokemon. "Huh? You want to fight without my command?" Ash asked, surprised. Pikachu nodded, and Ash smirked. "She's all yours." Pikachu sparked his cheeks, ready for action. Erica threw a Pokeball, and a Weepinbell appeared. Pikachu took the initiative, using Double Team to surround Weepinbell. Erica, seemingly familiar with the tactic, commanded Weepinbell to dispel the afterimages with Razor Leaf. Ash watched calmly, wondering what Pikachu would do next. Just as the Razor Leaves were about to connect, Pikachu jumped into the air and launched a powerful Electro Ball at them. The Electro Ball destroyed the leaves and continued toward Weepinbell, who dodged just in time. But Pikachu wasn't finished. He charged at Weepinbell, colliding with it and then jumping back to gain distance. Suddenly, he felt his energy being drained and noticed a seed attached to his chest. Weepinbell must have used Leech Seed, Ash thought, frowning. Pikachu discharged a spark, destroying the Leech Seed, and glared at Weepinbell. "Payaka!" "Choo!" he growled, releasing a thunderbolt that Weepinbell barely dodged. "Pika!" Pikachu said, suddenly appearing above Weepinbell with a glowing tail, ready to finish the match. Weepinbell instinctively raised its vines to block the attack, but Pikachu was determined. Weepinbell wrapped its vines around Pikachu and slammed him to the ground. Pikachu groaned but quickly found himself lifted again. "Pika!" he exclaimed in surprise as he was slammed down once more. Determined, Pikachu gritted his teeth. "Pika! Choo!" he shouted, using Charge Attack, which traveled through Weepinbell's vines and hit it hard, causing it to squeal. With the vines loosening, Pikachu wriggled free, performed a midair somersault, and fired an electro ball at Weepinbell, knocking it out cold. Ash watched proudly as Pikachu regained his footing and cracked his neck. "Pikachu seems unaffected by the vine whip hits," he noted, smiling. "Training paid off. Pikachu. Good job." Ash praised. "You wanna continue?" Ash asked, and Pikachu gave him a thumbs up. Ash noticed Erika frown as she released her final Pokemon, a Gloom. Weird choice. Must be because of its odor, Ash thought, quickly calling Pikachu. "Pikachu. Finish this fast before Gloom releases its smell. End it." Pikachu nodded in agreement. Looking at the Gloom, Pikachu saw how weak it appeared and felt a pang of pity. Instead of using a Thunderbolt, he fired a Thundershock, which knocked Gloom out in a single attack. Gloom is not known for its strength and speed. The rumors were true, Erika is a weak trainer. I wonder how she got her license, Ash pondered as he walked up to her to take the rainbow badge. After receiving the badge, he left the gym and headed to the Pokemon Center to heal Eevee and Pikachu. Time to go to the mall to buy a bike and leave this place permanently, he thought, frowning. As he walked, an uneasy feeling lingered. Chapter 19, Hardest Fight Yet. Ash left the gym with an indifferent expression, making his way toward the Pokemon Center. "You did very well, Pikachu." Erika didn't stand a chance, he praised, and Pikachu rubbed his head, blushing. "Pika," he replied with a nod. "Let's get you and Eevee healed up," Ash said, starting to run toward the center. "While you guys get healed, I'll talk to Ghastly." Pikachu nodded in agreement. "Want something to eat?" "Let's grab a snack on the way," Ash suggested, and Pikachu chirped happily as they entered a bakery. "You want something sweet, right?" Ash asked, and Pikachu nodded. Ash smiled and bought treats for everyone, something sweet for Pikachu and Eevee, something spicy for Charizard and Dragonite, and something bitter for Lucario. He chose a cinnamon roll for himself. After leaving the bakery, Ash released all his Pokemon and fed them their snacks before recalling them and continuing to the center. "Hey, Nurse Joy. Please heal my Pikachu and Eevee, we just battled in the Celadon gym, and they're tired," Ash requested. Nurse Joy nodded. "Of course. I'll inform you once they are fully healed." Ash smiled back as he placed Eevee's ball on the tray and watched as Nurse Joy took them away. Afterward, Ash walked to the training grounds and released Lucario. "Hey, Lucario, I'm thinking of releasing Ghastly," he said. Lucario nodded. "Yes, Master," he replied, bringing his guard up. "I'll stop Ghastly if it acts up," Lucario declared, preparing an aura sphere. "Okay." Ash nodded and released Ghastly's Pokeball. Ghastly emerged, surrounded by a dark aura, glaring at Ash. "How dare you!" Ghastly growled, preparing to attack, but Lucario's aura sphere stopped him in his tracks. "You'll not move if you know what's best for you," Lucario growled menacingly, and Ghastly nodded slowly. "Hey there, Ghastly," Ash greeted, but Ghastly continued to glare. "You cursed human. How dare you capture me," Ghastly spat, making Ash frown. "I was living my life peacefully. How dare you!" Ghastly shouted, prompting Ash to glare back. "Enough. You listen to me," Ash commanded, and for some reason, Ghastly couldn't refuse. "I captured you because I defeated you, stop complaining about it," Ash said, making Ghastly frown. "I have just one question, will you listen to my commands?" Ash asked, glaring. Ghastly hesitated. I won, he started, but Ash smiled darkly. If you say you won't, I'll keep you in your Pokeball. I'll bring you out every day when the sun is at its strongest and have Lucario train you, Ash warned, and Ghastly's eyes widened in shock. You can't do that, Ghastly protested, but Ash simply looked at him. Test me. Ash said firmly, and Ghastly looked at him with fearful eyes. If you want to stay out of your Pokeball and have proper food, you accept me as your trainer. Am I clear? Ash exclaimed with authority, and Ghastly nodded reluctantly. Look, I'm not trying to frighten you, but if you know what's best for you, you'll do what I say. Understood? Ash added, and Ghastly nodded again. Okay. Return. Ash commanded, recalling Ghastly into his Pokeball. Could have gone worse, Lucario remarked, eyeing the Pokeball. At least it won't disobey my commands, Ash sighed. Do you want to come with me or stay in your Pokeball, he asked, and Lucario replied, Pokeball is a better option. Ash nodded and returned Lucario to his ball. He walked back into the center and learned that it would take some more time for Pikachu and Eevee to heal, so he called his mother to inform her about his new badge. After finishing the call, Nurse Joy's voice came through the intercom, calling Ash to collect his Pokémon. Ash approached the front desk, retrieved his Pokémon, and walked out of the center, eager to leave the city. Hey, Pikachu. Let's head to the mall first to buy that bike we talked about, Ash said, and Pikachu nodded. Taking the shortest route to the mall, Ash passed an arcade and cringed. Mom will kill me if she finds out I played there, he thought, shivering at the idea. He decided to ignore it and continued on his way. Suddenly, he felt an aura rush over him and gulped, looking around as he began to sweat. What is this? Ash thought, kneeling down and frowning. Pika Pika. Pikachu called out in concern. Ash took a deep breath, slowly standing up and reassuring Pikachu, I am fine. I am fine. He glanced back at the arcade, still feeling uneasy. Pika? Pikachu questioned, looking at Ash with concern. Something's not right about this place, Ash said, glancing at the building marked, Game Corner. Pikachu tilted his head in confusion. Ash frowned, continuing, I can hear cries. Thousands of cries, and they're coming from here. Pikachu frowned in response. I have to see what's going on, Ash declared, and Pikachu nodded. Let's get in. With that, they stepped inside the casino for the first time. Ash felt the cries intensifying. Whatever is happening here, it's not good, he remarked, scanning the room filled with games and people enjoying themselves. This place stinks, Ash muttered, closing his eyes to concentrate. May the aura guide me, he thought, trying to sense the atmosphere. Pikachu looked at him, concerned. When Ash opened his eyes, he frowned. There's a large basement beneath us, and I can sense several Pokémon trapped down there. He looked at Pikachu, who responded with a determined Pika Pie. The entrance to the basement is in the kitchen, but there are guards. We need to distract them. Ash said, frowning at the challenge ahead. Pikachu gestured enthusiastically, but Ash shook his head. No, that's too dangerous. Pikachu playfully smacked Ash's head, making him sweat drop. Yeah, what we're doing is already risky, Ash admitted, looking serious. Can you do it? Pikachu nodded, and Ash instructed him, distract them long enough for me to reach the kitchen. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and dashed away. As Pikachu disappeared from sight, Ash walked toward the kitchen, hoping for his friend's safety. He approached the kitchen and secretly observed the guards, noting they were armed. Great. If it comes to a fight, they'll have guns too, he thought, frowning. Suddenly, the casino lights went out, leaving everyone in confusion. Ash heard Pikachu charging up electricity, and then the north section of the casino erupted in chaos. The machines were destroyed, and the guards rushed toward the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Ash slipped into the kitchen. Inside, he spotted several chefs looking dazed. He quickly approached one and knocked him out with a swift punch. Grabbing a rolling pin, he threw it at another chef, who dodged just in time. Ash performed a flip to evade knives thrown at him, then picked up one and threw it at the leg of a chef, who groaned and fell to his knees. With only 3 chefs left, Ash swiftly took them down with quick jabs and kicks. He searched for the stairs leading to the basement and found them in the corner. Rushing down, he thought, I have to thank Lucario for teaching me martial arts. Hey! Who are you? A man in a black jumpsuit questioned as Ash approached. Recognizing the outfit, Ash's expression hardened. Team Rocket, he thought, preparing for a confrontation. You want a battle, huh? The man mocked, releasing an Ekans and a Zubat. TCH, EV, quick attack. Ash commanded. The thief seemed inexperienced, failing to issue commands to his Pokemon. EV struck both Ekans and Zubat, pushing them back. Double kick. Ash ordered, and Eevee knocked out both Pokemon. The thief gulped, trying to back away, but Ash charged at him, landing a punch that knocked him out. After recalling Eevee, Ash scanned the room and gasped at the sight of several cages containing living Pokemon. Anger surged within him as he moved toward the stairs leading to the next floor. I can't turn back now. This place is cursed, Ash muttered, releasing Lucario. Lucario emerged, looking around with concern. Master. Where are we? He asked, and Ash quickly explained the situation. You can sense it, right? There are about 20 members on the next floor, and they might be armed, Lucario noted. Ash nodded, determination in his eyes. We'll defeat them all, capture their boss, and wait for the police. I've sent Pikachu to alert them, Ash informed Lucario, who nodded in agreement. Okay, Master. The battle below will be tough, even for Charizard and me. Time to test our skills, Lucario replied, and Ash smirked. Let's go on a Team Rocket hunt. As they descended the stairs, they spotted a lone man sitting on a throne-like chair. They must be hiding. That guy is probably the boss. Let's confront him, Ash said, and Lucario nodded. Are you in charge of this place? Ash growled, and the man chuckled darkly. May I know your name, little boy? He asked. Red. Ash replied coldly. Giovanni. You can call me that. Your Lucario looks impressive. Shiny Lucario aren't usually white. I wonder what makes yours special, Giovanni said with a grin. Ash glared at him, and Giovanni's grin widened. Giovanni threw 3 Pokeball, releasing a Rhydon, a Nidoking, and a Kangaskhan. I didn't bring my other Pokemon today, but these 3 will be enough for you, he taunted. Tell me. Giovanni, are you the leader of Team Rocket? Ash asked, and Giovanni laughed. I'll take that as a yes. Enough talk. Let's end this, Ash declared, throwing 2 Pokeball into the air. Charizard, Dragonite. Show them your power. The 2 dragons emerged, roaring at Giovanni, who smirked in response. Oh. Nice captures. I always wanted a Dragonite. Thank you, Giovanni said, eyeing Dragonite with interest, while Ash frowned, aware of the danger. He knew he had to be cautious. Giovanni's guards had not revealed their location yet, and they might attack when he was least prepared. Suddenly, a swarm of about 30 Pokemon filled the area, ranging from Zubat and Ekans to Weezing, all in their first evolution. Ash's eyes widened in shock. There must be at least 24 of them. They may be weak, but they could overwhelm us with their numbers. With determination, Ash released Eevee and Ghastly. Master, you command Eevee and Ghastly to fight the goons. We'll take on the boss ourselves. Just direct us once you're done with the others, Lucario whispered to Ash, who nodded in agreement. Be safe. Ash replied, and the 3 Pokemon nodded back at him. Turning to Ghastly and Eevee, Ash asked, Hey guys, are you ready for the hardest battle of your lives? They nodded in response. Ghastly, I know we have our differences, but let's put them aside for now and battle these opponents. Ghastly nodded, though he looked at Ash as if he were foolish. Of course, I don't intend to let anyone know I can speak, he replied, focusing on the enemies. Giovanni taunted Ash, ha ha ha. Your decision to ignore me will be your downfall, Red. But Ash remained focused on the battle. Fine. Rhydon, Kangaskhan, Nidoking. Show them your true power. The battle commenced. Eevee, use quick attack and bite whoever you can, Ash commanded. Eevee sprang into action. Ghastly, back Eevee up with Nightshade, he instructed, and Ghastly unleashed dark beams at the enemies. Eevee danced around the room, hitting one Pokemon after another, while Ghastly followed orders, striking with Nightshade repeatedly. An Ekans attempted to counter by jumping at Eevee to wrap it up. Just as Eevee was about to be hit, a dark beam from Ghastly sent the Ekans flying backward. Eevee looked back at Ghastly and nodded in appreciation. Ghastly, great job. Ash praised, and Ghastly nodded proudly. The two Pokemon exchanged determined looks. Charge! Ash commanded, and they sprang into action. Suddenly, Ash noticed a grunt pointing a weapon at him. His eyes widened in alarm as the grunt fired. Ash braced for impact, but it never came. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a familiar green barrier surrounding him. It's that thing again, he thought, looking around. Fire, the grunt shouted, but the bullets were stopped by the barrier. Ash smirked, realizing the barrier was a manifestation of his aura. No guns. No grunts, he declared confidently. He glanced at Eevee and Ghastly, who were struggling. They can't hold on much longer, Ash thought, gritting his teeth. Ghastly, Eevee, keep dodging and try to recover your energy, he advised. They nodded, but it was proving difficult. They had only managed to take down 4 Pokemon, while more than 20 remained. The remaining Pokemon attacked relentlessly, and Ash heard the grunts laughing. Kid, it's all over for you. Lord Giovanni will defeat the others. Once we capture your Pokemon, you'll be finished, one grunt cackled. Ash smirked, causing confusion among them. It's not over yet. Ghastly, Eevee, return, he said, recalling his Pokemon and closing his eyes. Have you lost your mind, kid? Closing your eyes? Pokemon, finish him, the grunt yelled as the Pokemon charged at Ash. But Ash simply smiled, and just as the Pokemon were about to strike, a voice rang out. Paika. Chuu. Pikachu appeared, surprising most of the Pokemon present. Ash grinned. You're here, Pika, he exclaimed, running up to Pikachu and hugging him. I missed you. Pikachu rubbed his cheek against Ash's. Pika Pika, he replied, and Ash understood. Go help the others, I'll handle the grunts and their Pokemon. Pikachu turned to face the grunts and their Pokemon, a determined look on his face. Pika Pika, he said, sparks crackling on his cheeks. What can a tiny Pokemon like you do? Pokemon, finish this puny little rat, a grunt shouted, and the Pokemon charged at Pikachu. Pikachu began to jump and dance around, effortlessly dodging the attacks. Pika. Pika. Pika, he chanted, charging up electricity. Finally, he leaped high into the air, looking down at the other Pokemon. Paikea. Chuu, he shouted, unleashing a powerful thunder attack that knocked out all the Pokemon in one go. Pikachu landed on top of an Ekans, panting. Pika, he said, eyeing the terrified grunts and sparking his cheeks again, ready to take on the next challenge. Meanwhile, Ash heard the commotion but didn't look back, smirking to himself. That's my Pikachu, he thought, turning his attention to Charizard, Lucario, and Dragonite, who were struggling against their opponents. The enemy shouldn't be underestimated, he noted, taking a deep breath. It seems the little red decides to enter the battle. Your Pokemon are strong, I'll give them that, Giovanni remarked with a smirk. Yeah, I know, Ash replied, returning the smirk. Giovanni's laughter faded. Say, Red, want to join my organization? I'll offer you all the wealth you could ever want, he proposed, but Ash ignored him. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Lucario, Aura Sphere, Ash commanded, and his Pokémon launched their attacks as instructed. Charizard unleashed flames at Kangaskhan, while Dragonite targeted Rhydon, and Lucario aimed for Nidoking. However, the attacks fell short as Nidoking rushed forward and used Protect to create a barrier that absorbed the impact. Charizard, Dragon Dance, Ash ordered, and Charizard was enveloped in a green, draconic aura. Dragonite, Wing Attack. Dragonite soared into the air, wings glowing as it charged at Rhydon. Lucario, back Dragonite up with close combat, Ash added. Lucario nodded and sprinted behind Dragonite. Charizard, prepare to fire Dragon Pulse on my mark, Ash instructed, his expression serious. Charizard nodded, gathering draconic energy in its mouth. Ash glanced at Lucario and Dragonite, noticing their struggle against the three formidable opponents. Even with Charizard, they are outmatched, he thought, gritting his teeth. Lucario, use Rock Smash on Rhydon's head. Ash commanded, but the attack was thwarted as Kangaskhan tackled Lucario away. Dragonite leaped in to catch Lucario before he hit the ground, and Lucario expressed gratitude with a nod. Dragonite just evolved, and Lucario is having a tough time against these Pokémon, Ash mused, frowning as he looked at Charizard. Even Charizard will face challenges in this fight. Pika. Pikachu suddenly chimed in, approaching Ash. He looked down at his partner and nodded. Are you done with the grunts? Ash asked, and Pikachu confirmed with a nod. A smirk formed on Ash's face as he patted Pikachu. Alright, come here, Pika. I want you to. Ash whispered a plan into Pikachu's ear, and Pikachu nodded in understanding. Pikachu, use Double Team and Quick Attack. Ash commanded, and Pikachu created a copy of himself before charging at Rhydon. One of the copies unleashed a thunderbolt, but Rhydon absorbed the attack without flinching. Ash smirked, thinking, plan successful. He glanced at Giovanni, who was struck by the thunderbolt from the original Pikachu. Dragonite, Lucario, do whatever it takes to keep the Pokémon busy. Ash ordered, and his Pokémon nodded, with Pikachu rushing to support Lucario. Giovanni scowled, you cursed brat. Attacking me because you can't defeat my Pokémon. Charizard, now. Dragon Pulse towards the ceiling above Giovanni. Ash commanded. Giovanni's eyes widened in alarm. Rhydon, protect me, he shouted, but his command went unheard as Rhydon was held back by Dragonite, Pikachu, and Lucario. Charizard's attack struck the ceiling, causing debris to fall toward Giovanni. He tried to escape, but Pikachu's attack had paralyzed him, leaving him unable to move. DMNU, brat. I'll get back at you, Red. Giovanni yelled as he and his Pokémon suddenly vanished, leaving Ash stunned. Looking around, Ash frowned, sensing no trace of his foe. What happened, he wondered aloud. Police. Don't move, a voice called out as a team of officers rushed in. Ash waved at them. Hey there. Kid, that's quite a story you just told me, Officer Jenny remarked as she noted Ash's report. She surveyed the area and sighed. But looking around, I can tell you're not lying. She closed her notepad and regarded Ash thoughtfully. You drove the leader of Team Rocket away. What did he say his name was? Officer Jenny inquired, but Ash shook his head. He didn't tell me. Jenny sighed, understanding the situation. Yeah, it's logical he wouldn't share his name. It's Giovanni. Why can't I tell her his name? Ash questioned internally, struggling to voice it. What is happening? He looked at Jenny with a neutral expression. If you don't mind, Officer Jenny, I'd like to keep a low profile about what happened today, Ash said, and Jenny nodded in agreement. That can be arranged. Ash felt relieved as he recounted the events of the battle while Officer Jenny took notes. The next day, Ash Ketchum managed to leave Celadon City without anyone noticing his involvement at the game corner. As he walked out, filled with negative memories, he resolved never to return. At least I got a badge, he thought with a sigh, continuing forward with Pikachu asleep in his bag. I guess Giovanni put a mental block on me so I can't disclose his identity, Ash pondered, frowning. He sighed and said, the leader of Team Rocket is Giovanni. He tried to record this on his Pokédex but found himself unable to do so. No use, Ash muttered, closing the device in frustration. I can't even record it. His groan stirred Pikachu from his slumber. Pika? Pikachu asked, tilting his head. Ash smiled at him. Nothing, Pi, he replied, and Pikachu nodded, climbing onto Ash's shoulder. Pikapi, Pikachu said, and Ash nodded. Yeah, I just left Celadon, and I forgot to buy a bike. Pikachu responded with a sweat drop. I wanted to leave that town so badly that I forgot to stop by the mall, Ash sighed, slumping his shoulders. Let me release Eevee for a moment. Can you share your other shoulder with her? Ash asked with a sly smile. Pikachu rubbed his head and nodded with a small smile. Okay. Ash said, releasing Eevee onto his shoulder. Hey Eevee, how are you feeling? He asked, and Eevee responded with a joyful squeal, liking his cheeks. I'll take that as a yes, Ash chuckled. Pika, Pikachu greeted Eevee, who returned the gesture. I was wondering if you'd like to travel with Pikachu and me for a while, Ash said, capturing Eevee's attention. Eevee replied with a bright smile, making Ash grin. Great. Let's head out, he declared, picking up the pace. They walked for a few more minutes before Eevee called out to Ash. VV, she said, and Ash looked at her, puzzled. Huh? He asked, while Pikachu stared at Eevee in surprise. Pika. Pikachu said, and Eevee nodded her head. What are you guys talking about? Ash questioned with a frown, and Pikachu motioned for him to be quiet, causing Ash to sweat drop. The respect you guys have for me, Ash said, tears welling in his eyes, but his Pokemon ignored him. No one loves me, he added, a gloomy aura surrounding him. Pikachu and Eevee decided to continue their conversation, ignoring Ash. Pika, Pikachu nodded and looked at Ash, starting to say something. Pika Pika Pikachu, he said, and Ash adopted a surprised look. Really? He asked, and Pikachu nodded. Ash understood some of what Pikachu was saying. Among all his Pokemon, Ash had spent the most time with Charizard, so he could clearly understand him without assistance. He was also getting close to Pikachu and Lucario, but since Lucario could speak human language, it was easier to understand him. With Pikachu, Ash could grasp some of his messages. Right now, he understood that Pikachu was saying something surprising, and he looked at Eevee seriously. So, you want to evolve? Ash asked, and Eevee nodded. Vui, she said, and Ash looked to Pikachu for clarification. Oh. So you're disappointed with your performance against the Rocket's goon and want to evolve so that it doesn't happen again? Ash questioned, and Eevee nodded with a sad frown while looking away. Hey. Don't worry. You did great. You were simply outnumbered. If you had fought them one-on-one, you would have won easily, Ash reassured her. Eevee smiled at him and started playfully licking his cheeks. Ash smiled back and decided to ask Eevee which evolution she preferred. He took out his Pokédex and showed her pictures of all the Eeveevolutions one by one. Finally, she chose the evolution he hoped she would Vaporeon. That's a great choice, Ash said with a smile, and Eevee nodded. Pika, Pikachu added, and Ash looked shocked. Eevee already knew I wanted a Vaporeon, and she chose it for me. Pikachu and Eevee nodded, making Ash smile softly. Thanks, Eevee, he muttered, hugging her closely, which made her squeal with delight. He let go and took out the water stone from his pocket, giving it to Eevee. She touched it and began to glow. As Eevee glowed, she started growing in size, scales forming on her back and legs, and her tail grew taller. A few moments later, the glow faded, revealing a beautiful Vaporeon in place of Eevee. Vaporeon, the water-type evolution. When Vaporeon's fins begin to vibrate, it is a sign that rain will come within a few hours. Vaporeon is made up of water molecules, making it invisible in water. This Vaporeon is female and knows the moves Growl, Tackle, Sand Attack, Bite, Double Kick, Bubble, Water Gun, Water Pulse, and Ice Beam. Its ability is Water Absorb, which heals her instead of harming her when hit by water-type moves, the mechanical voice of the Pokédex stated, and Ash smirked. Nice moves. You learn through evolution, Vaporeon, Ash said, continuing, welcome to the family. The night sky glowed with the pale light of the moon, and an infinite number of stars stretched across the sky. It was a silent and calm night, with the occasional chirping of Pidgeys. Our young hero lay on the ground with his arms crossed under his head and his legs sprawled on the grassy field. A small smile crept onto his face, giving him a peaceful look. Ash sighed in delight as he recalled all the events that had happened in his life since leaving Pallet Town. He looked at his belt and saw Lucario's Pokeball, filling him with happiness and pride. His starter had grown a lot since they first met, transforming from a small Riolu into a mighty Lucario. Ash remembered the time when Riolu was upset after losing a fight against Rhyhorn. Riolu had trained tirelessly every day since that battle, and Ash felt pride swell in his chest every time he saw Lucario train. Lucario, one of his strongest Pokemon and his aura partner, had grown very close to Ash in a short time. Ash fiddled with Lucario's Pokeball for a moment before putting it back. Let's become Aura Guardians together, Lucario, he thought, sensing a small tug from Lucario's Pokeball. Sure thing, partner, Lucario replied in his mind, and Ash smiled, giving him a mental fist bump. Ash looked to his left and saw Pikachu sleeping peacefully under the moonlight, which made him smile. He slowly got up and moved away from the field to a secluded spot. Once he was sure he was far enough from Pikachu's hearing range, Ash took out Ghastly's Pokeball and released him. Ghastly emerged and glared at Ash. Hey, Ghastly. How are you doing, buddy? Ash asked softly, and Ghastly nodded. Fine, he replied, turning away. We never talked about our dreams, did we? Ash continued, piquing Ghastly's interest. I never believed it was necessary to share my dreams with a human, Ghastly snapped, and Ash rubbed his head sheepishly. Don't be so mean. Ash whined, and Ghastly grunted. Please tell me what your dream is. Ash requested, but Ghastly glared at him. Ash saw Ghastly charge at him and did nothing to stop him. Ghastly tackled Ash, pushing him to his knees. Ash coughed slightly and looked at Ghastly. Did that calm you down? He asked, and Ghastly frowned. Of course not, you human, Ghastly shouted, making Ash sigh. Ghastly began expressing his frustrations, and Ash listened patiently. Do you hate me that much? Ash asked suddenly, throwing Ghastly off guard. I might not be the kindest trainer out there, but you can see that I am a strong one. Your growth with me has been phenomenal. Even you won't deny it, right? Ash questioned, and Ghastly slowly nodded, realizing that Ash was right. So tell me. Do you respect me as your trainer? Ash asked again, and Ghastly frowned. This question was difficult for him to answer. He didn't like his trainer, but he followed every command. Despite his feelings, Ghastly found himself nodding at Ash. Okay. That's good. Tell me this, Ash asked, do you want to continue getting stronger with me, or would you prefer to be released into the wild, where you may or may not become as strong as you could with me? Ghastly was lost in thought. Like every being in this world, Ghastly wanted to become stronger, he aspired to be the strongest of his kind. However, his main goal was never solely about strength. While he desired to grow stronger, it was not his primary concern. With Ash, he could envision himself becoming more powerful, but would he abandon his core ideals for the sake of power? After a moment of contemplation, Ghastly made his decision and looked at Ash with determination. "I want to stay with you and become stronger," Ghastly declared. Ash nodded, pleased. "But I will demand to be released as soon as I help you achieve your dream. The day you become the Pokemon Master, I believe I will be free, as I have my own goals to pursue." Ash agreed, "I'll release you when that time comes. But may I ask what your goals are?" Ghastly frowned at him. "Don't get ahead of yourself, human. I won't share such delicate information about myself. I'm not like your other Pokemon." Ash waved his hand dismissively. Sorry. Just trying to understand." Looking around the clearing, Ash shrugged. "You can stay out tonight. Explore the area, but be back before sunrise." Ghastly nodded and vanished, though Ash could still sense him through his aura. Chapter 22, Saffron. Ash took a deep breath as he gazed at the outskirts of Saffron City, satisfaction evident on his face. "Finally here," he announced, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. "Let's head to the Pokemon Center to get you all healed." He began walking toward the center. A few days had passed since Ash left Celadon City, and he was thrilled to have reached Saffron City, the largest city in Kanto and home to one of the biggest companies in the world, Sylph Company. However, Ash had no plans to visit the Sylph Company. He had heard rumors about the town's gym being one of the strongest in Kanto, which excited him. Ash and his team had trained relentlessly over the past few days, determined to close the gap between them and Giovanni, the gym leader they had faced before. "Next time we meet, Giovanni, you and your Pokemon will face a different outcome," Ash promised himself as he left Celadon City. With newfound determination, he pushed his Pokemon harder than ever. He could see progress in his Pokemon and felt proud of their growth. Time to put the training to the test, Ash thought as he collected his Pokemon from the center, heading to Saffron Gym. Saffron Gym, known for its strength, was led by a psychic trainer who could control her energy at will. Ash had done some research on the gym leader, Sabrina, who typically engaged in one-on-one battles with challengers for the badge. She primarily used psychic Pokemon, employing their mysterious powers to dominate her opponents. Despite this, Ash was eager to face her and win the badge. The match will be one-on-one with no time limit. The first to knock out their opponent's Pokemon wins. The gym leader will send out her Pokemon first, the referee announced as Ash and Sabrina faced each other from their respective trainer boxes. "Abra," Sabrina said, releasing a small fox-like Pokemon from her Pokeball. "Go, Ghastly!" Ash shouted, throwing his Pokeball into the air. Ghastly floated into view. "Nightshade!" Ash commanded, but Abra vanished just before the attack hit. "Ghastly, look around, Abra can appear anywhere," Ash warned. Ghastly nodded. As predicted, Abra reappeared on the other side of the gym. "Nightshade again!" Ash called, but missed again and again. Frustrated, Ash ran through various scenarios in his mind. Abra can only use teleport, which is not useful in battle, but if it keeps dodging Ghastly's attacks, Ghastly will tire quickly. Think, Ash. "Ghastly, use miasma and disappear into the shadows," Ash instructed. Ghastly vanished, and Abra's eyes glowed. Ghastly materialized again, this time with a shadow ball ready. He released the attack, hitting Abra and sending it stumbling across the field. Ash stood with a smirk, satisfied. "Whenever I tell you to dematerialize in a fight, always charge up an attack and keep it ready. If the opponent uses a counterattack that makes you visible again, use the attack right at that moment." He was pleased that Ghastly had remembered their training. Ash knew that some Abras could learn more than just teleport, but he also understood that they were weak until they evolved. If Abra used any move other than teleport, it would be vulnerable, just as it was now. Ash seized the opportunity. Ghastly had landed a solid hit on Abra, and it seemed Ash might win this battle. He looked at Abra, which was struggling to get back on its feet, and sighed. "Finish it, Ghastly. Nightshade. But the attack was never delivered. Ash looked at Abra, confusion etched on his face. That attack before wasn't foresight, he questioned, frowning. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. They tricked us. Abra used Disable to make us let our guard down. It wasn't Disable that revealed Ghastly, it was Ghastly believing that Abra used foresight. We'll have to stay alert now. He grunted, eyeing Abra with a determined expression. Evolve. Sabrina's voice cut through the tension, and Ash raised his brows in surprise. As she spoke, Abra began to glow, signaling its evolution. In moments, Abra grew larger and sprouted a pair of mustaches. Ash gritted his teeth, glancing at Ghastly, unsure if he could handle the newly evolved Pokemon. Ghastly had improved significantly over the past few days, but facing an evolved Pokemon was a different challenge. Ash regretted sending Ghastly into battle, realizing he had only truly trusted Charizard, Pikachu, and Lucario. Just then, Ghastly was struck by Kadabra's Psybeam, snapping Ash back to the present. Ghastly, you alright, buddy? He asked, and Ghastly nodded. Great. Use Shadow Ball. Ghastly fired a Shadow Ball at Kadabra, who deftly dodged the attack. Use Confusion, Ash commanded, and Ghastly's eyes glowed as he attempted the move. Kadabra countered with Psychic, hitting Ghastly with full force and sending him flying backward. Despite being a ghost type, Ghastly's poison typing made him vulnerable to psychic attacks. Ash clenched his teeth, realizing he needed a new strategy. Relying solely on brute force had not served him well, especially against powerful opponents. Ghastly, use Shadow Ball again. After that, disappear and reappear right in front of Kadabra. Ghastly followed the command, launching a Shadow Ball at Kadabra, who dodged once more. However, when Kadabra looked to where Ghastly had been, he found nothing. Kadabra's eyes began to glow as he prepared to use Foresight, but Ash was already giving his next command. Ghastly, use Lick. Kadabra froze as the paralysis effect took hold. Shadow Ball. Ash shouted, hoping the attack would knock Kadabra out. The impact sent Kadabra back a few feet, but Ash quickly realized he had underestimated Kadabra and overestimated Ghastly. Kadabra shook off the attack and regained his footing, prompting Ash to ball his hands into fists, searching for another plan. Brute force wasn't the answer, Ash needed to think outside the box. As he strategized, Sabrina decided to end the match. Her eyes glowed, signaling a psychic connection with Kadabra. Ash gritted his teeth, commanding Ghastly to use Miasma again, but it failed, leading him to realize that the effects of Foresight were still in play. His frown deepened as he watched Kadabra's psychic attack hit Ghastly, who limped to the ground. Ghastly, can you continue? Ash asked, concern in his voice. Ghastly smirked and floated back up. Ash smiled softly, mouthing a silent thank you. Ghastly, let's show them your true power. The power of our aura. Ash's intense gaze mirrored Ghastly's determination. Use Confusion. Ghastly attempted the move, but it didn't work as planned. However, Ash had a backup strategy in mind. Sabrina began to float, signaling her readiness to get serious. Ash took a deep breath, knowing they were outmatched. We have one chance to make this work, he thought, glancing at Ghastly. Use Shadow Ball. Ghastly fired, but Kadabra teleported away, launching several stones at Ghastly. Ghastly used his own psychic to stop the stones midair, but realizing the attack was going nowhere, both Pokemon halted. Disable, Ash commanded, smirking as Kadabra's psychic ability was neutralized, causing Kadabra to frown in worry. Ghastly, Sucker Punch. A fist made of gas formed and rushed at Kadabra, who teleported to dodge. Ash noted a pattern, Kadabra always reappeared to Ghastly's right. To your right. Use Astonish. Ghastly executed the command, startling Kadabra just long enough for Ash to seize the moment. Use Shadow Ball. The attack hit, knocking Kadabra back. Shadow Ball repeatedly when it's on the ground, Ash instructed. He thought to himself that if Nightshade hadn't been disabled, the fight would have ended already. Still, his current strategy was working, and the Shadow Ball began to wear Kadabra down. Use Psychic and cover Kadabra with the rocks, Ash commanded. Ghastly's eyes glowed as he lifted the rocks around him and hurled them at Kadabra, encasing him completely. Ash glanced at Sabrina, noting her calm demeanor. Power up a Dark Pulse, he instructed, and Ghastly nodded, preparing the attack. Wait for Kadabra to remove the rocks. As he reveals himself, fire the attack to your right, Ash commanded. Trusting Ash's judgment, Ghastly waited. Kadabra used confusion to clear the rocks and spotted Ghastly ready with a Dark Pulse. His eyes widened, and he quickly teleported away. Now! Ash shouted, and Ghastly unleashed the attack, landing a perfect hit. The attack struck Kadabra right in his abdomen as he reappeared. Ash smirked, reflecting on his strategy. He had decided to command Ghastly to fire the Dark Pulse towards the location where Kadabra would reappear, making it more practical and unpredictable. With a small victory dance, Ash celebrated winning his 4th badge. After receiving his badge from Sabrina, Ash marveled at it with glowing eyes. Your strategy was impressive, Sabrina remarked, her expression indifferent. She continued, most trainers rely on their Pokémon to win battles through brute force. At the beginning, I thought you were like the others, but as the battle progressed, I realized you were different. You studied my Kadabra and quickly devised a counter-strategy, even though you and your Ghastly were outclassed. That's the mark of a remarkable trainer. Keep training, I foresee a bright future for you. As Sabrina finished speaking, Ash found himself in front of the Pokémon Center. Surprised, he wondered if she had teleported him there. Noticing that the people around him were unfazed by his sudden arrival, he concluded that it must be a common occurrence. Shrugging it off, Ash walked into the Pokémon Center to get Ghastly healed. Ash walked away from Saffron City, Pikachu perched on his shoulder, a smile on his face. For more badges to go, he reminded himself, grinning widely. He glanced at Pikachu, who smiled back, and they continued their journey. Hey, Pika! Our next destination is the Viridian Gym. But first, we need to go to Sevii Island, and from there, we can take a ferry to Vermilion City, Ash informed, and Pikachu nodded in understanding. I heard the Vermilion Gym leader specializes in electric-type Pokémon. Are you ready to take him on? Ash asked, and Pikachu nodded with determination. That's the spirit! Ash exclaimed, starting to run towards Sevii Island. After a while, he realized it was a bad idea and stopped to catch his breath. Phew! That took all my energy, he admitted, and Pikachu sighed in response. At least we covered some ground, Ash said with a sheepish grin, acknowledging their progress. We are about 3 weeks away from Sevii Island if we keep walking. That means it will take about a month if we stop to train regularly, Ash analyzed, moving at a slower pace. Noticing the time on his Pokédex, he saw it was just 9 a.m., so he decided to travel a bit more before taking a break. With that thought, Ash continued his journey with Pikachu by his side. As they traveled, they saw various Pokémon playing around, enjoying the sights. Whenever Ash got tired, he took breaks to release his Pokémon for training and feeding. 3 weeks passed, and finally, Ash and Pikachu spotted the ocean. We finally reached the ocean. Ash exclaimed, running towards it and releasing all his Pokémon to have fun too. Charizard and Dragonite took to the sky for a flying race. Dragonite was faster, but Charizard kept close behind. Meanwhile, the rest of Ash's Pokémon swam alongside him. After a while, Ash returned to the shore, sitting on the beach with a blissful sigh. His Pokémon had grown a lot since he started his journey. Who would have thought that the kid who began with a hybrid Charmeleon and a Riolu would end up with such a powerful team? Ghastly is almost ready to evolve too. He just needs a little push, Ash thought with a smile. He got up to prepare lunch for himself and his Pokémon. I need to add some more Pokemon to my team, he mused while cooking. Guys! Lunch is ready! Ash shouted to get his Pokemon's attention. They quickly rushed back, eager to eat. Eat up, everyone! Ash said, placing their plates in front of them. Charizard and Dragonite had the largest plates, while Pikachu and Ghastly had smaller ones. His Pokemon devoured the food, loving Ash's cooking. After lunch, Ash washed the dishes, and they began training. Charizard taught Dragonite some Dragon-type moves while Pikachu and Vaporeon sparred using Quick Attack. Lucario meditated for better control of his aura, and Ash worked personally with Ghastly. Hey, Ghastly! How do you like my training? Ash asked, trying to start a conversation. It's beneficial, Ghastly replied, prompting Ash to sigh. That's good to hear. How do you feel about your battle with Sabrina? Ash inquired again. It was satisfying to win against a stronger opponent, Ghastly replied curtly, and Ash smiled. Do you want to battle more? He asked, and Ghastly looked surprised for a moment before composing himself. I believe I am not the one who can make that choice. Ghastly responded, eyeing Ash knowingly. Well, I just wanted to know your opinion, Ash reasoned, and Ghastly grunted in acknowledgement. My opinion will be heard but not acknowledged, Ghastly replied, and Ash hummed in response. If it helps, just tell me if you dislike anything I do, Ash offered, and Ghastly nodded. I don't like insubordination. But that doesn't mean I won't acknowledge my Pokemon's wishes. As long as you don't cross your limits, I'll try to meet your demands, Ash continued, and Ghastly nodded again. I'll give it some thought and get back to you, Ghastly replied, and Ash agreed. Alright. Let's get back to training then. I want you to work on. They continued training for a few more hours until Ash decided they had done enough for the day. He assembled his Pokemon and recalled them before continuing his journey. Just as Ash had predicted, they reached their destination, Sevii Island, in the 4th week. It was a small island compared to the other cities he had traveled through. He decided to book a ticket as soon as possible and walked toward the port. As he reached the port, he heard a familiar voice. Well, if it isn't Ash Ketchum, the voice said. Ash turned around to see his rival, Gary Oak, who surprised him momentarily before he shrugged it off. Gary was driving a convertible with a group of cheerleaders. I see you actually made it here. I'm surprised you haven't given up yet, Gary mocked, and Ash smirked. I see you brought a squad of cheerleaders. Are they supposed to console you whenever you lose? Ash replied, and Gary shrugged arrogantly. They just came along after they saw me battle. Unlike you, I have something called looks that helps me win over ladies, Gary said with a smirk. Farewell, loser. Without giving Ash a chance to reply, Gary drove off. That Gary. I hope he knows that looks won't help him win battles, Ash gritted his teeth in frustration while Pikachu tried to calm him down. It's alright, Pikachu. I am fine, Ash assured, and Pikachu nodded. This Gary annoys me every time. I'll show him in the league. Just you wait, Ash declared, and Pikachu gave him a thumbs up. You know what? I don't want to take the ferry anymore, Ash exclaimed with a frown and released his Dragonite from its Pokeball. Hey, Dragonite. Please take me to Vermilion City on. You're back, Ash requested, and Dragonite cooed at him, bending down to allow Ash to climb on. It takes 5 days to reach Vermilion by boat, we might be able to reach it in about an hour and a half if you go full speed, Ash explained, and Dragonite nodded. I'll use my aura to defend myself from the wind, Ash assured while rubbing Dragonite's head. With that, Dragonite shot off from the ground at incredible speed. Woo-woo! Ash exclaimed loudly, enjoying the ride on Dragonite's back. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. He looked around and saw that they were traveling so fast he couldn't even see the clouds. The adrenaline rush was incredible, and he noticed Pikachu was enjoying the ride just as much. In an instant, everything stopped, and Ash realized that Dragonite had landed on the sandy beach. We reached? Ash questioned, and Dragonite cooed with a smile. That was fast. Ash checked the time and saw that almost an hour and a half had passed since they left Seviai Island. He had enjoyed the ride so much that he hadn't noticed the time passing. He got off Dragonite and noticed several people looking at him with awe and envy. Feeling awkward under their gaze, Ash quickly recalled Dragonite and made his way to the Pokemon Center. After checking in and healing his Pokemon, Ash fed them and himself before calling it a day. The next day, Ash stood before the Vermilion Gym, confident he would win. It wasn't overconfidence, he just knew the outcome. He planned to use Pikachu, his trusted buddy, and he was determined to win. Let's show them who's boss, buddy. Ash exclaimed, and Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, sparks appearing on his cheeks. With that, Ash pushed the gym door open and walked inside. He approached the receptionist. I am here to challenge the gym, Ash said, and the woman smirked. All right, she said, pushing a button while muttering, another challenger, boss. I'm sending him in. Ash frowned at her tone. The boss is inside. He's currently battling, so you'll have to wait for your turn. There are bleachers inside the gym. Don't waste my time, go wait there, the woman instructed, and Ash entered the room, determined to show them he was not a victim. As he walked toward the bleachers, he noticed several thugs sitting there. Are you challengers too? Ash asked, and they shook their heads. Are you? One thug mockingly questioned, and Ash nodded, prompting laughter from them. More like a victim, one of them said, and Ash lost his temper. He stepped forward and punched the thug, knocking him unconscious. If you want some too. Come. Ash challenged the others, who scowled at him angrily. Why you runt, one thug growled, advancing toward Ash. Stop it, you're embarrassing me, the gym leader said, intervening to prevent the thug from hitting Ash. Kid. Are you the next challenger? The gym leader asked, and Ash nodded. Come to the field, the leader instructed, and Ash complied. Ash Ketchum, he introduced himself. Lieutenant Surge, the gym leader replied, motioning for his Raichu to enter the ring. 1-on-1. You win, you get the badge, lose, and it's over. Understood? Lieutenant Surge said, and Ash nodded. Give me a challenge, baby, Lieutenant Surge said, making Ash groan. He quickly calmed himself and released Dragonite from its Pokeball, petting it as it cooed in response. Good boy, Ash praised before recalling Dragonite. He turned to Surge with a confident grin and said, Pikachu. You're up, Ash said, and Pikachu dashed toward the field. Lieutenant Surge was left shocked at the display. That kid, no. Ash Ketchum petted a Dragonite as if it were a Growlithe. I better take him seriously, controlling a Dragonite is no small feat, he thought with a frown. Nice dragon you have there. Why not use it to battle? Surge questioned, and Ash shrugged. Against you? Don't make me laugh, Ash replied with a smirk, relishing the chance to belittle his opponent. Pikachu is more than enough for your whole team, he claimed, challenging Surge to respond. I'll give you the first move. Take it, Ash offered, spreading his hands. Surge's grunts gritted their teeth in anger, no one insulted their boss and got away with it. That's it. Raichu, use your thunder on that Pikachu, Lieutenant Surge commanded angrily, and Raichu followed his order. Pikachu, take it, Ash commanded with a smirk. When Raichu's attack hit Pikachu, he simply stood there and absorbed the hit without any reaction. In fact, Pikachu seemed energized by the attack. Surge realized his mistake and gritted his teeth. Lightning Rod. TCH, he thought as Ash winked at him. Your electric attacks will just tickle Pikachu. Nothing else, Ash laughed. After Ash said that, Lieutenant Surge lost his composure. Kid, I'll show you the weakness of Lightning Rod, he said with a smirk, which Ash returned. And that is? Ash questioned, raising a brow as Surge commanded Raichu to attack again. Raichu, use Thunder. Full power, give it everything you've got. Raichu complied, unleashing the strongest attack of his life at Pikachu, creating a large explosion where Pikachu stood. Ash adopted a worried look for a moment before smirking. Kid, that's the weakness of Lightning Rod. Overcharge something and boom, it explodes. Take your Pikachu to the Pokemon Center, this match is over, Lieutenant Surge said, but Ash smirked back. Or is it? He mocked as the dust cleared, revealing Pikachu standing on the devastated field, looking unchanged except for the electric bolts dancing around him. How? Lieutenant Surge asked in shock. How can your Pikachu take all of Raichu's electricity without overloading? Simple. Pikachu didn't take all of it, Ash explained with a grin. How did he do it? Lieutenant Surge questioned, and Ash smirked. That's for me to know and for you to find out. It was a straightforward strategy. Ash had instructed Pikachu to place his iron tail on the ground, dispersing the electricity. Surge, forfeit. If you don't, I won't be the one to blame for your Raichu, Ash warned, and Lieutenant Surge angrily commanded Raichu again. Body slam that Pikachu. Ash sighed and looked at Pikachu. Don't say I didn't warn you. Dodge with quick attack and iron tail, Ash commanded, and Pikachu vanished just in time to avoid the attack. Raichu looked around in a frenzy before being struck on the head by a powerful iron tail, sending him skidding across the gym floor. Electro Ball. Finish it, Ash commanded, and Pikachu launched an Electro Ball at the downed Raichu. The attack, supercharged by Raichu's electricity, was much larger than Pikachu himself. When it hit Raichu, it created an explosion that shook the gym, shattering several windows. A few moments later, the dust cleared, revealing a large crater where Raichu lay unconscious, visibly injured and in need of urgent care. I warned you, Ash said with a sigh, rubbing his head. Suddenly, Lieutenant Surge threw a badge toward him, which Ash caught between his fingers. Good battle, Ash muttered as he walked out of the gym. Ouch! Ash exclaimed as Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. You're leaking electricity. Cut it off, Ash said while Pikachu rubbed his head sheepishly. Pika Pika. Pikachu bowed his head in apology, though he didn't seem too sorry about it, judging by his smirk. That was something, Ash muttered. Ash and his Pokemon were currently enjoying breakfast at their campsite. He looked at his Pokemon and smiled. Charizard and Dragonite were devouring their food as if they hadn't eaten in ages. The others were eating more politely, but he could tell they were enjoying their meals. It had been almost 2 weeks since they left Vermilion City, and they were now headed to Cerulean City for his 6th gym battle. Since Cerulean Gym was a water-type gym, he decided not to use Pikachu. He didn't want an easy win. Vaporeon hasn't had a chance to battle in a gym yet. I'll use her for Cerulean, but what about the other two? Ash thought as he finished his breakfast. He didn't want to use either of his strongest Pokemon. Cerulean Gym was just a stepping stone, or so he had heard. Using Pokemon with a type advantage or powerful dragons wouldn't be beneficial. Let's go with Ghastly for the other member. As for the final Pokemon, I'll decide during the battle, Ash concluded, finishing his meal. He recalled all his Pokemon into their Pokeball except for Pikachu and prepared to depart. It's cold these days, winter has arrived, Ash thought with a small frown. He always disliked winter, perhaps spending time with dragons had spoiled his taste for it. Either way, winter was not his favorite season. Pikachu, let's move. We're only a week's distance from Cerulean, Ash informed, and Pikachu nodded. Suddenly, Ash heard a loud explosion in the distance and frowned. That was no ordinary explosion. Let's go see what that was, Ash said, and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Dragonite, come on out, buddy, Ash called, releasing his trusted dragon. Take me that way, he commanded, climbing onto Dragonite's back. Dragonite soared into the sky, giving Ash a view of the situation below. He saw a group of Team Rocket members attacking a small village of Pokemon. Unable to see clearly, he focused his aura to enhance his vision. "That's a village of Bulbasaur," Ash muttered as he ordered Dragonite to take him closer. What he saw filled him with anger and determination. Several Team Rocket grunts were attempting to capture the Bulbasaurs using heavy machinery. Ash noticed a small Bulbasaur bravely trying to fend off the machines and grinned, thinking that this little guy would be his. He had been searching for a grass-type Pokemon in Kanto but had given up hope until now. He was determined not to leave without this Bulbasaur. "Dragonite, destroy the machines with a Dragon Pulse," Ash commanded. Dragonite unleashed a powerful pulse of energy, successfully dismantling the machinery. Ash smirked, confident in his Pokemon's abilities after months of training to take on Giovanni. "All right. Ascend." Dragonite nodded and lifted Ash into the air. Ash approached the little Bulbasaur and sat down in front of it, waving his hands to show he meant no harm. "You all right, little guy?" he asked, and the Bulbasaur nodded. "Bulba. That's good to hear. Take a rest for a while, my Pokemon and I will handle this," Ash assured, but Bulbasaur seemed eager to join the fight. "You want to fight too?" Ash asked with a grin. Bulbasaur nodded enthusiastically. "Then. Come on." Ash extended his hand for a fist bump, and Bulbasaur touched it with his vine whip. Suddenly, both Ash and Bulbasaur were enveloped in a bright light and found themselves in a dark place, experiencing a rush of adrenaline. Ash was flooded with Bulbasaur's memories, witnessing its life from the moment it was an egg. He felt a deep connection as he learned about Bulbasaur's struggles, including the loss of its mother right after birth and the absence of its father. Among the memories, Ash saw Bulbasaur's dream of becoming the strongest Venusaur in the world and how it had trained tirelessly, striving to earn respect from others. Despite its accomplishments, Bulbasaur sought a trainer to help it reach its full potential. Ash instinctively knew that Bulbasaur would be a key member of his team alongside Pikachu, Charizard, and Lucario. When the memories faded, Ash opened his eyes to find Bulbasaur gazing at him with determination. "Let's take down those rockets," Ash said, and Bulbasaur nodded resolutely. "Dragonite, destroy the other machines while I handle these grunts," Ash commanded. Dragonite soared into the sky as Ash turned his attention to the 10 grunts, who were accompanied by their Pokemon, Zubat, Ekans, and Coughing. "Bulbasaur, Pikachu. Take these rockets down," Ash instructed. "Pikachu, use Quick Attack and Iron Tail on any threats. Bulbasaur, use Razor Leaf on their legs to immobilize them." The grunt's eyes widened in realization of what was about to happen. "Pokemon. Protect us," one of the grunts shouted, but it was too late. Pikachu quickly dispatched their Pokemon with ease. "Good job, buddy," Ash praised, while Pikachu looked back at him with a playful expression. Fighting these grunts was no challenge at all. "Hee hee." Ash chuckled sheepishly, then turned to Bulbasaur, who was ready to use Razor Leaf. "There's no need for that, Bulbasaur," he said, and Bulbasaur nodded, retracting his leaves. As the grunts attempted to escape, they turned to find Dragonite looming behind them, and they surrendered immediately. Ash tied the grunts together and sighed, "There goes my plan for a normal walk to Cerulean City." He noticed Bulbasaur was saying goodbye to its village mates and decided to let him be, knowing Bulbasaur would join him soon. Exploring the machinery, Ash discovered a large cage meant to transport the Bulbasaurs. He released Lucario from his Pokeball. "Hey Lucario, can you help transfer these grunts to that cage?" Ash asked. Lucario raised an eyebrow but complied, easily tossing the tied grunts into the cage. "I assume they tried something again?" Lucario inquired as he approached Ash. "Yeah, they were trying to capture those Bulbasaurs," Ash replied. Lucario raised his brows in surprise. "A village of Bulbasaurs? That's not something you see every day. I was just in time to stop them." "Oh, and we have a new team member. I haven't caught him yet, but he might join us," Ash said, and Lucario nodded knowingly. It's obvious you won't let such a rare opportunity slip away, Lucario remarked with a smirk, which Ash returned with a sheepish grin. I'll take my leave then, Lucario said, and Ash recalled him. Bulbasaur approached Ash, and he smiled. Said your goodbyes, he asked, and Bulbasaur nodded. Well then. Welcome to the team. Ash captured Bulbasaur with a Pokeball, which rocked twice before confirming the capture. Ash's smile faded as the Pokeball turned dark. He suddenly realized that it was his 7th Pokemon, which meant that the Pokeball would be locked unless he cleared a spot for it. Ash made a mental note to send one of his Pokemon to the Coral next time he visited the Pokemon Center. He then released Charizard and Dragonite from their Pokeballs and greeted them with a smile. Hey guys, please lift this cage up if you can, Ash requested. Both nodded before lifting the cage. Will you manage to fly it from here to Cerulean City? Ash asked. Charizard nodded, but Dragonite looked a bit skeptical. Charizard encouraged Dragonite, and soon they were ready to go. Let's go then. Ash said, and he and Pikachu jumped onto Charizard's back. To Cerulean City's gym. Ash glanced at the large building that housed the Cerulean Gym with an indifferent look. This place was home to his 6th badge, and Ash couldn't be more ready to battle for it. The dome-shaped, brightly colored building had a gigantic painting of a dugong on top. Taking a deep breath, Ash pushed the gym door open and walked inside. He searched for the battlefield and found it after going through several corridors. The battlefield consisted of a large pool with platforms on both ends for trainers to stand on. Ash looked at the gym leader and called out, Hey, I am Ash Ketchum. I've come for a gym battle. The gym leader nodded in acknowledgement. The gym leader's name was Misty. She had short, red hair tied into a side ponytail and wore a yellow tank top, red suspenders, denim shorts, and red high-top sneakers with yellow lining. My name is Misty Williams. Welcome to the Cerulean Gym, she said with a nod. This will be a 3-on-3 battle, only the challenger can substitute. There is no time limit. The gym leader will choose the Pokemon first. The referee announced. Both trainers nodded. Begin, the referee said, bringing down his flags. Misty calls Seaking, she announced, releasing her Pokemon. Ash responded, for a Seaking, go. Ghastly. He released his ghost Pokemon, ready for battle. It's been a while since I battled a generic water type, Misty thought. Ghastly, use Miasma, Ash commanded. Ghastly disappeared from view. Misty muttered to herself, this is going to be troublesome, and ordered Seaking to go underwater. Wait for it to resurface, Ash instructed. He thought, I have to find a way to bring Seaking to the surface. Ghastly, use Nightshade on the surface of the water. Ghastly followed the command, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Now Ghastly was revealed for a moment. Misty smirked at Ash's frustrated expression and called out to Seaking, Seaking, use Water Gun. A streak of water shot out and hit Ghastly, pushing him back. Ghastly, hold on. Ash called out desperately. Looking around the gym, Ash raised his brows. Seaking can see Ghastly clearly from the water. Which means. He smirked and called out, Ghastly, use Confusion. Ghastly's eyes glowed, and suddenly, a distortion was created in the water as Seaking swam out of it, thrashing on the surface. Snap out of it, Seaking. Misty pleaded. Perfect. Now use Psychic. Ash commanded. Ghastly's eyes glowed again, and Seaking was lifted off the water. Ash had trained Ghastly in both Psychic and Ghost-type moves, and it was paying off. Once Seaking was lifted, Ash relaxed and smirked at Misty. You can forfeit your Seaking if you want to, he said, but Misty growled at him. Fine. Have it your way. Ghastly, Nightshade. With that, the first round of the gym battle ended in Ash's favor. Gym leader, release your next Pokemon, the referee announced. Misty nodded and brought out another Pokeball, throwing it into the pool. Misty calls Starmie, she said as a star-shaped purple Pokemon emerged. Ash recalled Ghastly and thought, Ghastly can go on easily, but I want to see Vaporeon in action. He plucked Vaporeon's Pokeball from his belt. Go! Vaporeon! Misty looked at Vaporeon with admiration and waved at Ash. Please let me pet your Vaporeon after this battle, she requested, and Ash nodded. All right. After the battle is over. For now, let's finish this fast, Ash thought, nodding at Vaporeon, who disappeared into the pool. Misty adopted a worried look. Starmie, get out of the water, she commanded, and Starmie complied. Use Water Pulse, Ash commanded. Starmie was hit by a pulse of water before it reached the surface. Use Quick Attack. Starmie was assaulted from all directions, knocking it back. Starmie, use Confusion. Misty called, but Ash interrupted, Ice Beam. Starmie was hit by a beam of white light, freezing it. Use Iron Tail. Vaporeon materialized above the frozen Starmie with a glowing tail and struck, breaking the ice and knocking Starmie out of the pool. Starmie hit the wall with a thud and fell to the floor, the gem in its core flickering, signaling it was unconscious. The gym leader is down to one Pokemon. Choose your final Pokemon, the referee announced. Misty sighed, realizing Vaporeon had easily defeated her Starmie. She brought out her final Pokeball. Bring me the victory, she called. Sam. I am here, Delia announced as she walked into Professor Oak's office. Oh, come on in, Professor Oak greeted her with a smile. I wanted to inform you about something, he said, and Delia nodded. What is it about? She asked as she seated herself in one of the spare chairs. It's about Charmeleon. Or more specifically, Charizard, Professor Oak said, raising Delia's curiosity. Charmeleon evolved, she asked, and Oak nodded. Yeah. Ash didn't inform you, he inquired, to which Delia shook her head. Ash doesn't tell me about his journey when he calls. He says he doesn't want me to worry. Such a caring son he is. But anyway, back to the topic. Our suspicions were correct about Charizard, Oak continued, and Delia nodded. So. Is he a dragon type, she asked, and Oak confirmed with a nod. I asked Ash for a sample of Charizard's DNA, and he managed to send me a drop of blood. I studied it and got these results, Oak explained as he turned on his computer. Yeah. But he also has a secondary fire typing, he added. Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Delia inquired, and Oak smiled. Yeah. Name the most common type dragons are weak against, except fairy, he challenged. Delia quickly replied, ice. Suddenly, an understanding look crossed her face, and Oak smirked. Yeah. Charizard's fire typing negates the effect of ice typing attacks. But. Does that mean Charizard's dragon typing negates his fire typing's weaknesses? Delia asked, and Oak nodded. These are the results I got, he said, showing her the computer screen. Bring me the victory, Misty called as she released Gyarados, who roared upon being summoned. Hydro Pump, she commanded, and in an instant, Gyarados unleashed the attack, hitting Vaporeon, who had no chance to dodge. 1 down, 2 to go, Misty thought with a smirk. Her expression changed as Vaporeon swam out of the pool, looking as fresh as ever. How? Ah, of course, water absorb, Misty gritted her teeth and shouted to Gyarados, Gyarados, use Hyper Beam. Gyarados gathered orange energy in its mouth. If water attacks won't work, this will. Double team, Ash said calmly. Vaporeon created several clones of herself, circling around Gyarados. While Ash appeared calm on the outside, his mind raced as he strategized to defeat Gyarados. Gyarados finished gathering energy and fired at the pool, creating a large wave that destroyed Vaporeon's clones. Hydro Pump. Ash commanded, and Vaporeon shot a stream of water at Gyarados, pushing it back. This Gyarados is weaker than Dragonite, there's a chance for Vaporeon, Ash calculated as he prepared his strategy. The Hydro Pump was a way to analyze Gyarados' defense, which seemed low based on their earlier clash. Iron Tail. Misty commanded, and Ash countered, dodge at the last second and climb its tail as it recalls it. Following Ash's command, Vaporeon dodged Gyarados' attack with her superior speed, leaping onto its tail and making her way to its head. Quick attack and show Gyarados what a real Iron Tail looks like. Iron Tail on its head. Ash instructed, and Vaporeon shot off towards Gyarados. Quick, Gyarados. Shake that Vaporeon off. Misty urged, but Vaporeon struck Gyarados before Ash's command finished, knocking it back. Shadow Ball. Ash commanded, and Vaporeon launched a dark ball of energy at the downed opponent. Gyarados was hit and roared in response, but Ash wasn't finished yet. Surf. Full power. As the attack concluded, Gyarados resurfaced, its eyes now swirling instead of fierce. Challenger Ash wins, the referee announced, and Ash smirked. Return. You did well, V, he said, recalling Vaporeon and smiling at the Pokeball. 6 down, only 2 more to go. Oh, she's so cute, Misty cooed as she petted Vaporeon. Ash watched with amusement, seeing his Pokemon enjoy the attention. They were in a park in Cerulean City, where Misty had requested to come so she could pet Vaporeon. It looks like Vaporeon loves it, Ash exclaimed, and Misty nodded proudly. I have an affinity for water types. They love me as much as I love them, Misty claimed with a smile. I can see the truth in that statement, Ash admitted, watching his Pokemon being pampered by the water mistress. I can't believe this small and delicate-looking Pokemon defeated my Gyarados so easily, Misty said incredulously. Don't judge a book by its cover, Ash replied sagely, nodding as if he were a preacher. I'll keep that in mind. Oh great holy master, Misty teased with a mischievous grin. Say. Do you have any other water Pokemon? She asked, and Ash shook his head. Nah, only Vaporeon. I don't plan on catching many Pokemon of the same type, he admitted, and Misty nodded in understanding. That's a nice strategy. You can be ready to face any type of opponent, Misty praised, making Ash blush. Thanks, he said, scratching his hair. So. Where will you head to after this? Misty asked, and Ash tilted his head, gauging how to answer. I will go to Pewter. If I'm not lazy, I'll take the route through Empty Moon. If not, I'll simply fly through it, Ash responded, and Misty nodded. You have a Pokemon big enough to carry you all the way to Pewter, she asked, sounding impressed. Yeah. I have one, Ash replied sheepishly, not wanting to reveal all his cards to someone he had just met. With that thought, he decided it was best to bid her farewell. I have to go check up on my mom and the professor to inform them that I've reached Cerulean City, Ash said, and Misty smiled. This is farewell then. Nice meeting you, Ash Ketchum. I want a rematch, she said, offering her hand for a handshake. Nice meeting you too. Maybe we'll have our rematch sooner than expected. Until then. See ya, Ash waved as he walked towards the Pokemon Center at a normal pace. Upon reaching the center, Ash walked directly to the calling booths and dialed Professor Oak's number. It's just 1 p.m. right now. Mom might be in the office, Ash pondered, smiling when he saw Delia's face on the screen instead of the professor's. Hi Ashy. Hey Pikachu, Delia greeted with a bright smile. Hey Mom Pika Pie. Ash and Pikachu greeted each other with bright smiles. Ash asked his mother, Delia, how she had been, and she replied with a smile that she was fine. She inquired about his journey and whether he had caught any new Pokemon. Ash nodded enthusiastically, sharing that he had caught a Bulbasaur. However, he expressed frustration about the rule that trainers could only carry 6 Pokemon at a time, questioning its purpose. Delia giggled lightly, reminding him to learn restraint. Ash mentioned wanting to swap some Pokemon to keep Bulbasaur with him for a while. Delia asked which Pokemon he intended to send over, and Ash explained that he had discussed it with his Pokemon and decided to send Dragonite, allowing it to spend time with its mother. Delia sighed, but Ash knew she loved caring for Pokemon more than anything. They proceeded with the transfer, and Ash found himself in one of the training fields at the Cerulean Pokemon Center, surrounded by his Pokemon. He was speaking to Bulbasaur, holding his Pokédex in one hand and a notepad in the other. He instructed Bulbasaur on what he wanted it to work on, and Bulbasaur responded with determination. After Bulbasaur practiced lifting a rock, Ash commanded it to use Razor Leaf on the same rock, leaving cut marks. Satisfied, Ash told Bulbasaur to continue practicing while he checked on the others. Later, Ash stood in awe before the towering empty moon, with Pikachu mimicking his expression from his shoulder. Excitedly, Ash shared rumors of powerful Pokemon residing within the mountain. He declared his intention to capture some rock or ground types, not being too picky. Ash chuckled at Pikachu's knowing look and admitted he would catch any Rhyhorn they encountered. As they continued, Ash felt a strange aura and suddenly stopped, sensing something dark and powerful that vanished as quickly as it appeared. He sat down, relieved that he hadn't encountered whatever it was. Pikachu perked up, sniffing the air, and Ash felt another unknown aura approaching. Dismissing his worries, he prepared for the encounter by releasing Bulbasaur from its Pokeball. The ground rumbled, causing Ash to lose his balance momentarily. He steadied himself and instructed Bulbasaur to get ready. When a dinosaur-like Pokemon appeared, Ash commanded Bulbasaur to use Vine Whip. The attack caused some damage, but not enough to stop the Pokemon. He quickly followed up with a command for Bulbasaur to use Razor Leaf, successfully halting the creature's advance. Seeing an opportunity, Ash instructed Bulbasaur to immobilize the Pokemon with Vine Whip. However, the size difference made it difficult, and the opposing Pokemon shrugged off the vines, charging at Bulbasaur. Ash checked on Bulbasaur, who stood up shakily after the hit. He pondered Rhyhorn's weaknesses, recalling that its weak spot was its belly. The mechanical voice of his Pokédex confirmed this, prompting Ash to strategize. He realized that while Bulbasaur was weakened, Rhyhorn didn't seem harmed at all. With determination, Ash smiled despite the odds, ready to continue the battle with Bulbasaur. "We are catching a Dino," Ash said, adopting a serious expression. Bulba. With a small grin, Ash thought about a simple strategy. Rhyhorn charged at Bulbasaur for another takedown, but Ash was prepared this time. Rhyhorns aren't known for their intelligence. Tricking them should be easy, he mused. "Bulbasaur, run circles around Rhyhorn to confuse him," Ash commanded, and Bulbasaur began to circle around Rhyhorn. Though Bulbasaur wasn't the fastest Pokemon, his speed was impressive. He kicked up a small trail of dust as he ran. Rhyhorn looked back and forth, trying to keep up, but Ash wasn't going to give it a chance. Razor Leaf while running, he instructed, and Bulbasaur launched Razor Leaves at Rhyhorn, which seemed to irritate the dinosaur, making it growl. "Yes," Ash thought, grinning. Rhyhorn growled even louder, and Ash's grin widened. But if this fails? He glanced at Bulbasaur and Pikachu, feeling a twinge of worry. "Pikachu, hold your ground," Ash said suddenly, and Pikachu nodded, bracing himself for what was to come. Rhyhorn let out a loud growl, lifting its hind legs off the ground. "Aim all your Razor Leaves at its belly," Ash commanded, and Bulbasaur unleashed a flurry of Razor Leaves, causing Rhyhorn to bellow in pain. "Go, Pokeball." Ash threw his Pokeball as soon as Bulbasaur stopped his assault. The ball rolled a few times before signaling a successful capture. Ash sighed in relief and returned Bulbasaur, muttering a few words of gratitude. The plan was risky. Annoy Rhyhorn enough to make it use its strongest move, which would cause it to lift off the ground. But there were many flaws. What if Rhyhorn didn't know that move? Or what if it succeeded in using it? We could have been in serious trouble. But as they say, risk is what makes a Pokemon master, Ash thought with a grin as he picked up the Pokeball from the ground. I guess this might be the last Pokemon I capture from this region. I've caught all the ones I wanted. Now, only the gym leaders and Giovanni remain. A dark look crossed Ash's face at the mention of Giovanni. I'll find that man and confront him. Chapter 27, Place. Ash was walking through the vast tunnel of Empty Moon. Legend had it that this massive pathway was constructed by giant onyxes that resided within the mountain. He had read about it on a poster in the Cerulean Pokemon Center. Having walked through the tunnel for the past 2 weeks, Ash knew he was only a few days away from reaching the other side, according to his guidebook. He had 6 Pokemon in his roster: Charizard, Lucario, Pikachu, Ghastly, Bulbasaur, and Rhyhorn. During his time in the tunnel, Ash had trained all his Pokemon during breaks. He noticed that Charizard tended to overwork himself, often collapsing from exhaustion after training. Concerned, Ash decided to talk to him. "Hey, buddy." Ash greeted as he approached Charizard, who was training hard, flames flickering from his powerful body. Charizard acknowledged him, pausing to listen. "I wanted to talk to you about something," Ash began, adopting a serious tone. "Stop pushing yourself so hard. It can do more harm than good." Charizard remained silent. "Training is important, but don't overdo it," Ash continued. Charizard responded with a soft, understanding char. "He wants to help me achieve my dream. That's why he works so hard," Ash thought, surprised. He suddenly jumped up and hugged Charizard, whispering, "You don't have to try so hard, Charizard," as a few tears escaped his eyes. Charizard nodded, and Ash smiled. "Take a break. From now on, don't overwork yourself. Rest is just as important as training." Charizard nodded in agreement. "Good. Now come on, I made lunch for all of us." Reflecting on his training with Lucario, Ash realized they had both helped each other grow stronger. He had learned to use the Aura Shield at will and had been trying to master the healing aura technique he had used on Dragonair, but he struggled to grasp it fully. Not only had Ash improved, but Lucario had also become stronger than he had anticipated. Ash had read that Lucario typically needed years of practice to enhance their aura capacity, but Lucario seemed to have an unusually large aura pool. Ash recalled a video where a fully grown Lucario exhausted its aura after firing 10 to 15 aura spheres, but Lucario had never shown such limits, even after launching hundreds of them. Ash speculated that it might have something to do with Lucario's unique traits. As for Pikachu, he had evolved from a cute, innocent mouse into one of Ash's most powerful Pokemon. Pikachu's electricity was so potent that he could take down most wild Pokemon in a single hit, except for rock and ground types. However, with such power came the challenge of control. Ash had been training Pikachu to manage his electricity to avoid accidentally harming opponents. Ash had been training all his Pokemon to face opponents with type advantages. He was making great progress, but as always, he sought to improve himself and his Pokemon every day. Suddenly, a loud cry for help echoed from ahead. Adopting a serious expression, Ash ran toward the source of the sound. After a few minutes, he found a man crying on the ground. Despite his instincts warning him to leave, Ash approached the man, who seemed to be in trouble. Just as Ash was about to call out, he found himself trapped in a steel net. Pikachu narrowly avoided the trap as it descended. "What is happening?" Ash shouted, struggling to free himself, but the net was too strong to break. Ash struggled to reach his Pokeball but found himself trapped. "Pika Pie!" Pikachu cried out in concern and rushed to Ash's side. "We finally caught someone, but guess what? That someone is a kid," a voice said with annoyance. Ash turned to see a man in a Team Rocket suit, a black scarf wrapped around his head. "Get me out of this," Ash grumbled, wriggling in the net. "Pika Pie," Pikachu threatened, sparks dancing on his cheeks. The man, still on the ground, stood up and smirked. "We got a lively one this time." "Team Rocket," Ash frowned, feeling helpless. "What do you want from me?" He noticed the grunts smirking at him. "We just want your Pokemon. Don't worry. We'll let you go once we get your Pokemon. You can keep the Pikachu with you," they laughed. Ash, feeling scared, asked, "Do you have your team here?" The two grunts nodded. "We do. We even have an admin with us." "That's all I wanted to hear," Ash said with a smirk. "Charizard. Come on out." Charizard emerged from his Pokeball, looking fierce. "Pikachu. Take care of these grunts. Charizard, release me from this trap." Pikachu dashed off to confront the grunts while Charizard prepared to use his claws. "Ah. I didn't mean it that way," Ash said, sweat beading on his forehead. Charizard ignored him and sliced through the net. Ash checked himself, relieved to find he was unharmed. He mockingly glared at Charizard. "Don't do that again." Charizard smirked back. Looking over his shoulder, Ash saw Pikachu resting atop the two defeated grunts, their Pokemon scattered around with swirly eyes. "Good job, Pika." Ash praised, giving a thumbs up. Pikachu smiled and hopped onto his shoulder. "You all heard what the grunt said, right? There's an admin here. We have to find them and capture them," Ash said, and his Pokemon nodded. "Good. Now let's go, let the aura guide us." He headed toward the source of a strong aura he felt. This aura was different from the dark and menacing one he sensed earlier, it felt warm and welcoming. However, Ash noticed it was slowly fading. "I'll call you out if any fight occurs," Ash recalled Charizard, promising to release him later. Taking a deep breath, he sprinted toward the aura's source, determined. As Ash approached the powerful aura, he slowed down, feeling a shift in it but quickly dismissed it. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. "Pikachu. I'm sure we reached the source," he said seriously. "Pika. Pika Pie," Pikachu nodded, muttering. Ash frowned, glancing behind him. "Why are we at the entrance of the cave?" "Pika Pika Pie Pika Pikachu." Pikachu exclaimed. "Is it a psychic like Sabrina?" Ash pondered, his brow furrowed. "That's a possibility. Let's head back," Ash decided, running full speed toward the aura again. "Extreme speed," he commanded, releasing Lucario from his Pokeball. Ash hopped onto Lucario's back as they raced toward the source. "You understand the situation, Lu?" Ash asked. Lucario nodded. "The aura told me everything," he replied. Ash nodded, Lucario must have sensed it all. "Use your aura to protect us from any psychic barriers," Ash instructed. Lucario nodded confidently. "Okay, Master." As they sped through the cave, Ash realized that riding Lucario was fast but uncomfortable. He released Ghastly from his Pokeball to ensure they wouldn't be ambushed. After explaining the situation, Ghastly agreed to help. "Master, I don't feel any psychic waves ahead," Lucario informed Ash, who frowned. "I'm certain it was a psychic attack that teleported us here." "I don't sense any psychic energy around," Lucario added, making Ash uneasy. "Is it the same thing Giovanni used that day?" he wondered. "Whatever it is. I don't have a good feeling about this." "We're here," Lucario announced, dropping Ash to the ground. "Thanks, Lucario," Ash said, standing where he had teleported moments before. He heard a strange sound and quickly ducked behind a nearby boulder, his Pokemon following silently. "Quickly start preparing for the transportation," a woman in her early 30s commanded the rocket grunts, who nodded in response. "The boss's Pokemon is strong, but even it has its limits, so we can't rely on it to teleport us all." Her loud voice grated on Ash's ears, making him frown. What Pokemon is she talking about? Ash wondered, feeling a sense of worry. He sensed about 50 grunts in the area, and the woman appeared to be their leader. The situation did not look good. "Ghastly, hide in my shadow," Ash instructed, and Ghastly nodded, slowly sinking into Ash's shadow until he was completely out of sight. Guys, here's the plan, Ash called over to Pikachu and Lucario, explaining his strategy. Do we need to inform the dragon about the plan? Lucario asked, but a tilt in Ash's necklace indicated that Charizard had heard the conversation. I would feel much better if Dragonite and Vaporeon were with us, Ash admitted, and Lucario nodded in agreement. No time to regret. Clear your head and let the aura guide your way, Lucario encouraged, prompting Ash to nod with a small smile. Let's get on with the show, Ash said with a smirk, running towards the next rock while avoiding detection by the guards. He watched as Pikachu and Lucario took their own paths and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Let me get a clear picture of what's happening here, Ash thought, quickly scanning the area and frowning. He sensed a large block of glowing rock in the middle of the clearing, surrounded by several grunts who were trying to remove it. What is that rock? Ash wondered, continuing to observe. He noticed a large number of Pokemon trapped in a cage. I have to free these Pokemon before I do anything, he decided, running towards the cage while carefully avoiding any rockets he encountered. As he approached the cage, he realized that the door was in full view of the grunts. I can't open it without drawing attention, Ash thought, sighing in frustration. Suddenly, Lucario appeared in front of him in a crouched position. Master, I searched the whole area. There are no captives except the Pokemon. I believe they have some other kind of guard, Lucario explained. Ash nodded, concentrating. That explains the teleportation, he said. Suddenly, the entire area went pitch dark, and Ash smirked. Pikachu succeeded, he said, activating his aura sight. Lucario, be fast. Knock out as many as you can. Ash commanded, running towards the nearest grunt and knocking him out with a swift chop. Ghastly, make sure they don't wake up before tomorrow, he added softly, hearing a soft chuckle in response. You intrigue me every day, young Ketchum, Ghastly thought with a small chuckle as he finished what Ash had started. Hey, what's happening? A grunt shouted, switching on his flashlight, only for it to burst in his hand, causing him to recoil in shock. Pikachu had struck again. The effect was immediate, grunts fell one after another, and whenever they tried to illuminate the area, Pikachu would disable their light sources with electric shocks. Everything was going smoothly. The rockets had only poison-type Pokemon with them, which couldn't light up the place. They had already taken down about 10 grunts when the rockets began releasing their Pokemon from their Pokeball. Capture anyone without the Team Rocket uniform, the grunts commanded their Pokemon. Darn, these Zubats will be troublesome, Ash thought, releasing Charizard from his Pokeball. Charizard emerged with a loud roar, glaring at the scattered grunts. He targeted the nearest Zubat and fired a weak ember, knocking it unconscious. Hey, Charizard, handle the grunts for a while. I have to unlock this cage, Ash instructed, and Charizard nodded. The grunts realized that attacking Charizard with their Zubats and Golbats would be futile, so they turned their attention to Ash, who was focused on unlocking the cage. Attack that kid, the grunts shouted, and their Pokemon sprang into action. Charizard, understanding their plan, decided to defend rather than attack, countering their moves and occasionally landing hits on the Zubat swarm. Meanwhile, Ash struggled with the cage lock. Why is this thing so hard to open, he thought, repeatedly smashing the lock with a rock. In another corner, Pikachu was knocking out Pokemon left and right, shocking them and using his iron tail. The chaos was overwhelming. With Pikachu's electricity and Lucario's aura sphere, no Pokemon stood a chance. Charizard ensured that no attacks reached Ash, making the battle feel one-sided. But then, a new threat emerged. Crobat, Steel Wing, the woman commanded, and a giant bat-like Pokemon swooped in to attack Ash. Charizard roared, firing a flamethrower at the incoming attack. The Crobat skillfully dodged and continued its approach toward Ash. Stay away! Ghastly shouted, suddenly emerging from Ash's shadow and firing a nightshade at Crobat. The surprised Crobat met the attack head-on, sending it crashing back toward its trainer. You idiots, the woman yelled, her frustration palpable. Put on the night vision goggles, the woman shouted, and the grunts quickly complied. The night vision revealed the positions of Pikachu and Lucario, prompting them to attack. Ash gritted his teeth, realizing they had lost their advantage. He decided to focus on the grunts instead of the cage. Get them, the woman commanded, and the grunts launched a relentless assault on Ash and his Pokémon. However, they underestimated Ash and his team. Despite being outnumbered, Ash's Pokémon outmaneuvered the horde, taking them down one by one. Pikachu used Quick Attack to strike the enemies, while Lucario combined Aura Sphere and Extreme Speed to glide through them effortlessly. Charizard stood his ground, using Flamethrower to fend off any approaching threats. The woman watched the scene with frustration. She spat on the ground and walked away, reaching a clearing where she sighed. Those pests interrupted my operation, she thought angrily, punching the wall beside her. Standing at the peak of Mount Moon, she gazed at the vast mountain range. They should all pay for this. I'll make them regret it, she screamed, venting her fury. What has you so upset? Ash asked as he approached the clearing. How did you get here? The woman scowled, to which Ash simply smirked. I walked, I guess, he shrugged, looking around. Nice view. You do know I could end you right here, right? She retorted, making Ash chuckle. You can try, but you're too weak to even touch me. Her expression darkened at his words as she threw her pokeball toward him. Take her down, she shouted, prompting Ash to frown. Suddenly, Ash's form shifted to reveal Ghastly. You should know, you can never defeat my trainer. Leave now if you value your life, Ghastly warned before vanishing. The woman's eyes narrowed, and she yelled in frustration, I will take that brat down. She stormed back toward the battlefield. Her name was Quinn, a low-ranked admin under Giovanni. Bullied throughout her life, she developed a deep resentment toward anyone who made her feel vulnerable. After joining Giovanni, she sought revenge on her tormentors, eliminating them and anyone associated with them. Once in power, she made it her mission to make others' lives miserable. When Ash interrupted her plans, her anger boiled over, especially after Ghastly's mockery. I will take care of that kid, Quinn vowed, her expression darkening as she rushed toward the battlefield, where Ash was still fighting off the grunts. After I'm done with him, you'll all pay, she promised, her tone filled with menace. You still have time to surrender, Ash suggested nonchalantly. Not a chance, she shouted, releasing her Pokémon, Crobat, Arbok, and Weezing. Ash smirked at the sight. How weak. Pikachu, Lucario, Charizard. To the battlefront, he commanded, and his Pokémon stepped forward, ready for battle. Pikachu sparked with energy, Lucario prepared an Aura Sphere, and Charizard roared, shaking the ground. Crobat, use Supersonic. Arbok, Poison Sting. Weezing, Poison Smoke. Quinn ordered. Lucario, Protect. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Charizard, Blow the gas away. Ash countered, focusing intently. The Pokémon launched their attacks. Lucario blocked the Poison Sting while Pikachu's Thunderbolt broke through the Supersonic, narrowly missing Crobat. Ash realized commanding 3 Pokémon at once was more challenging than he anticipated. Pikachu, Quick Attack on Arbok. Charizard, Wing Attack on Crobat and Weezing. Lucario, Extreme Speed on Arbok, he instructed, and they charged into action. Arbok dodged Pikachu's attack but was struck by Lucario's extreme speed, sending it backward. Charizard's wing attack missed Crobat but hit Weezing, causing it to stagger. Switch targets. Pikachu, Thunderbolt on Crobat. Lucario, Aura Sphere on Weezing. Charizard, Flamethrower on Weezing. Ash commanded. The combined efforts of Lucario and Charizard knocked Weezing out. Quinn watched in disbelief, unable to keep up with Ash's swift commands and his Pokémon's flawless execution. Fear crept in as she caught sight of Giovanni, who was not pleased. Please forgive me, Lord Giovanni, she pleaded, bowing her head. Eliminate her. Feed her to the prisoners, Giovanni ordered, and soldiers approached to take her away. Giovanni surveyed the grunts, all tied up. Free them, but only half will survive to understand the consequences of failure, he growled. A group of soldiers carried out his orders, leaving the rest in shock. As Ash looked around, he felt a sudden drop in his stomach. This psychic energy, he muttered, collapsing to the ground. You intrigue me, was the last thing he heard before darkness enveloped him and his Pokémon. Ash woke up, startled, and scanned his surroundings. Team Rocket, he exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Where are they? He looked around, finding all his Pokémon lying on the floor and rushed to their side. Charizard, Pikachu, Lucario, Ghastly. Wake up, guys, Ash called out, trying to rouse his Pokémon. One by one, his Pokémon slowly opened their eyes, looking at Ash with confusion. Guys. Do you remember what happened? Ash asked, and his Pokémon's expressions shifted to shock as they quickly got to their feet. Where is Team Rocket? Lucario inquired, and Ash responded with a serious look. I don't know. We were battling that woman, and suddenly, they all vanished without a trace. Even the captured Pokémon and the huge rock are gone, he said, frowning. I believe it is the work of some psychic force, Ghastly suggested with a grin. Lucario nodded in agreement. Charizard and Pikachu exchanged glances with Ash, who frowned again. I guess it's the same psychic force that teleported Giovanni in the past, he mused, and Pikachu nodded in understanding. I suspect that Team Rocket had a legendary Pokémon on their side, Ash continued, and his Pokémon nodded, their expressions turning serious. Legendary Pokémon were formidable, capable of causing great destruction effortlessly. If Team Rocket has a legendary on their side, it could spell a lot of trouble, Ash admitted, and his Pokémon nodded in agreement. For now, let's head to Pewter City. I'm sure you're all tired of the repeated battles, Ash suggested, but his Pokémon gave him playful smirks. Oh right. You're all too cool to be tired, he grinned, and they nodded proudly. Let's head towards Pewter City, Ash exclaimed, and his team agreed before he recalled them. I'll stay out for a while. Lucario said, and Ash smiled, nodding. Sure. As Ash walked out of Empty Moon with Lucario beside him and Pikachu on his shoulder, he expressed, You know, Lucario, I have a bad feeling about all this. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Lucario nodded in understanding. I'm confident you're just worrying unnecessarily. Your body and mind are exhausted from everything. Perhaps you should rest for a bit. I can train the others while you take a break. Don't worry about food, I'll handle it, Lucario suggested calmly. That sounds great. But I don't want to be a burden, Ash started, but Lucario gently insisted he rest, placing him on the grassy field beside a tree. Lucario released all of Ash's Pokémon and instructed the new captures to train while he gathered the rest to discuss what had happened. You witnessed what occurred in the cave. Lucario began, and they all nodded. What did you feel before fainting? He asked. Charizard responded, something very strong. Beyond my comprehension. But it was just for an instant, the next thing I knew, Ash was waking us up. Pikachu and Ghastly shared similar experiences, and Lucario nodded thoughtfully. He looked at Charizard, who growled, Ash woke us up. Do you understand what that means? Anything could have attacked us in our sleep without us knowing. In that moment of weakness, we let our trainer down. If we can't protect ourselves from a psychic attack, how can we protect Ash? Lucario added. Let's train hard to become the strongest and protect Ash no matter what, Pikachu suggested, extending his paw. Ghastly sighed but joined in, creating an imaginary arm to place above Pikachu's paw. Lucario smirked and followed suit, placing his hand atop Ghastly's. Charizard, too cool for this display, roared in agreement, sending a clear message, nobody can hurt my partner as long as I am alive. With renewed determination, the four of them began training harder than ever before. Unbeknownst to them, a figure watched their interaction with amusement before disappearing. Ash Ketchum. That name sounds familiar, Giovanni mused, glancing at a humanoid creature beside him. Keep a close eye on them. I want to know everything he does. Don't miss any detail, he commanded, and the creature nodded. Interesting, very interesting, Giovanni said, chuckling before his laughter turned sinister. Giovanni. You've served your purpose. I am leaving, the creature suddenly exclaimed, leaping away and causing destruction in its wake. Giovanni stared at the wreckage in shock, which quickly turned to anger as he shouted to the sky, Mutuo. Come back to me. You'll pay for it. You intrigue me, Ketchum, the creature said, suddenly appearing next to Ash with an outstretched hand pointed at him. Who? Lucario began as he and his teammates rushed to protect their trainer from the strange being. Chapter 31, A Strange Thing Happened. Ash slowly stirred awake as he heard noises around him. He opened his eyes and noticed all his Pokémon sprawled on the ground. His eyes widened, and he got to his feet as fast as he could. In front of him stood a figure with its palms stretched towards him. The figure was a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon with feline features. It was gray with a long, purple tail, 2 short horns on its head, and purple eyes. A tube extended from the back of its skull to the top of its spine. It had a defined chest and shoulders that resembled a breastplate. The 3 digits on each hand and foot had spherical tips, and its tail was thick at the base but thin before ending in a small bulb. Ash was baffled by this strange Pokémon and felt himself gawking at it. Who are you? Ash questioned, eyeing the Pokémon carefully. Who I am is none of your concern, the Pokémon replied as it moved closer to Ash. Charizard, seeing this, instinctively felt the need to protect his trainer. He pushed himself to his feet and fired a powerful dragon pulse at the Pokémon. The mysterious figure didn't even flinch, it simply raised its hands, stopping the attack completely. Who are you? The Pokémon asked again, and Ash frowned in response. I'll give you your answer if you give me mine, Ash said, but the Pokémon merely turned away. I do not need to agree with you. I know who you are, I know everything about you, the Pokémon stated, speaking in a superior tone as it began to levitate. But I will still ask, who are you? It questioned, and Ash frowned again. I already told you the condition. You tell me who, no, what you are first. The Pokémon chuckled hollowly and answered, I am Mutuo, the strongest being in existence. Now, you answer me. Mutuo landed smoothly on the ground. Ash's Pokémon, still lying on the ground, looked at Mutuo helplessly as their trainer conversed with the powerful being. They sensed the vast difference in power. Ash Ketchum. Ash finally said, and Mutuo regarded him with indifference. Ash Ketchum. You intrigue me, Mutuo remarked, looking around at Ash's Pokémon. Look around. All these creatures lying here, helplessly struggling, weakness at its prime. Ash frowned at Mutuo's belittling words about his Pokémon. This psychic energy is so strong. I can barely move, Lucario thought, feeling the weight of Mutuo's power. What do you want from me? Ash asked, and Mutuo flexed his fingers while looking intently at him. Your Pokémon are pathetic. Why don't you discard them to get stronger and mightier Pokémon? Mutuo questioned, making Ash scowl. Say one bad thing about my Pokémon, and I will make sure you regret it, Ash threatened, glaring at the powerful being. Mutuo gave him an amused look and mocked, and how are you going to accomplish such a feat? Let me humor you. Mutuo said, dropping his guard. Your Pokémon are weak. Now, try to harm me for saying that. Mutuo smirked, making Ash grit his teeth. Nightshade, Ash whispered, and Ghastly emerged, firing a Nightshade at Mutuo. Mutuo simply grunted and waved his hand, knocking away the attack effortlessly. You believe this puny insect can touch me? Let alone harm me? Mutuo questioned as he fired the Nightshade back at Ghastly, but this time, the attack was much more powerful, instantly knocking out Ghastly. Ash's expression turned to shock as he gulped. "What do you want from me?" "I believe I can answer your question better if I do this," Mutwo said, locking Ash with his psychic energy and slowly approaching him. All of Ash's Pokémon tried to break free from the hold to protect Ash, but the power was too great. They felt devastated, knowing they had no ability to save their trainer. "What I want is..." Mutwo started, bringing his palm closer to Ash, this. He touched one of Ash's Pokeball and allowed himself to be sucked into it without resistance. Ash and his Pokémon looked on in disbelief. He quickly released Mutwo, who materialized in front of him. "Why did you do that?" Ash questioned, and Mutwo shrugged. "I want to experience what you are experiencing," Mutwo replied, turning away from Ash. 1 year. "I give you 1 year to prove to me humanity's worth and why I shouldn't destroy it," Mutwo stated, and Ash gulped. "Destroy humanity? I have been with Giovanni for almost a year, and all I have experienced is the cruel side of humanity. If you, Ash Ketchum, manage to show me the good side of humanity, I will be willing to let all of you live," Mutwo said before recalling himself into the Pokeball. Ash stared at the Pokeball, frowning, with many unanswered questions swirling in his mind. He tried to release Mutwo again, but the Pokeball remained closed. Instead, it began to glow and changed color, transforming into a pure gold Pokeball with the letters M2 traced on it. "Hey! Come out! I have many questions." "Why me? Why did you choose me? Are you listening? Hey!" Ash called out to the Pokeball, but received no response. He sighed and placed it in his bag, then went to tend to his Pokémon. All of them were fine except Ghastly, who had taken the full brunt of Mutwo's attack. Nothing a good night's sleep can't fix, Ash thought. While tending to his Pokémon, one thought kept running through his mind: what is happening? Chapter 32, A Rocky Battle. The trek from the Gate of Imta. The journey to the outskirts of Pewter City was uneventful for Ash and his Pokémon, taking just a week to traverse the forest. There were no Pokémon that piqued Ash's interest, so he let them be. Along the way, Ash encountered several trainers, battling with Rhyhorn and Bulbasaur, both of whom showed impressive progress. Ash noticed Bulbasaur was pushing himself hard during training, which filled him with pride. Rhyhorn was also growing well, displaying eagerness to battle, which made Ash a bit concerned about his mindset. Overall, both Pokémon were doing fine. As Ash glanced back, he spotted Pikachu nibbling on something, causing him to sweat drop. "Pikachu, you really need to ease up on the ketchup," he chuckled, prompting Pikachu to whine in protest, which made Ash laugh heartily. Suddenly, Ash found himself atop a cliff, gazing at the beautiful city of Pewter below. He smiled at the scenery, reflecting on how far he and his Pokémon had come. Memories of laughter and shared meals with his Pokémon flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, reminding himself of their hard work to grow stronger. "To fulfill my dream," he thought. His Pokémon had exceeded his expectations, transforming his team into a family he would never abandon. Ash walked to a tree and released all his Pokémon. After his encounter with Mutwo, he had kept him in his Pokeball, deciding to let Mutwo have his space. With a roar, Charizard announced his presence, joined by Lucario, Ghastly, Bulbasaur, and Rhyhorn. They looked at their trainer, ready for whatever task lay ahead. Ash suddenly embraced them, filled with joy. Initially surprised, the Pokémon soon returned the hug, feeling warmth in his affection. "Thank you, guys," he said, and his Pokémon understood without needing more words. "There's Pewter," Ash pointed out, excitement in his voice. "Let's take on the gym like we planned from day one." His Pokémon nodded, determination evident on their faces. As Ash prepared to recall them, Lucario expressed a desire to walk for a while, and Ash agreed. "Master, what will you do after we win the league?" Lucario asked, prompting Ash to ponder. What would he do after winning? Many ideas crossed his mind, but he ultimately shrugged. "We'll decide when the time comes," he replied, and Lucario nodded, satisfied. Lucario's question was not about doubt but about trust, and Ash's confidence in them filled Lucario with joy. After visiting the Pokemon Center for treatment, Ash set out to find the gym, easily locating it thanks to the signs around the city. He looked at Lucario with a smirk. "Since Brock left, the new leader has made Pewter Gym the second strongest in Kanto," he informed Lucario, who scowled at the gym. "Do you think Bulbasaur and Rhyhorn are ready for such a challenge?" Lucario asked, and Ash smiled confidently. "I trust them," he assured, prompting Lucario to smile back. With that, the duo, along with Pikachu, entered the gym with a confident air. Inside, they found a man in his late 40s sitting on a large rock. "Welcome, Challenger. I'm Flint Stone," the gym leader greeted, and Ash nodded. "I'm Ash Ketchum, here for the gym badge," he declared, prompting Flint to smirk. "Then come take it from me," Flint replied, retrieving a Pokeball. 3-on-3, standard league rules. "Are you ready?" "Ready when you are," Ash responded, preparing Rhyhorn's Pokeball. Flint observed Ash's unique Lucario with interest, but he shook off any underestimation. He threw his Pokeball into the arena, shouting, "Go! Rhydon!" Ash gulped, quickly steeling his resolve. "Okay, Rhyhorn. I choose you," he called, releasing his Pokemon. Flint frowned, recognizing the challenge before him but still feeling confident. "Rhyhorn, Earthquake," Ash commanded, while Flint grunted, "Show him how it's done." The gap in evolution became apparent as Rhydon easily overpowered Rhyhorn. Ash maintained a neutral expression, searching for any weaknesses in the formidable opponent. "Rhyhorn, take down." Ash instructed, but Rhydon halted Rhyhorn in his tracks, widening Ash's eyes. The strength difference was significant, and he mentally noted to respect the power of evolution in future battles. "Flamethrower." Ash commanded, watching as Rhyhorn unleashed a wave of flames that struck Rhydon's face, weakening him considerably. Noticing Flint's worried expression, Ash decided to take no chances. "Earthquake," he muttered, holding his breath as the ground beneath Rhydon cracked, causing him to stumble. Ash saw the opportunity and quickly commanded Rhyhorn to use a final takedown, successfully knocking Rhydon down. He looked at the swirling eyes of Rhydon with a mix of disbelief, muttering to himself about the extraordinary luck he had experienced. Flint, observing the battle, realized he had underestimated Ash. He stood up, determined to take the young trainer seriously. "Ash Ketchum," Flint said with a smirk, "I've underestimated you, and I won't make that mistake again." He readied his next Pokeball. "Go, Golem," he shouted, releasing his second Pokemon. Ash recalled Rhyhorn with a grateful whisper and released Bulbasaur, who appeared excited and ready for the challenge. Although Bulbasaur had only been with Ash for a few weeks, Ash noticed a remarkable trait in him: Bulbasaur seemed to grow in strength much faster than his other Pokemon. After training together, Bulbasaur's growth was evident after each battle and training session, and Ash knew how to take advantage of it. Facing Golem, Ash felt confident in Bulbasaur's chances of victory. "Razor Leaf," he commanded. Bulbasaur unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp leaves at the rock type. Flint quickly instructed Golem to roll on the ground to dodge the leaves. Ash was ready for this. "Bulbasaur. Vine Whip to stop the rollout," he called out, but Golem continued rolling. Suddenly, Golem changed direction and rolled toward Bulbasaur. "Dodge and use Vine Whip to push Golem's rollout away," Ash commanded. Bulbasaur dodged and used his Vine Whip to redirect Golem's path, giving Ash the opening he needed. "Power Whip," Ash shouted. After mastering his older moves, Ash had decided to upgrade them instead of learning new ones. The strategy paid off as Golem was struck by the whip and sent skidding across the arena. Flint grunted, instructing Golem to get up and use Earthquake, but he was caught off guard by a leech seed that Bulbasaur had launched, which sprouted vines and ensnared Golem. "Try to get out of it," Flint urged, but Golem was affected by the draining power of the leech seed. "Release it," Ash said calmly, watching as Bulbasaur fired a powerful solar beam into Golem's weakened body. Golem was sent flying across the field, and as the dust settled, it was clear that Golem had fainted. Flint sighed and recalled his fallen Pokémon, looking at Ash with a small smirk. "You're strong, Ash Ketchum. You're worthy of the badge, but let's see if you can pass the final challenge." He released his last Pokémon with confidence. The Pokémon roared, making Ash gulp. "What Pokémon is that? I've never seen it before," he thought, looking at the creature with curiosity. "This is Steelix, Onix's evolved form. They aren't common in Kanto," Flint explained, and Ash nodded, realizing his knowledge was limited. "Master, if you may," Lucario said, and Ash smiled, excited to battle alongside him again. "Sure." Lucario walked toward the arena with a confident aura. Flint observed Lucario with a serious expression, noting the challenge in Lucario's gaze. "So be it. Steelix, fire Fawn," Flint commanded. Just as Steelix lunged at Lucario, he shimmered out of existence and reappeared on the other side of the arena. Flint frowned, realizing Lucario was using quick attack. "Dodge the attack no matter what," Flint shouted as Steelix attempted to go underground to avoid the incoming fire punch, but it was too late. The attack struck Steelix's face, knocking it out instantly. Lucario walked back to Ash, smirking. "Mission accomplished," he said, and Ash chuckled in agreement. Pikachu showed his approval of the victory with a thumbs up. And with that, the trainer and his Pokémon trio walked towards the gym leader, who was recalling his Pokémon. Flint praised Ash, saying, "Nice match, Ash Ketchum. My Pokémon were no match for you." Ash rubbed his head with a grin in response. "If you had set out Lucario from the start, you would have won the battle effortlessly," Flint continued. Ash replied, "But my other Pokémon wouldn't have gotten any experience." Flint nodded, clearly impressed. "A smart decision indeed. I've seen trainers who use only one Pokémon throughout their journey and face devastating defeats in the league. Training all of your Pokémon to their full potential is a solid foundation for becoming a great trainer." Ash completely agreed with Flint. "But, without further delay, here is the gym badge, the Boulder badge," Flint said, handing Ash the prestigious award. "Thanks," Ash said, smiling as he took the badge into his hands. He quickly released his two other Pokémon and showed them the badge. "Thank you, guys. I wouldn't have gotten the badge without you," Ash expressed his gratitude. Bulbasaur lightly tapped Ash with his vine, making him chuckle. "All of us work together," Ash said, picking up Bulbasaur. "Let's go to the Pokémon Center." He rubbed Rhyhorn's head affectionately. Flint watched the scene with a smile and muttered, "To be young and alive again." Ash and his Pokémon were camping in the Viridian Forest, a few miles away from Pewter City. It had been 2 days since Ash won the Pewter Gym, and he and his Pokémon left the city as soon as they got their Pokémon healed. He currently had Charizard, Lucario, Dragonite, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, Rhyhorn, and the ever-present Mutwo with him, having decided to transfer Ghastly back to Oak's Coral to bring Dragonite over. Many questions filled Ash's mind about Mutwo. Among those questions, the simplest one was why Mutwo's Pokeball had not been transferred to Oak's laboratory. Must be something related to psychic energy, Ash concluded. He looked up at the dazzling night sky and released a long sigh, reflecting on how kind his journey had been. Currently, he and his team were seated around a campfire, enjoying its warmth. Charizard lay flat on the ground with his head resting on his hands. Next to him, Pikachu sipped from his ketchup bottle. Rhyhorn stared into the fire, lost in thought. Dragonite lay on the ground in a similar position to Charizard, while Bulbasaur sat by the fire with closed eyes. Lastly, Lucario sat cross-legged next to Ash. Deep in thought, Ash gazed at the fire. Suddenly, a red light flashed from Ash's belt, and Mutwo materialized beside him. All of Ash's Pokémon were startled by the sudden appearance but quickly calmed down, trusting Mutuo would not harm Ash, though they remained cautious. Mutuo took a spot next to Ash. "What activity is this? I see you and your Pokemon participate in this every night," Mutuo asked, observing everyone around. Ash looked warily at Mutuo and explained, "It's called a campfire. We sit around a fire and enjoy each other's company." Mutuo nodded and then asked, "Why do you weaklings like to train and battle so much?" The two dragons scowled at being called weak. Lucario decided to respond, saying, "It's because we want to grow stronger and realize our full potential." Mutuo scowled at this. "But what is the need? You train every day, yet I can defeat all of you present here in an instant. That's what makes us different. Tell me, did you ever need to master your powers?" Ash asked. Seeing Mutuo's doubtful look, he continued, "You've been so strong your entire life that you didn't get to feel the joy of getting stronger. Every night, we sleep with a content heart, knowing that we are stronger now than we were a day before." His Pokemon voiced their agreement in their own ways. "That makes you the same as Giovanni. He tries everything to gain power for his selfish reasons, and you, Ash Ketchum, aren't much different from him. At the end of the day, everyone chases after power," Mutuo scowled, leaving Ash speechless. "Am I the same as Giovanni?" Ash thought, but his worries were silenced as Charizard mumbled a few words. "Char char," 1 minute later, "Char." Charizard said, and Mutuo nodded with a satisfied look before recalling himself. Before vanishing, he mumbled, "I'll contact you if I need any more answers." Ash could understand some of what Charizard said, but there were limits to his comprehension. Lucario, noticing Ash's questioning look, decided to explain. "Charizard said not to compare Giovanni with us since our goals are completely different. Giovanni seeks power for world domination, while we want to become stronger for a different reason. We aim to master ourselves so that before we die, we can claim that we have achieved that mastery." Lucario explained, and Ash's eyes widened. "That makes complete sense. Thanks, Charizard. I almost started to doubt myself there." Ash smiled at Charizard, who gave him a thumbs up. "Master myself." Ash had never thought of it this way. So that's how his Pokemon viewed their training. "I have to master myself before I can become a Pokemon master." With that thought, Ash began pondering how he could achieve that mastery, determined to find the answer. "Everyone! Release!" Ash shouted, releasing all his Pokemon together. As usual, Charizard and Dragonite came out with a roar, Rhyhorn materialized while mumbling some incoherent things, Bulbasaur greeted Ash with a smile, and Lucario stood beside Ash. Pikachu ran up to his teammates and then turned towards Ash with a small smile. They were standing near a wide pond, with several bug Pokemon, namely Weedle and Caterpie, scattered around. Ash suggested they take a break, stating that their journey had been long and it was time for some leisure and enjoyment. His Pokemon agreed enthusiastically. Dragonite and Charizard took to the sky for a race, with Charizard struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Bulbasaur played tag in the field, while Rhyhorn approached Ash and nudged his legs, prompting Ash to kneel down and greet him. Rhyhorn whined, and Ash chuckled warmly, asking if he wanted to spend time together. He then led Rhyhorn away to gather wood for cooking. Lucario wandered around the clearing until he found a suitable tree. After climbing up, he settled on a branch and soon fell asleep. Pikachu, noticing Lucario's slumber, adopted a mischievous look and whispered something to Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur appeared hesitant but eventually agreed, using his vines to gently push Lucario off the branch. As Lucario fell, Pikachu burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. Suddenly, Pikachu found himself in the pond, causing him to panic momentarily before swimming to the shore. He angrily called out to Lucario, who smirked and teased him about their previous wrestling matches. Bulbasaur watched the exchange with concern. Ash's voice called out to them, and they turned to see him approaching with a bundle of sticks on his shoulder, while Rhyhorn carried an even larger bundle. Ash announced it was time to make lunch, and his Pokemon rushed to him, forgetting their earlier antics. Charizard and Dragonite continued their aerial battle, throwing various moves at each other. Ash sighed at their antics but focused on preparing lunch. He decided to make chicken banbanji, thinking it would be a special treat for everyone. As Ash cooked, his Pokemon gathered around, watching with eager eyes. He started by boiling chicken in a mixture of water, soy sauce, and sake. While the chicken cooked, he skillfully chopped tomatoes. Once the chicken was ready, he let it cool before tearing the meat apart, noticing Rhyhorn drooling at the sight. Ash reassured Rhyhorn that food would be ready soon, creating a warm atmosphere among his Pokemon. However, their peace was interrupted by the loud roars of Charizard and Dragonite as they landed near Ash, demanding food. Lucario sighed, and Ash chuckled, telling them to wait a few minutes. After finishing the meal preparations, Ash made sandwiches with the chicken and served them to his Pokemon. They quickly came back for seconds, and Ash happily filled their plates again. Once satisfied that his Pokemon were full, he took out a bottle of orange juice and began to enjoy his meal. A tug on his belt caught his attention, and Ash was surprised to see Mutwo materialize. Mutwo eyed Ash's sandwich, prompting Ash to prepare another one for him. Mutwo took a bite and was amazed by the flavor, expressing gratitude for the delicious meal. After Mutwo returned to his Pokeball, Ash finally got to enjoy his own meal. Lucario suggested it was time to leave, and Ash agreed, sensing a change in the weather. He began packing up, recalling all his Pokemon except Pikachu and Lucario, and set off towards Viridian City. With determination, Ash declared, "Giovanni, I am coming for you," ready to confront his rival. Hiruzen decided to take things seriously and allowed Yugao to train Naruto after Mizuki's betrayal. Under Yugao's guidance, Naruto underwent extensive training methods, growing into a more refined shinobi. With the help of Kyuubi's healing abilities, Naruto's strength increased significantly during this PRD. Chapter 35, Final. Ash gathered his Pokemon, including Charizard, Lucario, Pikachu, Dragonite, Vaporeon, and Bulbasaur, and informed them that they would be fighting for the final badge today. He emphasized the importance of the battle against the gym leader of Viridian City, who was not only the strongest gym leader but also the leader of Team Rocket. "We can only leave this gym if we win. If we lose, our future and our goals will be destroyed. I am not letting that happen," Ash declared with determination. He encouraged his Pokemon to give it their all, promising to show the gym leader their strength. With a determined look, Ash recalled all his Pokemon except Pikachu and Charizard. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder, excited for the challenge ahead. "Please take me to the gym, Charizard," Ash said, climbing onto Charizard's back as they flew toward the gym, a massive building topped with a giant Pokeball. Upon landing, Ash approached the guards at the entrance. After stating his name, the guard nodded and opened the gates, allowing Ash to enter. Inside, he spotted Giovanni sitting on a throne, smirking at him. "You're finally here, Ash Ketchum," Giovanni said, a smirk on his face. He had learned Ash's identity after using Mutwo to gather information. Initially, he considered attacking Ash's family but decided against it, not wanting to provoke the wrath of Professor Oak. "You scum! I am here to defeat you," Ash stated calmly, throwing a Pokeball onto the battlefield. Dragonite emerged, roaring at the sight of the Team Rocket leader. Giovanni responded by releasing his Rhydon, which roared back. "Magnificent, you brought your pseudo-legendary to my doorstep," Giovanni remarked with a smirk. Ash took a deep breath, focusing on the battle ahead. "Dragon Pulse!" Ash commanded, and Dragonite unleashed a powerful attack at Rhydon, which used Protect to shield itself. As the battle progressed, Ash noticed Dragonite dodging rocks thrown by Rhydon. "Use Aqua Jet." Ash instructed, and Dragonite shot toward Rhydon, landing a hit but not inflicting significant damage. Giovanni taunted Ash, revealing that he was using his real Pokemon team against him, which only fueled Ash's determination. "Dragonite, Twister." Ash called out, creating a tornado that engulfed the arena. However, Rhydon managed to withstand the attack. Ash felt the pressure as the battle continued, realizing he needed a new strategy. As Rhydon prepared for a horn drill, Ash recalled Dragonite and sent out Lucario. Aura Sphere, he commanded, successfully throwing Rhydon off balance. Lucario then used extreme speed to create multiple copies of himself, confusing Giovanni. Rhydon is going to use Magnitude. Use Metal Claw. Ash ordered, and Lucario struck Rhydon, causing it to stagger. Ash quickly followed up with Low Kick, knocking Rhydon to the ground. Brick Break. Ash called out, but Rhydon countered with an Earthquake. Dodge it, jump around. Lucario skillfully evaded the attack, and Ash saw an opportunity. Show him how it's done, Earthquake. Ash commanded, and Lucario's attack caused significant damage to Rhydon, who struggled to stand. Recalling Lucario, Ash sent out Dragonite again. Hydro Pump, he shouted, and Dragonite unleashed a torrent of water that knocked Rhydon out. Frustrated, Giovanni pressed a button on a remote, releasing several Pokeballs that unleashed a horde of Pokemon onto the field. Ash's eyes widened in shock as he faced 13 Pokemon, including multiple Arboks, Weezings, Rhydons, Kangaskins, and a Persian. The odds were overwhelming, but Ash was determined to fight back. Still the despicable person I see, a voice called out, surprising Giovanni. He recognized the voice, coming from a specific Pokemon. Mutwo emerged from its Pokeball, standing protectively in front of Ash. I am not amused, Giovanni, for you to stoop so low, Mutwo said, disappointment evident in its expression. Turning to Ash, Mutwo extended its arm, creating a barrier around Ash and Pikachu. Now. It's time for you, Giovanni. As Mutwo spoke, one of the Rhydon charged at him with a growl. With a simple snap of his fingers, the Rhydon fell to the ground, incapacitated. Everyone here knows you're no match for me. Giovanni, give this trainer the badge or face the consequences. The calmness in Mutwo's voice sent chills down Giovanni's spine. Reluctantly, he tossed a badge towards Mutwo, who caught it and handed it to Ash through the barrier. Ash examined the badge, frowning. It didn't feel like a true victory. Giovanni broke the rules by interrupting the match. You win fair and square, Mutwo reassured Ash, sensing his disappointment. Giovanni, we are leaving for now. But remember, 1 year from now, I will return to confront you myself. With that promise, Mutwo lifted Ash's barrier and guided him out of the gym. Giovanni watched Mutwo retreat, letting out a sigh of relief. His psychic energy had been overwhelming. Giovanni knew he would have been in serious trouble if he had said anything. He took a seat on his throne, wiping the sweat from his brow. Outside the gym, Ash continued to glance at the badge, still troubled. I didn't want to win a badge this way. Mutwo, having heard Ash's thoughts, observed him carefully. It seemed his trainer had an unusual sense of honor. That battle wasn't a true battle. Just accept the badge and move on. With that, Mutwo vanished into his Pokeball, leaving Ash in deep contemplation. Oh no. I forgot to give Charizard the battle I promised him.